statewide. And so we've had to put together something, and our IT has been amazing. So thank you. And we are now streaming, I believe, live. I think the director summed it up well. She said, I came in like a wrecking ball and I'm leaving like a wrecking ball. And my comments this morning really are, we want to thank you, Director Sumption, for your time with us for the last, was it 6 months, 8 months? I'm not sure how long, year. I don't know. It seems forever. We loved having you here. You're going back to Parks and Rec, and we're very jealous of them to be snatching you back. But at this point, we understand that it's hard doing 2 jobs, and we thank you for everything you've done for ODOT over this period of time. And I know all of us feel this way. I don't know if other commissioners would like to comment. I know these are supposed to be my comments, but I do want to make this the focus of my morning comment this morning, is that we really appreciate all you've done for us. So I'll stop at this moment. Commissioner Baker, you're looking at me, so I'm guessing you would like to say something?
Well, just appreciate you stepping in at the time you stepped in, because this has been a very difficult time, and we needed a firm hand on the tiller and somebody that was a real leader and a real people person. And so you made a great amount of difference, and it's just been great to have you.
All right.
You do. Okay. So I don't want it to be about that. Like, this is so bittersweet, you guys. I've never met a more professional team of compassionate, dedicated, loyal employees, and I've enjoyed my time out with them, just listening and learning and trying to create stability, not only for those folks, but for all of you. And I just want to thank you for your service, your volunteers. I think people forget sometimes that your volunteers and the work that is put in front of you is quite challenging at times. So I appreciate and thank you. And if you would indulge me, we have Chris Warner here with us today, and I'd love to have Chris come up. And Chris, are you still, I was like, did Chris leave the room? I'd love to have Chris come up because I'm super excited to be handing off to Chris Warner, who has an esteemed background with transportation. He's a steady leader, and he has far more experience to come into this role. And I'm super excited that he's willing to jump in behind me. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Whether or not I turn the mic on, I know that will be my test. Thank you, Chair Brown, members of the commission, Chris Warner. I'm currently the governor's chief of staff, my day job. But certainly I'm very excited when the governor asked me to come and be the interim for the rest of the year, or for however long it takes. I was very excited. My background is I'm a native Oregonian, born and raised in Baker City, but I've been in the transportation realm for many years. In fact, it's very exciting to be not only in this building. I was with Governor Kulongoski when we got the money to redo the T building, and that was very exciting. And also to be in the Gail Ackerman room is something that's very important to me. She was a friend, a colleague, a mentor, a teacher, when she was on the commission, and I was the governor's transportation advisor. So this is old home week for me, and I'm certainly excited to work with you and the amazing staff here at ODOT. I know we've been through a rough time, and what I want to do is continue the work Lisa has done in terms of steadying the ship. And I'm just excited to I want to get a few of the screens in my life, got a lot of open windows in my brain right now. But I'm looking forward to making the transition from the governor's office here to be the interim ODOT director. So I'm happy to answer any questions
Well, I want to thank you for stepping up and doing this. I know that all of us were very concerned when we saw the timeline looming to the point where we knew we had to start making decisions. And I'm glad that we're pausing and we're taking time to really find the right director. One of the things I think is really, really important for ODOT at this point, and I know the rest of the commission feels this way, is that we want to get it right. And we want to get our house in order and get back to work and really take the spotlight off of some of the conversations that have been happening, because there's a yeoman's amount of work in front of us that we want to accomplish. So at this point, I'm going to stop, and I don't know if the other commissioners have. Oh, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Well, welcome, Chris. It's we really hate to see Lisa go. We've really enjoyed working with her, and she's done a great job. And I'm particularly pleased with what you've done in making the staff feel a little more comfortable and reaching out, and they know that we care about them a lot. But if we can't have Lisa, we got to have an old pro back. And I've worked with Chris before, and he truly does understand the transportation system. And as we try to build back with the governor's vision program and we react with the legislature, it'd be good to have you there. And I know you know a lot of the staff, and they know that you've been here in the building before. So I'm sure, I hope that builds confidence. So welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Awesome.
have any
Thank you,
other
Chris. And Chris is going to stick around. He'll be here at lunch, so you guys can get to know him a little more and spend some time together.
Great. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna run fix the internet. How's that?
Could you please
great.
do that?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it.
Hey, with that said, we're going to move on to our public comment. And I believe we have a couple commenters, and thank you again for your patience. I believe Joe Courtright is going to be first. Good morning, and thank you for being patient with us.
No problem. And thank you so much, Chair Brown and members, for the opportunity to testify. For the record, Joe Courtright, Director of City Observatory. I'm going to speak to the major project item on your agenda today. ODOT's budget crisis has essentially nothing to do with increased fuel efficiency or electric vehicles, which have negligible impacts on the revenue. Instead, the real financial crisis stems from ODOT's systemic inability to accurately forecast and manage the cost of major projects. Major ODOT projects routinely run double or triple their original estimated costs, and those amount to billions of dollars of additional costs. Given the massive commitments that are in front of you, ODOT is, when fully calculated, that those would bring ODOT to be bordering on financial insolvency. The department routinely fails to estimate costs accurately, fails to manage those costs once projects are started, and has created an environment where everyone, your staff, consultants, and contractors know that ODOT will simply add more money later when project costs go up. This leads to artificially low cost estimates. And tragically, the Commission makes these problems worse by moving ahead with projects for which it doesn't have full funding and it doesn't know the actual project costs. You need to look no further than the Abernathy project, which once again is showing up on your schedule, and you're being asked to allocate an additional $130 million as part of a seismic project to address obvious liquefaction issues that are critical to dealing with the problem of reinforced bridge piers. ODOT staff testified earlier this year to the Legislative Oversight Committee that the problem with the I-205 and the Salem projects, the Salem Center Street Bridge projects, is that the department was forced to prepare early or slapdash estimates that couldn't be trusted during the legislative session. But that's a rewrite of history. They were actually directed, as then Senator Beyer knows, in House Bill 2017 to prepare a cost to complete study before you moved ahead with that project. And the department spent 6 months and $12.5 million to advance the project to a 15 to 25% design. And we're told that it would cost just $248 million. So it wasn't inadvertent. You knew full well, or should have known full well, what the price should be, and yet the project has tripled to more than $800 million and will likely take until 2030 to complete, which is 5 years behind its original schedule. The same pattern plagues, obviously, the Interstate Bridge project, on which you've already spent $270 million on consultants, and that project is going to take even longer. Finally, I want to draw your attention to today's staff report on major projects because it essentially repeats these same problems. There are 3 projects that are identified there as costing either greater than $250 million or greater than $500 million. And in fact, you already have cost estimates for those projects that were prepared 1 or 2 or more years ago that say, for example, the Newburgh-Dundee will cost $950 million to complete. The I-205 project will cost $800 million for phase 2, and the Boone Bridge will cost $725 million. So your staff is presenting a report that significantly understates the liability associated with those projects, which is exactly the root of this problem. You're going to have to take a much closer look at this. You cannot solve a problem that you don't admit you have. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your comment. And next we have Sharon Nassett, and I believe Sharon's going to join us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. The phone actually works better for me. Thank you, Chair Brown, members of the committee. I am Sharon Nassett, and thank you very much. The meeting last Friday was excellent, just excellent in the fact that citizens were actually calling. One of the things you may really notice is you're not having members of the community calling and contacting you in support. We didn't have the ports there, all the people, huge project, and they're not there cheering you on. That's a biggie. I would like to say the current director that's leaving, she has put a nice, beautiful, honest look to the project and the feeling that the community actually could be joined back in. And I'd like to say, as the new director comes in, good luck. When I started this, Bruce Warner was the director, and he was kind enough to meet with me several times to explain the process. I was in the I-5 Trade and Transportation project then. Reporting in progress. I have been asking for sending out a FOIA for over a month to find out what is wrong with the bridge, a list of repairs, the costs. So in 2006, they removed all of the alternatives, stating that they had to do the bridge, but have never given us a list of repairs. I was a broker, real estate agent broker for several years. You want to ask me what's wrong with the house, I would say the roof, it's total tear off, 3 layers right now. Furnace has, issues that can't be fixed. I would know that and the cost. The interim director of the current bridge project has had 4 presentation opportunities at meetings where she was literally the presenter. And I commented and asked beforehand and mentioned that they have had the FOIA, Freedom of Information, for a month and have not given a full and complete structural and seismic inspection, a list of repairs, the cost of those repairs, and the meetings and who decided we are removing the bridge instead of replacing it when we already currently work on bridges that are even older, and the 1917 bridge was fully upgraded in 1958. And City of Vancouver has said they have no records, and the TriMet says they do not keep any records, and a whole month. I did get a response that they are, or TriMet got a response, they are working on sending me the information or an answer. The answer would be provide the report or just say, oh, it's right here on the website. See, right here. And 4 times she's been the presenter and hasn't once even brought it up. What does your gut say? If you had a car, you had a house, it's dead. You got to get another. Oh, what's wrong? What would it cost to fix it? Dead silence. 2006, they removed this and said the bridge needed to be replaced. Thank you kindly. Have a lovely day. And to the director as she leaves, hey, good luck. You've done well. The community felt heard for the first time. Remember, we've had no task force, no committees. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And I believe that ends our public comment today. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the director's report.
My chair, you can go ahead and move on to the consent agenda item. Director's report was Chris and I, so we'll give you a little bit of time.
Great. I was gonna
So
say,
let's go into consent
I
agenda.
miss it?
It's an
I need a
no.
little more coffee. Okay. So we're going to go to the consent agenda items. I believe that there's some discussion that wants to take place. We don't want to pull anything from the consent agenda. All of the commissioners had a chance to look through everything, but I did get an ask this morning that we have discussion. So we're going to go ahead and open the floor to discussion on the consent items. And I know Commissioner Baker, maybe you can point out which item you'd like to talk about, and we'll start there.
Okay. I actually had
Two.
two that I'd like to
Right.
talk about and two that I'd just like to make a comment about.
Sure.
We had a hefty lift coming into this meeting with regard to the background material. And within the consent agenda, there are some really fine documents. The Triennial Highway Safety Plan is a really good document, and I think it's in good support of the conversation we're going to have later. Number 10, which is the audit report reviewing construction cost estimating. This might be one that because it is so meaty, and it gets back to Mr. Courtwright's comments about you need to recognize you have a problem in order to be able to fix it. And this is one of those, I think, in terms of the audit that, we could let it stand on its own in the consent agenda, or we could have it presented at a later time. But I thought it was meaty and might be one that we'd want to consider having some agenda time for. The other two, number 9, which is the Audit Accountability Committee report, and it has a tie-in to item number 8, which is the HB 391 implementation plan. Within the Audit Accountability Committee review on June the 4th, the one that gave me the largest amount of concern, also based on our color coding, appears to be all green, which is the implementation of this. In this case, it was issues with regard to Origo and some corrections that needed to be made. And it's come up before the commission before. And in the audit report, there were 11 items listed as green because they were on schedule, based on the schedule that was established by staff. 4 of those have a completion date of December, end of year 2026, and 7 of those have a completion date at the end of 2027. Personally, I thought that was soft in terms of a response, that these are things that should be moving at a much quicker pace. That's not our responsibility to direct the staff, but it was my feeling. I think our sense coming out of the Audit Accountability Committee was that these were going to get revisited. There's actually 2 pieces, 2 areas of ODOT that have responsibility on this list of items. DMV, which seems to have tackled their problems in a systematic, orderly, good pace. But those that are in the Office of Innovative Funding seem to be moving slow. Now, the reason it ties to consent item number 8 is of all of the items in the 3991 implementation plan, the one that had no progress report was the mandatory per mile usage charge implementation. This really concerns me because obviously this is a big deal. We've got to have it ready by 2028. I would hope that there would be updates, at least a plan at this stage. And so I think we ought to be aware of that. I would certainly like to see a plan brought forward to the commission as soon as we possibly get it scheduled, so that we understand where we're headed with it and what the milestones are.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had the same or very similar concerns with the road users charge, and knowing that that's staring us down the face very quickly. I know it's out there a little bit, but I think we need to pay a little bit more attention to it. Road users charge committee hasn't met, I don't think, in over a year, something like that. And Chair, I think we maybe want to think about spending a little more time on that issue and making sure that we're on track, considering the impact that it's going to have on the agency's finances.
And I agree. And I'm looking over here at Commissioner Chang because he was assigned road users committee or to be on the road users committee, and they haven't had a meeting yet. So we are about to impact your life a little bit along with Vice Chair. And, you know, all of us have served on this committee over the years. And the same kind of result when I read the audit was like, wait, what's going on here? Because I have said all along that we need to keep moving forward. We can't just take our foot off the gas pedal at this point or off the plug. We need to make sure that we're ready for this. And so I was concerned also. So I'm glad that the rest of you have brought it up. And I don't know, Commissioner Chang, if you have any comments that you want to make, if you noticed anything.
Same item. I would say that road user charge being one of the few pieces of House Bill 3991 that everyone agreed should move forward. We want to make progress on that as quickly as possible. I think it would be, you know, I look forward to that first meeting, the committee meeting, and serving on that committee, and B, I think it would be great for us to have this item come up for regular updates at future Transportation Commission meetings.
So hearing these concerns on these two items, what I think I'll do is, one, we will look at the agenda in August and put, I'd like an update on the construction cost estimating, have them do an overview. I'm not going to pull it from the consent calendar, but I think that it's time for us to get an overview of that. The second thing is I'll work with the new director and talk to him about getting the RUC started up immediately, and that we start looking at all these pieces, and then maybe even look at putting that up, an update on the calendar. Although our calendar is, I mean, our agenda is already full. These are things that I think we need to pay attention to. So we'll make it happen. If everyone feels okay with that.
One more thing on the road user charge. So through the National Association of Counties organization, I am trying to track some, you know, federal the emerging federal surface transportation bill, which maybe will get passed this Congress, or maybe we'll need to wait till next Congress. But that there is some real interest at the federal level in figuring out systems for, a vehicle miles traveled. And I would hate to say, well, let's just wait for the federal government to figure it out. But I do wonder if there's opportunities for the state of Oregon to engage with those federal levels to push to get the help that we can from the federal level on this issue, while not just waiting for them to figure it out, because we know how those things can go sometimes. But the other 49 states are all grappling with the rise of electric vehicles and higher efficiency vehicles, and we all need to be figuring this out. So to the extent that we can benefit from national level efforts, I think it'd be great.
And I see that Travis just came up. Thank you, Travis. Not yet. You're not turned on.
Yeah. Here, Travis, come sit here. Okay.
We're still having technical. Yeah, go ahead and try that seat out there, Travis.
Is that not working?
One time I sat in this chair on behalf of a relief assignment for Matt, things went horribly off track. So
You need to push the button.
I will decline that.
All right, there we are.
just to answer a couple of questions that came up. No, I appreciate the questions about the Origo audit and the DMV audit. We're doing regular updates on the status of that. And so we'll be bringing that forward in the near future. We have this on the OTC planning calendar and can bring that as a conversation in August. As to the meetings of the Road User Fee Task Force, it has a rather Byzantine appointment process where each appointment of members, other than the Transportation Commission, requires the joint appointment of the Senate President, the House Speaker, and the Governor. And so we have put forward a slate of candidates to fill the substantial number of gaps on that committee and are awaiting that action by the legislatures. The goal would be to have that committee start working again very soon so that work can come forward.
So the people that were serving on the committee prior, they've been disbanded then, correct?
There are still several members of that committee that are impaneled, and yet several of the appointments expired and or the person resigned or left to do something else. And so we need to fill those slots on the committee.
Okay, gotcha.
Travis, how many members are there presently appointed?
I would have to look at the totality of the list, but we can get that for you as you have been serving as the chair.
I guess the question is I understand the appointments, but do we have enough members that we could actually start meeting?
Vice Chair Barr, I do not believe that we do have sufficient members that it would be worth meeting. I believe that right now we have OTC members appointed, and there are a couple of continuing positions, but then there are enough of the statutory required people who are not members or who have not been appointed, as well as legislative members, that you would not have a quorum.
Mhm.
The goal of that group is to really oversee the development of the road usage charge going forward and to be the rule writing authority. So it will have a role in overseeing and can certainly play a role in overseeing the implementation of this audit as well to make sure that all those steps have been taken.
Okay.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, would you like a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
I would from items 1
I
through
would
13.
move the adoption of the consent calendar as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right. We're going to be, note I just received, we have a little bit of agenda mix. We're going to move things around just because of our delay in time today. So now we're going to, okay, you want to do those and then go to
and then
the
go to
source.
this, yeah.
Okay, so
So the hard stop at noon for the.
gotcha.
Okay.
So the other thing is we are going to stop at noon and we have an event out on the Capitol Mall that we're going to be attending for a little bit. So again, try to bear with us. Our next item is our committee updates. And normally we just kind of talk about all the different committees meetings that we've had, but I'm really going to just concentrate on one today. So last week, the Washington State Commission and the Oregon State Commission met to talk about our tolling. We had a special meeting and we were presented with a lot of information. And we've had a few days to kind of mull over what we were presented to last Friday. And I want to set aside a few minutes during this agenda item just to really concentrate on what we can do with comments that we can give the vice chair and to Commissioner Baker as the tolling group is going to start meeting again. And we give you some ideas of what the rest of the commission, since we don't speak behind the closed door, and we're doing this publicly, some of our thoughts about the meeting that we had and kind of a direction we'd like to see go forward. So at this point, I'm going to open up the floor to the rest of the commission to just kind of make comments about what we heard last, was it Friday? I think it was last Friday. So anybody want to make a comment? I mean, I think that one of the things that was interesting to me is we got all of the staff there, the consultants, everyone, we were able to ask some questions about why certain scenarios were looked at and why they weren't, where we want to go in the future. Are we satisfied with the study that we received and the scenarios that we're looking at, or do we want additional work done? And that I think was the question that came forward in that meeting was, where do we want, what are the next steps? And so I'm going to look to the rest of you. I have my own opinions, but we looked at one scenario in particular on costing that out. There were 3 other scenarios that we didn't cost out, although they're very similar. There are some differences. I think there was one that if we went with the one, it may not bring enough revenue in, but we don't know what that number was. Vice Chair?
Well, of the 4 ones, the fourth one, which was bringing in a little bit more, is one that I suggested early on that we needed to have one because we needed to know what the capacity would be if frankly costs did go higher than we expected. So I think that's there. Basically, most of the middle 2 meet the revenue requirement. And what I think we need to keep in mind is that we will have, and probably future commissions will have to adjust those rates going forward. So there's any one of the middle 2, I think, probably would meet the need. Whether we should go with a higher one is probably a question that needs more thought. Do we want to be more conservative and start out with a higher amount? The 2 questions that I think is key questions, one is the low income deductions. I kind of gathered from people's comments, particularly the Washingtons, that's something that our commission has pushed pretty solidly, and I think it's something we should do. But I guess that'll figure into that. The other one is what to do about the tribal groups. And while personally I think it's fairest that they all be treated the same, I think that's probably not realistic and practical given where Washington is with their system up there, and I think it's 27 tribes, and they have the statutory. It's not statutory. They have I'm losing the right word, but the tribal agreements
Right.
that they have
treaty agreements.
require that the Yakima, and I think it's the Nez Perce, get that. They already have it in that system. So adopting that for them broader would be very difficult because of the revenue impact on their other toll systems that they already have. And I think administratively it'd be difficult to separate out the bridge for that, even though I'd like to do that. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I on the tribal question, I think I would lean more towards the 10 than the 36 also. Kind of really focusing on tribal groups whose ancestral territories touched the area where the bridge crosses. I also on that issue, I do want to ask again whether there is a way to set up a system that provides benefits that is not so administratively cumbersome. I mean, it's basically like I'm not remembering the exact numbers off the top of my head, but if you're basically providing $100,000 worth of discount benefits, you don't want to spend $200,000 administering that program. That some system of just kind of sending a stack of vouchers to each tribe and letting them kind of figure out how they distribute those. I think it would make a lot of sense to me. Beyond that, the question of choosing a tolling scenario that produces adequate revenue for our needs is important. But the policy choices within that, kind of, do you wait these hours of the day a lot, are these hours of the day, charged a premium versus these hours of the day? Do you, who do you provide discounts to? What's the balance, of cost to freight versus cost and freight and commercial versus cost to civilians? I haven't driven across the IBR probably in 5 years. So on those questions, I don't feel like I'm the appropriate person to make the call. I mean, I would like to see us select a tolling scenario that does provide the adequate revenue. I did have opinions on the tribal discounts, but beyond that, I don't have leanings towards one of the scenarios or the other.
Commissioner Baker.
I thought when Commissioner Chang raised the issue with regard to the burdensome nature of anything that we put in place being minimized in the call, it was he was spot on with that. I think there could be a tendency to overthink some of these things. What I would add to the discussion is, and it's in and around the timing and the amount, but that's diversion, and when that diversion will hit both sides of the river, because there will be some diversion on the Washington side. There's certainly going to be some diversion on the Oregon side, and I think we need to make that diversion piece and the safety issues that brings along with it important elements in terms of our tolling algorithm.
Yes, Vice Chair.
This may be too late for us to do anything about, but I wonder if it's worth asking staff and maybe in our discussion with the commission to explore the possibility of seeking it's change in Washington state law and an exemption from the federal system to toll both the Jackson Bridge and the Interstate Bridge. The effect of that would be it would address the diversion question and it would lower the overall toll rate considerably. And if you think about it from Washington's side, in many respects, they have more of an impact than Oregon residents do, because almost 2/3 of the traffic is Washingtonians coming to Oregon.
Right.
Just an idea. I don't know whether that's feasible or not.
Well, I think all of us have been thinking about it, and it is. I've always said, if you keep the toll rate low enough, adding all these exemptions might not be a point of, like you said, when you start considering what you're spending in administrative costs to implement it, is it really, really worth it? And I also been a firm believer, if you use it, you should pay. I mean, it's unfortunate that people may not feel that way in those communities because they have to use it every single day. And I get that because there's a cost of this. But I think that Americans are kind of grappling with this whole idea of everything that we do in our lives. It's like we have to make decisions on is where I live, what I'm going to impact. I see this in my own community all the time. It's like, well, when was there a decision to put a road there or to expand a roadway there? Well, it's been on the books for years. It's just that it's taken us all this time to find the money to actually do it. Well, it's going to impact me now. I don't want my front yard be taken away or whatever the issue is. And with that said, I feel like we're going to have to, as Americans, as Oregonians, we're going to have to start understanding that there's a cost to all this stuff. These things were built for us and we've enjoyed them over the years and haven't had to pay for them because the cost of them were years ago, but now we're going to have to make hard choices. So we have a lot to think about. I think that the two commissions, the chairs, the vice chair and the chair will be meeting to kind of give direction to the tolling committee, and then the tolling committee will be set up to grapple with all of these questions. So written those down. I know that vice chair and I will meet with the chair and the vice chair in the next few weeks to actually kind of list those things out, what both sides have said, and then kind of give marching orders to the consultants and also to the committee on what we want to see. I think that the points that were brought up today were excellent.
Well, you know, Madam Chair, people forget that I think with the exception of the Jackson Bridge, every bridge across the Columbia was paid for by tolls.
I have one of the, in fact, I think Commissioner Dan Dorn had sent me the original or a copy of the original tolling
On which,
bill on, I think it was the Hood River Bridge.
well, I remember paying a toll driving across the I-5 bridge on my honeymoon in 1970, 69.
Well, I'm glad you ate yourself there. I didn't do it for you. So, all right. Well, with that said, I think we're going to go ahead and move on from our committee reports unless there was something that somebody wanted to report out. I think we pretty much covered the CIAC. We're just meeting monthly and we're continuing that work.
There's a
but-
good report. There's a good
We're
report
meeting
in
again
the
next week.
binder on the audit accountability.
Yes, and
Committee.
we appreciated the work, and I really, really do like the dashboard that you have set up. And I know that we've talked about that in the future for some of our other committee work.
What we're trying to figure out at this point, because it's a work in progress, of course, is the pace, the substance, the oversight. We've had 2 meetings now in the last couple of months. We'll see with regard to frequency, but I think the feedback that we're getting and our ability to take a look at things and move them forward and question them, I'm feeling quite good about the progress.
Well, thank you both again for taking that on. Great job. And we appreciate it. I know it's made my life easier when I'm looking at those reports and being able to take the dashboard and compare it to what I'm reading in the report. So thank you. All right. So we're going to skip E right now, and we're going to move E. We're going to move all the way to G.
To G?
We're going to move to G. The quarterly statewide tip. G, H, G and H. Which one? G. Okay, you guys are getting me mixed up here.
Which one?
We're going to G
D.
and then G,
G.
as in go. Oh, girl, go, grapple.
Okay.
We're doing all those things. You guys are sitting so far back there that, we can't hear you. It was intentional. I think they're afraid of my arm reaching out, but I can still walk, so. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Brown. Good morning, Commission.
You might pull the microphone a little closer, Tova, like you're.
Is that better?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, here we are. Good morning, Chair Brown, Commissioners. My name is Tova Peltz. I am ODOT's Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, and I'm joined by my colleague.
Omar Ahmed, Interim Statewide Capital Program Engineer.
Okay, and both of you guys just speak up a little bit because for some reason we're not hearing as well.
Will do.
Maybe it's our age, I don't know. But I'm gonna say it's because you're not close enough to the microphone.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. You'll turn them up? Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Commissioners, for having us. The purpose of this session is our quarterly STIP amendment. So we'll be covering our regular STIP projects and our ADA STIP projects as well. So for the regular STIP projects, we had 24 actions. There's a quick summary, 7 of which were to establish new projects, 4 to add funds to existing projects, We had 8 project phases canceled, and just noting that 6 were due to essentially changes in federal policy or programs. 4 were to shift statewide funding program funds to specific projects, and then 1 to add region funds for the OR 99W corridor safety and intersection improvements project. And we'll do a little bit of a deep dive on that today as well. So for the OR 99W corridor safety and intersection improvement project overview, it's a lot of words. This is improving safety at 4 intersections on 99W and OR 18 in Yamhill County. This is a priority corridor in our safety priority index system. So a large history of crashes and unfortunately a history of fatal crashes here as well. The current scope for the project includes 2 intersections. So on the graphic there, intersections A and B. That's OR 99W at Northeast McDougall West leg and at Stoller Road. So these are improvements to improve skew, realign the intersections themselves, add turn lanes, just general like safety improvements in this area for the incidents we're seeing. What we're proposing as part of this amendment is to add the scope at intersection C and D, which are at 99 and 18, and then at 99 and McDougall East Leg. And so at 18, we'll be constructing a roundabout with your approval and realigning the skewed intersection at McDougall East and 99. So all 4 of these intersections were initially funded for design. And so as a result, there's design work done and right-of-way work being done for all 4 intersections, but there's only funding to construct 2. And that was A and B that you saw in the last graphic. We've been seeing quite favorable bids. And so the region 2 has funds to allocate for construction for the remaining 2 intersections. And you can see a loose breakdown of what that amount is. It's $12 million from the Region 2 Fix-It program and $2 million from the All Roads Transportation Safety Program in Region 2. So we're proposing to add the additional construction funds for those two intersections as part of this quarterly amendment.
I'm going to jump in for just a moment and flag that this is a great opportunity. The region was wise to develop the design for the corridor, given safety concerns in the corridor, and has tremendous amount of support from the community to make these improvements. And there was a recognition that there wasn't funding to deliver construction for all of the work. So the intention was to complete the design or bring the design close to completion for those two additional intersections, and then look for opportunities to fund those in time. And with recent savings, like the opportunity came up, and we identified it as a good opportunity to deliver the entirety of the project in one construction project, which is certainly more cost efficient and will be more cost effective because we will take advantage of current construction costs and not add like inflation to delay that work. So this is a great opportunity from the standpoint of the region, and I think that like reflects on like where we're going with the capital investment plan and the opportunity to look at improvements we can make, like in this case, safety improvements through a corridor, think about how we can phase that work based on available funding, and then be well positioned when there's other funding opportunities to advance that work. I think that there'll be more opportunities along those lines to think about phasing work and being well positioned for funding opportunities.
If we go back to the slide before, real quick, which 2 were funded and which 2 are we now funding? So is it?
So for construction, A and B were funded, and C and D is part of the amendment request today.
Okay, great. Yes, Vice Chair.
Just given our conversation earlier, are these far enough along in the design phase that you have high level of confidence in the cost?
Yes, we're actually approaching final design. I think we're on track to be putting these out to bid later this calendar year.
Correct. So if this amendment's approved, this project would be bidding in the fall for construction in 27.
Could you speak up a little bit on that?
Sorry. If this were to be approved, the project would be bidding in the fall for construction in 2027.
Okay.
Commissioner Baker?
Vice Chair asked my question, but I would like to add that this is a section of road that I'm traveling quite frequently, probably 12 to 20 times a year. And I've been through each A, B, C, and D. And it's a scary stretch of highway. And those intersections are really tough. You've got high speed on 99W, and you've got farm trucks, you've got every, wine tour vans, as well as traffic out there. And I think this is really great. So
Thank you, Commissioner.
You can go back to their others. Yeah.
Okay. So just a quick breakdown again of the additional funds being added for construction for this project. It's to be more precise, it's just a hair over 14 million. And you can see the split there where 12 will be coming from the Region 2 Fix-It budget and 2 from the Region 2 All Roads Transportation Safety Program. Moving on to kind of the second piece of our quarterly, a little bit of a quiet quarter for the ADA program. There's 2 quarterly amendments proposed here. One's to shift funds out of an ADA signal scoping program bucket, and another's to add those funds to a new ADA signal project. So just kind of normal process here to get a ADA project up and running as part of the larger program. So our requested action for the commission is to approve the attached list of added, modified, or canceled projects to the statewide transportation improvement program.
This question.
Yes, Vice Chair.
This came up at the vision question. One of the co-chairs asked it about, excuse me, our ADA curb ramp process. I'm not entirely clear on how we decide which ones to do. And the question that the co-chair raised at that point was, are we doing the most highest priority ones first? And the obvious question is always the examples that come out. The curb cut that goes to nowhere was just done 2 years ago. I guess I'm not sure how we allocated that. I know we have to do them all in that window that we agreed to in the court case, but.
Well, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Beyer. We have laid out the full swath of settlement ramp locations and have been prioritizing and sequencing the projects with a variety of different considerations. I think one component is trying to maximize leveraging ADA locations with other projects and have combined projects where possible. And we the program started. I would say with simpler projects and is building up in complexity as we build our toolbox and our skills and frankly our contracting communities availability and acumen delivering these projects. And so when we present an ADA program update later this calendar year and share updates, you'll see that the ramps that are on the east side of the Cascades are complete or close to complete, and the ramps that we have really the vast majority of ramps we have remaining to complete are in the Willamette Valley in Region 1 and Region 2, which are frankly the most complex ramps to deliver. So that was a component. The intention was to also meet the interim milestones of the settlement agreement, which was maximizing completing ramps early in the settlement timeline. So that led us to delivering some of the more straightforward ramps earlier on. But we have projects we have corridors that are phased into multiple parts over time. There's been a lot of thought about how to sequence work to manage inconvenience for communities, and of course, ramp construction is inconvenient for communities because there are many closures and delivering over 20,000 ramps around the state is years of inconvenience. But I think that there has been a lot of like consideration for the timing and sequencing of the work. I know that the topic of ramps to nowhere gets a lot of attention. We have put a lot of time into explaining like the background on where ramps are located and and explaining the requirements of the settlement agreement, because we don't get to pick and choose the ramps that we deliver. We have to deliver the ramps that are part of the settlement agreement and ensure that all of those ramps are meeting accessibility requirements.
It's hard to explain to people.
And requires a lot of photos and a lot of graphics to explain. But we can certainly spend some more time on that, and I think that might be worth a side conversation with some of within the vision work group as well, because I know that there are a lot of questions about the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a process question. So,
You want a motion?
the list that we, the list in our binder here is longer. There's more on it than 99 West, but you highlighted that piece because it was sort of a surprise that it was that we had the funds to be able to move forward with more of that work. Or, I mean, why did you highlight that one instead of other projects on this list?
Commissioner Chang, thank you for the question. We highlighted it because frankly, because it's a larger scale, like movement of money, and a really good example of how we phased the delivery of a project, and we're able to take advantage of funding availability to move more construction forward on a valuable safety project sooner. It was for the most part, like we'll continue to highlight projects, and pull projects out, and we've done that over time. Frankly, there have been very few projects in like the sequence of amendments over the last year or so that are more than moving money from a funding source to it, like into a project to just advance the next phase of work. But this one was a little bit unusual as an action, and we wanted to highlight it for the commission. Just flagging the opportunity and our ability to deliver like these intersection safety improvements sooner.
Thank you.
Hey, do I have a motion to move the STIP forward?
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the final 2027-2030 transportation improvement program to submit to the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Authority for final approval. That's a lot of words.
So, discussion. Oh, I thought this was included in this. I'm sorry, I'm mixed up then.
That's agenda item H.
But I thought G was part of H.
No, they're two separate items.
Okay, so you need a motion for.
We just need a motion. We just need the motion that's on the screen right now, which is for the amendment to the STIP.
To those two. For item G. Sorry.
Why don't I do this one?
I don't like this. I guess you have.
This is the
Okay.
motion you want.
This is the motion I just made.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
I move the attached list of added, modified, or canceled projects to the STIP.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Are we very clear on what we're doing here? I want to make sure, because I was looking at this list and I thought the cancels were in this. Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then opposed, motion carries. Sorry. That was my,
Well, I thought it did match, but.
well, I was trying to read this small print to figure out if those two were in that. So I apologize.
Well, you just didn't bring your magnifying glass.
11 by 17
Yes.
version.
The nice thing about electronic is you can blow this up and
Yeah.
zoom into it to actually read it. All right.
Now this is the motion.
Sorry.
But you said it so well the first time.
You want to do the presentation?
I do want to say the look on your face on Tova and Omar's face was priceless. They're like,
The confusion. Yes.
how we feel. More coffee, please. So now we're on item H. Am I in the right place? All right, sorry.
Good morning, Commission. For the record, Jeff Flowers, Statewide Investment Section Manager. This topic is just going through the last steps we need from the Commission to adopt the 2730 STIP, which will allow us to turn it over to the Federal Highway and Federal Transit agencies for approval. And they will then give it to us as their approval by the end of September so that we have an October 1st start date. So we're going to walk through a few things for you.
Okay.
First things first is a little bit of history here. So the Commission acted in 2024 to approve the funding allocations based on the investment areas within the STIP. And then the project delivery and the other programs that are not part of that went to project selection during 2025. You approved the draft STIP in January of this year, which allowed us to go out for public comment. That was done from January 12th, I think, all the way through March 31st. We're going to talk about a couple of the public comment stuff here shortly. And then kind of a reminder on what the next the investment areas are. So there we have the fix-it, safety, public and active transportation, our ADA curb ramps, our local government programs, and our other functions. And our other functions are inclusive of everything we fund federally, which does not fit in any of the prior 6. So it includes our indirect cost allocation, our statewide planning efforts, our climate office, our workforce development, and a variety of other small little items within that. The next slide, it shows you the historic values by those categories. The one part that I would like to point out is that you do see a 0 in the enhanced category. That is a category that the Commission acted on a couple different times back in 2015, 18, 18, 21, 21, 24, and has progressively declined and gotten to 0 as part of the 2730 STIP. And then you'll see the other historic numbers. You're going to see a drop in most of the categories, in particular the fix-it and the public and active transportation section. Those have dropped due to our Garvey bond repayment requirements as far as what we needed to do with the ADA program. That is the reason that those programs have dropped, because the money needed for the debt service on that has taken up what would have more normally been at the Commission's disposal to invest in the fix-it or the active transportation realm. And then the last piece where you see the unallocated piece, which is 70 point, you acted and approved that money going to the Great Streets 2.0 program previously as well. So from here, I'm going to turn over to Tova. She's going to talk a little bit about the project side. Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Tova Peltz, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. The 2730 STIP carries forward projects that were started in previous STIP cycles and are still in motion, still in development, still in construction. It also adds 76 new projects that will be added in 2027. Our approach for the 2730 STIP and future funding cycles beyond that is that we're stepping away from our past practice of programming all the projects and all the phases up front. And instead, we're taking a measured and staged approach where we will program preliminary design for new projects, and we'll program funding for final design and construction once projects are farther in development, and we have more certainty around the cost risk. We've completed cost risk analyses, and we have more certainty around final construction delivery costs for those projects. This is a move that we're making as part of the capital investment plan, which Ms. Peets will speak about shortly, and which we've been talking about at length over the last several commission meetings. So in this case, we'll be adding 76 new projects for 2027 in those primarily in preliminary design, and then we'll be adding 24 additional new projects in 2028, 2029, and 2030 actions as to spread out like the initiation of new projects and to build like to build out our portfolio. So you will see us making we'll continue with our amendment cycle, our quarterly amendment cycle, and you'll see us adding new projects that have been identified as part of the 2730 STIP for the 2730 STIP, but aren't being programmed at this time. So we will be focusing more on readiness criteria before we do subsequent programming, which I think will move us in a good direction, particularly in terms of cost certainty, which is a subject that we've talked at length about, that we're taking like big steps to improve upon within the agency.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Tova, I was had in the back of my mind the criticism that Mr. Courtright always gives us here. Does this, our shifting to the CIP process, incorporating with this is, when we fund the preliminary design, is it conceivable? I guess one of the things that'll come out of that is by the time we get to deciding whether it takes the next step forward, we'll have a better idea of funding. But I assume that there's a possibility once we get into preliminary design that we may change our mind and maybe decide it's a project that doesn't go forward.
That is absolutely possible. I think that, I think the scale of projects we're talking about in the 2730 STIP these are not projects that meet that major project criteria. These are much smaller scale projects.
Yeah.
So the cost risk, the scale of risk and uncertainty is really different. The 2730 STIP, the projects we're talking about adding are at a smaller scale, I would say less complex projects than what Mr. Courtright tends to speak about. But as we'll talk about later today, in terms of major projects and steps we're taking to manage cost risk and uncertainty on major projects, all of this is part of our shift in the capital investment plan and our approach to putting tools and discipline in place to do more work in cost estimating and risk analysis before we make substantial funding commitments. And there will be occasions, I am sure, that we determine that risks on projects or circumstances that we weren't aware of at the time that we initially identified those projects make the projects no longer cost effective or perhaps no longer meeting the outcomes that we're seeking. So we will have to make those decisions about potentially canceling projects as well.
Yeah, I guess I would argue that the changes we're making actually address the criticisms that have been made.
That is the intention. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Baker.
I'm a big supporter of what you're doing, as you know, and I really like the notion of putting this discipline in place. And the other thing that it does is, the Vice Chair's question about the 76 projects, there's going to be some, as we dig in and evaluate these projects, it just doesn't make sense to do them. So it's not 76 projects that are guaranteed to go forward. It's 76 projects that we're going to study. The other thing I would encourage us to do in order to make this stick, this is a big change for a whole lot of people, and we need to be really clear about what it is that we're doing and what the process is we're moving towards. I think it addresses a lot of the criticism that we've received since I've been a commissioner, but there will be plenty of those that would like us to abandon this idea for their project. So I think we ought to be really clear about what we're doing and every opportunity we have to say this is the way it's going to be. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Agree.
Well, just another point.
Vice Chair.
Am I correct that I would guess that the vast majority, if not all of the projects, have come up through the local planning process, through the acts to get on there? So we can assume, that there's a high level of local support for these projects.
I think that's true. I think that's true. I think many of our projects are really preservation projects and safety projects through our All Roads Transportation Safety Program, our ARTS program. So these are heavily weighted towards projects that address asset preservation, paving, bridge preservation projects, and safety projects, which in our experience have a lot of tremendous amount of support.
Amanda, did you want to say something or? I wasn't sure you were pushing. Okay.
One more
Yes,
question.
Commissioner
So
Kang.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to, I'm trying to make sure I understand the funding assumptions behind this STIP. So we are proceeding with the assumption that funding will be kind of level with what we currently have available. We are not thinking about the possibility that there will be more funding through a legislative package in the future.
Today's action with the adoption of the 2730 STIP is just making commitments based on known funding that we have in the 2730 federal funding cycle. And it counts for state highway fund matches and funding along that. And I will turn to Mr. Flowers to clarify.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, that's a good question. Since the IIJ expires in 3.5 months, we don't know what the future holds. What we can speak to is the historic nature of what has occurred, which is extension after extension after extension from the feds until we actually get a new bill. We have historically assumed about an 8 to 10% reduction in our federal money to ensure that we are protected, because we have learned over the years that it's better to add than it is to take away. So when we get a new package or we know what the next year is going to be, we will be back to talk about that. And this is where the CIP world is going to be super beneficial, because you've got the CIP projects waiting to be at their chance to get across the start line and start moving forward, because money's become available. So this is where the proactiveness of the CIP is going to be super helpful in that realm. Now, what we are seeing right now is when we built the 2730, that reduction, unbeknownst to us, was that the latest bill drafted by the House actually provides even more money than what the IIJA brings to the table, which was historically unheard of because it was a 33% jump from the prior bill. So we will be back with a very large amendment if the Senate decides to keep funding levels at that level, because we're going to have to be in a very quick reaction mode to be able to play catch up for that, and particularly in the very first federal fiscal year that the bill becomes available. So we have always taken the conservative approach. Those of us that have been around long enough, or this is right when I started, we had to go make reductions, and having the conversation regarding project reductions is not a fun conversation with the public. So it's always better for us to come back and say, okay, we've gotten more money. We now can go do projects 10, 11, and 12 on the list, versus going and saying we overshot and now we got to take 12, 11, and 10 off the table. And so that has been something that we have historically done to ensure that we are being as fiscally responsible as we can, forecasting on our federal dollars with our state match and the House bill dollars, et cetera, et cetera.
Is illustrated in the previous slide, if you just want to flip back for a second. So if you look at the totals at the bottom, you'll see in the previous 2 STIP cycles that those were pretty stable around 3.5, and then you see a drop, and that's reflecting what Mr. Flowers is talking about there.
Yeah. And I appreciate you not basing your assumptions on what's showing up in a House bill right now, because this Congress during this administration has in my opinion, not done a really good job of thinking about pay for. So I wouldn't back on that 33% increase actually materializing.
Additional questions? Go ahead.
Okay, so the next slide talks about the outreach effort, and over the years, so this is my 5th STIP update with the agency. And we have progressively over the multiple years, over the multiple STIPs, have gone to the online open house methodology for our outreach. It has produced much more involvement, many more comments than when I first started in this realm of the agency, where we would get 5 visitors to a public comment meeting at 5 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. You might get 2 comments. This has gotten us a lot more to that. And so we've gone more to this realm. So the online open house went from February 3rd to March 31st. And as you can see at the bottom, we got 8,000 visits and over 139 comments. That report is in the STIP and goes to the feds as far as our final submittal. What you will see, though, to kind of be honest about it all, is not all 139 are in the report. I did take in having conversations with Travis on this. There were a couple comments that had zero to do with any comment that dealt with a project or what we were doing from a project delivery standpoint, and were more opinion-based about how much they liked us or disliked us, more on the dislike side, and telling us that, we struggle with this or the state administration is a problem. I'll leave it at that. So we removed those so that way they are not part of the actual document because they have nothing to do with what the document's purpose is. So if you would like to see a couple of those, by all means, I can share those on the side, but that I think you can make your assumptions on what those comments were. So moving forward on this, if there's no questions on the outreach, this cycle actually, all of our comments were normal and what I deem as normal. We support this project. Please take a look at this. Please take a look at that. All that stuff has been vetted. Every comment that comes in is shared with the region or the state program for reply, minus a handful of comments that are, you need to do better about X. Those are more rhetorical statements that we just share, but we don't necessarily respond to those. But if there is a question or commentary that we feel that the state programs need to know or the regions need to know, we are farming those out for comments to be returned to the public at the same time. So if there's no more parts on this, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda to talk about the CIP portion of this.
Great. So good morning. For the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator of Policy Data and Analysis Division. And you've heard a little bit about the CIP. I think we like our acronyms, so we can say SIP to STIP now, which sounds kind of cool. But it stands for the Capital Investment Plan. And as Tova talked about, it's really our 10-year look at investments. We've talked about that a lot with this commission here. We've had our stakeholders across the state, including our area commissions on transportation and others, heavily involved in this process. And this is new and different for us. And so I did want to bring it into this conversation in a way to contextualize this STIP versus previous STIPs. And what you're hearing already is we're making some changes as a result of this. But here's a couple of the differences. In the first capital investment plan process, we're looking at the 10-year period from 2027 to 2037. So therefore, we're talking today about the 2730 STIP. So the first 4 years of the capital investment plan will in essence be the STIP document itself. Hereafter, future STIP cycles, all projects will come from the capital investment plan. That is where we are making our decisions in looking into projects. I think Vice Chair Byer, you bring up the point of, do we keep moving forward with projects? The nice thing about the capital investment plan that's helping us address the criticism we're hearing is we're saying, here, these are the projects we have interest in moving forward. It's not a formal commitment. It's saying, here's the ones that we think we want to invest in. It gives us that space and opportunity to really look at those, to understand those at a depth. And then when we know enough about risk, the things that Tova talked about, then we add the dollars to it. And we do more phasing as we do this work. So that's really going to help us with our cost estimates, with our delivery of projects, and uniquely about the capital investment plan, our accountability to our outcomes. We say safety is important. We say movement of people and economic development is important. We're going to tie our investment decisions to make sure we're furthering and advancing those things very directly. And we're providing a much more clear process. I think Vice Chair Byer, you also brought up, are these projects in plans? Do they have the community support behind them? We're ensuring that through having things come from our plans, come from our data systems, and have that support from our local area commissions on transportation. So I think this is a great process we're transitioning to. We're very excited about it, and does impact the STIP right now. As we look at this STIP in particular, you heard from Tova, we're doing more project phasing to make sure that, we're understanding those pieces and then adding more dollars to it. And I think that will be a trend that you'll see continue in the future. We'll have those quarterly updates and annual updates to the STIP itself, and really integrate that into the process. So overall, these pieces will work together where the project and investment ideas come from the capital investment plan, then get programmed for dollars later into the STIP, and then out to project delivery. And the arrow is really showing this as a continuum. It's not a one and done thing. They all work together. They have to work together. And it's about our portfolio management. And Tova and I will talk more about that at future meetings and conversations on what that looks like.
Vice Chair.
I really like this approach. But I guess some of the questions I have is I'm trying to get in my mind, the idea of getting community support behind something, and that's one. And does this include the normal kind of public hearings? Where do those happen in the process? Another one is, how far into engineering do we get before we move it on to the STIP? And the third one is, how does the EIS fit into this?
Great. So Vice Chair Byer, I'll take question one. I'm sure Tova will take the others. She gave me a head nod, so and didn't hit me, so that was great. So to the point of your first question, okay, now I forgot. Sorry, can you remind me? Apologies.
Community, public.
Public support. Great. So in terms of what happens when, so Mr. Flowers talked about the public involvement process with the online open house. That's a federal requirement and something we will still need to do within the STIP process. But if we look at where are we really making decisions, we're actually backing our decisions up further into the process in our capital investment plan, which means we need a very robust process as part of that. That's why we've been very involved in how we've pulled in the area commissions on transportation to try to get that into the process, not only from them recommending projects, but also they will get an advanced kind of version of the results of the capital investment plan. So we're really consulting with them on a more detailed basis. And we'll do a big public involvement process. So the public involvement policy that you all adopted a last commission meeting included a commitment to do a 45-day review period with the capital investment plan. That's not required anywhere else, but we are solidifying that because we want to make sure that we have that public acceptance at all phases. So you'll still see it as part of the STIP, but we're also making sure that we're dedicating it as part of the capital investment plan as well.
I think Vice Chair Byer, your second question is how far will we go into design before we program into the STIP? And your third question was about NEPA process when we complete NEPA. And those two questions are actually, I think, really tied together. We will be, once we begin preliminary design for projects, we will be programming them into the STIP. So there'll be some planning work, pre-design work that happens before projects are added to the STIP. But we'll begin adding projects to the STIP for preliminary design, and we'll complete NEPA work like in that preliminary design phase. So that is all work that happens up to roughly 30%, like the 30% design milestone. I think that we are still working through the new process and the new process for projects traveling through CIP and how they'll be added to the STIP for projects that are out beyond the 2730 cycle. So for the projects that we're adding today through the 2730 STIP, those projects will be programmed with the preliminary engineering phases, and we'll begin design and NEPA work. We won't be making subsequent funding commitments for final design, right of way, utility relocation phase, so the RW phase, the UR phase, and then construction phase, the CN phase, and the STIP until we've reached at least the 30% design milestone and have gotten to a pencils down place in terms of the NEPA process. And I will clarify, this is really describing process for our most bread and butter projects. The process for major projects, our more complex projects going through NEPA will look different. And I think one of the things about our CIP, the CIP program and the processes that we build to manage it and ensure that we're making wise decisions and managing costs and risk effectively is that in the past we've really pushed all of our projects through the same process, no matter how big or small they are. And what we recognized is a singular process for projects of varying complexity really isn't appropriate, and that we need more robust process and discipline for more complex projects, and we probably need simpler processes for simpler projects. And I think of when I think about the CIP, the visual, and I think we're still working on putting this together, and we'll be able to bring this to you in the future, is we've long described the STIP as a racetrack. And it was a singular loop. And the way we're thinking about the CIP is that there are going to be tracks of different length and different complexity for different types of projects and for projects of different complexity. And we really need to build a process that represents that and a visual that also clearly describes that. And I think even to the point of having off ramps for projects that aren't meeting our needs. So we're still working on that. I think one of the challenges of the space we're in right now as we are establishing the CIP is that we are building the CIP process and all of the tools and requirements around it at the same time that we are actively doing the CIP, which is not ideal, but it is where we are, and we are continuously learning and making adjustments, and we're bringing it forward to the commission and sharing it, frankly, with the acts and with other partners and stakeholders along the way for input, and also to bring them along in the development of the new process and the portfolio management tools.
Yeah, I recognize this is an evolutionary process, and I support that. I think we're doing the right thing, but one of the two things that have hung us up the most, and I don't think they, to use your term, apply to the bread and butter projects, but they're not all mega projects. Some of them are smaller, under 100 million, kind of things, but obviously the problems we've had is estimating costs, and I think we're getting at that in the risk. But the other one is it's Westerners' penchant for wanting to talk things over and over and over. At some time, we're going to have to figure out to say, we need public input. We get the public input, and we're going to make a decision, and then we're not taking any more input. And we need to think more about that part of the project. And it's not just an Oregon problem. It's kind of everything west of the Cass or the Rockies has that problem of we just have a penchant for talking things to death, and that adds incredible cost to projects.
Yes, Commissioner Chang.
I'm just trying to understand the annual cycle of the connection of the CIP to the STIP. I can't remember which one of these we're going to update every year and the kind of what the frequency of projects moving from the CIP to STIP is. Like will things come from the CIP to the STIP once a year, or kind of on a rolling basis as they mature and as funding becomes available?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, our commitment has been to update the capital investment plan every year and add a year so that it's a rolling plan more or less, and continually kind of 10-year look ahead. And then to slowly transition the STIP over time. So, we did kind of our typical process for the 2730 STIP. Now the interior of it looks a little bit different with the phasing, but how we do it and when we do it will look a little bit different as we move on. Now, Toba or Jeff, if you want to speak to that.
I think I think that we have some work to do to
still figure out
to figure out what that process looks like. In terms of to Amanda's point, like we will add a year to the CIP, but that isn't adding more projects to the STIP every year per se. But we do. We're today in this 2730 STIP, like recognizing that there'll be other projects that we're going to add in 28 and 29 and 30 that we know we're anticipating that we'll be adding them like just within the 2730 STIP cycle, and like through our quarterly, like through the quarterly amendments, we know projects can be added that way as well. But we need to put discipline to it and document a process so that it is clear for everyone, and we're not quite there yet.
And I think we will bring that back to the commission as we create clarity in that process. What I would say is what we will get to is a little bit more fluidity rather than rigidity. So I would say we've had a rigid STIP process where it's 4 years ahead of time, we're creating the 4-year STIP, right? And then we wait till the next time, and then we do the next thing. This allows us within the capital investment plan to add projects as we have that readiness into it and have a little bit more of a fluid process, which I think will enable us to be more agile and effective as an organization.
Okay. And I mean, would this be the right way to think about it? So this STIP is going to contain a lot of projects, and over the timeline of the STIP, they'll become more granular, and we'll have finer resolution, and we'll have kind of the phases will sort themselves out. I mean, is that more the way to think about it than things coming out of the CIP into the STIP, in mid STIP cycle?
I mean, again, I think we'll have to get back to you on exactly how that looks to create some clarity there. I mean, I would say we're doing a fair amount of development where we've done all development as part of the STIP. We're backing that more up into the capital investment plan. So you are getting more granular as you're getting closer to the STIP. And then, of course, like when we're ready, then we're doing the different phases. And there's off ramps to those potential pieces as we do it. But I think where I was trying to express more fluid nature is that while we've always had kind of a set grouping of projects, things as they need to can spill over from the CIP into the STIP in kind of different ways than they have in the past. So we'll try to articulate that the next time we come with an update a little bit better than we're doing today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker?
Just the choice of words, fluid, oftentimes leads to ambiguity and confusion. So I think, a flexible structure, but, structure, think about, just my suggestion, you think about structure.
Sure.
Rather than fluid, I think would be helpful in terms of our communication. The other thing that, Tova, I heard you say in terms of the work that goes into the various projects, that there will be a certain fixed criteria that has to be met for everyone, but that the amount that goes into it could be less for a small project and much greater for a large project. So that it's not going to be a one size fits all approach, which makes sense to me because without that, you probably end up in the middle, which doesn't serve you well on the small projects or the large projects. Did I understand right?
That is correct, Commissioner Baker. The intention is to be in a position where projects that are less complex and simpler have a quicker path, if you will, to construction. Because at the end of the day, what we all want is to get these improvements on the ground as in a timely manner and in a fiscally responsible manner. And having a one size fits all process, it's going to, to your point, it won't serve the most complex projects and it won't serve the simplest projects. And so we're trying to put together processes that are appropriate for different levels of complexity, and hopefully also not make them too onerous and difficult to manage that we're making ourselves crazy in the process. But that is the intention.
This kind of change is complex. And it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take some iterations.
Yes.
And I think we all need to be patient as the process is developing, because I think the course is the right course. But it's going to take some time, and you don't have all the answers.
Commissioner Baker, I appreciate that awareness and appreciate you saying that out loud. That's very much the case. It is definitely iterative. It's going to be iterative, and there'll be adjustments that we make along the way. And I think the ongoing conversation about CIP is peppering many of our topics these days. And there are a lot of questions, and we're jotting them down and trying to think about how to address those. And we have a pretty amazing group of folks across the agency working on CIP right now and hustling to put it in motion. But there'll be a lot of learning and adjustments along the way, and patience and grace will be necessary.
And I think to that point, I just want to also note, we continue to work with other states that have transitioned to this similar type of process so we can learn from them in their process. Every single one of them says it is iterative. They learn over time. We'll get better over time. And we have committed to going and doing kind of follow-up work as this and doing a formal report of lessons learned. So to make sure that we're really integrating that and deliberate about learning.
One more question about the structure and the fluidity and that say we are fortunate enough to get a significant transportation package early in 2027 that has a bunch of named capital projects. How does that weave into this or integrate with this whole process? I mean, would we anticipate that those projects will be things that have already been identified in the CIP or the STIP that are just having funds put behind them, or if they're surprise projects, do we suddenly crosswalk those over into the CIP and STIP, or how does all that work?
Sure. So I think the benefit in having the capital investment plan is we're going through a very deliberate process to evaluate the merits of all projects. And the hard thing, as you all know, up in front of the commission, we don't have very much money. And so there's so many things that we're not getting to that are absolutely critical. And I think we're going to have a hard time creating cut lines, even with the evaluation and looking at the benefits that those projects achieve with the limited dollars that we have. So I would hope that we continue a deliberate process to put projects through that, and that projects come through kind of that evaluation. So that to say, the intent in the timeline of the capital investment plan, which is a little bit challenging for all of us around the table to create it in the timeline we're talking about and land the capital investment plan by the end of the year, is very purposeful to have it be available to provide to the legislature. So we'll have projects that are within kind of the realm that we think we can afford in the next 10 years. And then we also have a section on projects of interest that are kind of beyond that are things that came from our area commissions, from our communities, that we see as high benefit projects, but that we can't afford. So it offers some opportunity for the legislature, if they so choose, to go down the route of projects to potentially look at those and add those in, to potentially look at the projects we've already included and buy down the time frame that we're looking at here. And I think the same thing is true on the federal side, as Jeff talked about the federal reauthorization. And if indeed we are lucky enough to get additional funding, then we can kind of buy down that list. We have a waiting list of projects available to us for that. Now, if projects come not through that list, right, that's a different process. Assuming that those projects come with funding and their own funding source is different, it would be additive to, and then we'd obviously need to be responsive as an agency to whatever those requirements are that are given to us.
I would also like to add that the projects that we are identifying through the CIP process right now as like the candidate projects that would be selected are projects that we'd be looking out at delivering beyond 2030. Right. And our level of confidence in like costs for those projects is still very, very low because they are not yet in design. And so part of the conversation that we need to continue to have is discipline around making funding commitments too soon and making delivery schedule commitments too soon, because none of those projects will have a high level of cost certainty. And what I would like to see is to not make the same mistake again where funding is committed through legislative action to projects before we have certainty about the cost, and then we end up in this cycle of, wait, the project costs more. I would expect, at this point, I can't with confidence tell anyone how much projects that are going to be identified, those candidate projects are actually going to cost. At this point, one of the tools that we're using is a magnitude of cost evaluation, but that is truly based on a very low level, a low level of confidence and a small degree of information, because we haven't actually initiated design on those projects. And so that is a conversation we're going to need to continue to have, and depending on the opportunities that the legislature continue to speak to, that when we make commitments to projects before we've initiated design and before we have begun cost risk analysis work, confidence is going to be low, and it's really too soon to make construction level funding commitments.
So one of the things I think that everyone's commenting here, I'm going to throw out a comment to you, is I think it's going to be really, really important as all of us sit on the different acts that we circle back and have this conversation with the acts, because it hasn't been crystal clear to the entire act body. I don't think we've talked significantly with the chairs and the vice chairs. I'm not sure that that conversation gets passed on at the local act level. And they've been doing all this work. So they're not going to totally understand. I know we're in a really difficult place because it's 2730. It's only a portion of what we're looking at in the CIP, that we make it clear to them that how this process is working and going forward. So I think that's going to be a critical piece for the staff to be able to go back and spend some time with each act and talk to them about that piece of it.
Sorry, I'm chuckling in a sad way because when we had our meeting with all of the ACT chairs, one of the ACT chairs that I think had got it the most, kind of the connection between the projects that were prioritized through the CIP process and potential funding and the need to advocate for that funding, that ACT chair has not been reelected for another term. So that is a loss of
Sure.
some knowledge within the ACT bodies of how this is all going to work.
Absolutely. I think continuous communication is absolutely key, early, often, continual. And we do have a commitment as we've received the project concepts from the ACTs. We're going through a scoring process right now. And in early fall, we'll go back out to the area commissions kind of prior to the public review, because we want that direct interaction with them and share where we're at, how projects fared, and what it means to be in the CIP, because the CIP isn't the financial commitment. To Tova's point, it is the commitment to explore. And as we explore, we'll find out different things. And sometimes those things mean we take it off the list. Sometimes it means we can move forward quickly or later. So that continuous communication is going to be key. So I appreciate you sharing that. If okay, I might transition us back to the STIP piece and the decision at hand. So we kind of went on broader context to talk about the STIP within the capital investment plan and what that means for the future. But Jeff, I'll turn back to you for kind of next steps with the 2730 STIP itself, and then we'll move to the motion shortly thereafter.
So the next steps are going to be, with assuming that you approve it today, I have a letter drafted for the director to sign so that I can then send this off to Federal Highway and Federal Transit Agency. It takes them anywhere between 2.5 to 3 months to do their full review, because we get a full outcome out of this process. We've typically will get our approval sometime between September 15th and September 30, with an October 1st start date. And that'll get us to the start of the 2730. We then turn everything over, and all of our documentation changes names from 2427 STIP to the 2730, and off we go. So it's a pretty normal process for us. The only thing missing in this whole situation right now is our MTIPs, so the Metropolitan Transportation Improvement Plans for the MPOs. A couple of them are finishing up their processes for the same thing for their policy boards as well. We've already received 2/3 of them. I will then package those up and get them off to the governor's office for her approval. And that's the last piece of the puzzle. And then we're off and running, and we'll have all this moving forward again. So
the MPO plans are included in our submittal then?
yes. Our document is inclusive of everything that is in their individual documents. So we've got the 10 MPOs in the state. We have all 10 of their project lists are in ours. Theirs are specific to their world only as far as what's within their MPO boundaries. Those are approved by the governor, and they have their own process that they go through their final commission or boards.
Do their funds don't come through ODOT, do they?
They do.
They do.
So there are federal sub allocations in right now, 4 different areas that they get, the three big MPOs, so Portland, Salem, and Eugene, are the only ones that get direct allocation. There's four areas of allocation that they get. They have STBG dollars, the Surface Transportation Block Grant, the Transportation Alternatives, the Carbon Reduction, and then their CMAQ dollars. Those are the ones that they pick their projects for. Those are inclusive in our document already. We have that coordination. The only reason we don't have everything is your dates for what you set do not line up every time with the final approval dates of the MPO boards. So we just wait, and it's all usually within a 2 to 3 week period, and then we're able to get everything in and get everything submitted. But
So what's the state's oversight responsibility and authority for the MPOs?
our state responsibility is every dollar still flows through the agency. So when they are selecting projects, this is where my office is in particularly engaged with the MPOs. So I have conversations. I have a quarterly meeting with them every month or every year. So we have our 4 meetings. We go through all of the information. We flag and have processes within the funding sources that they get and select from to be able to ensure that they're following federal regs as far as eligibility goes. The amount of conversations that I'm talking to the MPOs, I'm talking to each of the MPOs probably at least once a month, if not more, depending on their topics. And that we just work through, is this eligible? Is this not? My staff works through that as far as the CMAQ eligibility works. So they'll send stuff in and say, hey, does this CMAQ project we're thinking about doing, will it meet CMAQ eligibility with FHWA? We cross-check, yes, it looks like it will. And if we have to seek advice from FHWA to confer, we do that. So we have that oversight. All the money comes through. Project delivery has oversight of the actual delivery of the projects, whether that's certified or non-certified projects. We still have our oversight responsibilities as part of the stewardship and oversight agreement we have with federal highway and federal transit agencies. So we cross-check everything to ensure that everything's being followed to the federal standards.
But the decisions about how they spend their money are their decisions?
Their decisions. Now, ODOT is at the table as part of those various policy groups within the geographic areas, but it is at the end of the day their call.
Thank you.
And sometimes it's not an easy call, is it? I know that a lot of Rogue Valley goes through you. Other questions? So now you're ready for this one. Sorry about that earlier. I got confused.
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the final 2027-2030 STIP program and for submittal to the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Agency for final approval.
I have a second.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion from the commissioners? I think we had a lot of discussion today. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Good work.
So you have it for a second time today. All right. So we do have a hard stop at noon, but we want to get through E and F. So we're going to do E first. Okay, so now we're going to move to your packet, E and F.
I think we did those. Sorry.
Good. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT Deputy Director. And because the purpose of this agenda item is more for you to ask us questions than for us to talk at you, we will be very brief and let you get to any questions or on to the agency request budget. So next slide, please. No. We have been providing you a monthly update on the budget. In the letter that was posted before we had the May data, we had the April data, and I was able to get the the May data on Friday. So we have added that to the PowerPoint. As you can see, all of our areas of the budget are at or below their normal trend line. So we are staying within budget. Even the reduced budget numbers that were approved by the legislature in February, those austerity measures that have been put in place have kept us there. We currently have over 700 vacancies still. We have been working very diligently to reduce that with a recruitment push through this summer. And yet, as we have the normal cycle of people leaving the agency, we continue to have large numbers of vacancies. I was just looking at a report across the enterprise, and we actually have one of the highest levels of vacancies of any large state agency. As you can imagine, a couple others that have some other challenges, but our budget challenges mean we still have a large number of vacant positions across the agency. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Porter.
Okay. All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT's Finance and Budget Division Administrator. I thought this month I'd bring you a couple sort of cash balance updates regarding like state highway funds. So this first chart gives you a sense of basically totals. So the line at the top, the greenish-ish line is sort of actuals, and then the darker bluish line is the forecast. And so you can see that we have pretty substantial amount of funds, 300, somewhere bouncing around between 300 to 500 million in total revenues and state highway fund. That is a combination of borrowed and non-borrowed funds. The spikes, generally when we either have had bonding or we anticipate doing some bonding. And then you just draw that down in the interim period, and then you would maybe bond again. So that's interesting information, but I think for a lot of like the budget and talking about operational cash balances, what's really important is pull that out. And so that other line there that's kind of bounces around the dashed red line is our excluding borrowed funds. And so if you kind of pull those out, we've been sort of hovering around $100 million in our cash balance. And 100 million is kind of an important number because the next chart will give you a sense of how our daily balances fluctuates on our sort of operations and maintenance side throughout the month. There are some key like sort of expenditure points and revenue points throughout the month. And you can see kind of generally around the middle of the month is when we have a lot of our mid-month payroll, contractor vendor payments, and that's when we get down to like kind of our lowest balances. And then we'll have CCD, D&V revenue come in kind of also right after that, and then fuels tax will come in towards the end of the month. And so it's a couple of big revenue pieces, and then the expenditures hit at certain periods of the month. So we need to have probably around 100 million at least of our in a balance just to cover the monthly variation. So that's actually what Travis and I had to bring for you. Happy to take questions. Thought hopefully it's interesting.
Thanks, Jack. On your previous chart, what accounts to the spikes?
Yeah, the spikes
Is that debt coming off or something?
It's debt when we bond. Yeah. So the spikes are, we bond, you get this big influx of revenue. And so that it'll show this big jump in balances.
So those match sales of bonds?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Baker.
I keep seeing that 2031 and it remains positive till 2031. What mechanisms kick in if we run out of cash?
So Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, this is why we monitor this really closely, because there's nothing that actually kicks in, right? Like this, we have to manage our own, financial resources. And so we have the ability, right, to do a short-term borrowing. We use our commercial paper for like an emergency situation. But a lot of this is about timing of bond sales. So about when we want to manage the state, how we manage that state highway fund cash balance, particularly with the project side, so that we would know when to do the next ADA bond sale or highway user tax bonds for projects. But in the long run, right, absent any new revenue, there is going and assuming that we continue to spend. So that's an important assumption here is like there's no built-in reductions into this like forecast. This would be like spending at current levels and then adding inflation to that over time. Of course, that's not actually what would happen, right? As we're going to just talk to you about our budget, we're talking about reductions. So to that 2031 is sort of like assuming we continue to spend the same rate. The expenditures are going to be exceeding revenues, and we're going to just be eating into that cash balance over time. So we monitor that, bring it to you, bring it to our fiscal policy steering team, and then we make decisions in order to, and our budget gets adjusted for us, right? As part of the normal budget process. So we'll be talking about shortfalls here in a minute, and that's one way of correcting this, as our state budgets process sort of forces that to happen for us.
I think it's really important that there's good understanding about this. It's the reason I asked the question, because if we keep all things steady, we're going to run out of cash.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like 2030, based on this, is where we dip below the 100 million, which puts us into a cash crunch. So it's really, it's not running out of cash, because you feel like you've run out of cash when you get below the 100 million based on your daily cash flow needs. So, I mean, that's the answer. We've either got to adjust the top line, adjust the expense, or a combination of the two. And that's the time frame. It's really short.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Chang?
So Commissioner Baker was looking forward in the timeline. I'd like to look a little backwards. And I've heard, I feel like I've heard snippets about, well, we had a certain amount of reserve funds, our structural operations and maintenance shortfall, we've had to, consume that. I mean, is that black line from 2019 to 2022? I mean, those were those hundreds of millions of reserve that have been put into shoring up basic operations and maintenance because we have a structural shortfall.
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, that's correct. So during that time frame, we were taking small budget reductions that have grown over time, but we were using the reserve funds that we had in the State Highway Fund and essentially burning through that cash balance. As you can see, we got very close to zero during that time period. And that was there were a lot of capital expenditures that were made that we then borrowed against, hence why the blue line goes up. We took out some commercial paper and bonded to pay off some of our costs. So yes, we have basically used up the reserves that were in the State Highway Fund. That was why we went to the legislature in 2025. We had been alerting them to this problem since 2020. And at that point, there was no more money in the bank, and there was no more opportunity to shift money between different areas. And we had already made modest cuts, and it was time to look at potential deep cuts or additional revenue.
Thank you. It's helpful to have that perspective. And I mean, it ties into Commissioner Baker's point about, looking forward, we need to figure out how to change revenue, or change expenses, or otherwise we're going to end up in a bad place in 2030.
Okay. Oh, he's going to run away.
I don't get to run away.
You don't get to? Okay.
Are you doing this the whole thing?
No. Again, good morning. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget Division Administrator, and with me.
Good morning, Stephen Hamlin, the ODOT Budget Manager.
And we are here to take you through probably phase one of the two-phase process for approving ODOT's budget for 27-29. So this is the first phase where we bring you all the information we have available to you today and really ask you sort of to approve a preliminary budget. And then we're going to come back to you in August when we have the final numbers and the final information to share with you. The important thing is, in order for you to be able to effectively make any changes to our budget, that's today. That's the time to do it now. By the time we get to August, it's really too late. So that we didn't feel like that's gives you a fair opportunity to actually weigh in our budget. This is the option. We don't have everything done, but we have a lot of it done, and we're able to kind of present most of it to you today. So then you can weigh in and give your input, and then we can actually make changes before we have to finalize anything. So with that sort of preamble, I turn it over to Stefan to kind of walk you through our numbers.
Okay, great. Thanks, Daniel. Do you want
to do it?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go through this little roadmap with you guys. We're going to talk about the budget cycle and what your involvement is. We'll show you the current service level, which we have completed. And then we're going to talk a little bit about reductions, which we mentioned during Travis and Daniel's previous meeting item. And then we will show you so far what our agency request budget will look like. And then we'll talk about next steps. Okay, so this is kind of a repeat from March, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. But right now there's 3 stages to the budget. There's the agency request budget, which we are currently presenting to you guys. In the fall, that'll become, after your approvals and after we submit all that in, it gets turned over to the governor for her to present the governor's budget by December 1st. And then in the spring next year, the legislature will hear from us and they will consider our budget request and they will vote on that. And then that becomes the LAB at that point. Your involvement is that you have to review and approve the agency budget prior to our submittal to DAS, and the chair will have to formally certify the ARB document, which we will do that in August once we know what the final numbers are. So here's the current service level. We are looking at a $6 billion expenditure limitation. So this is entails the entire portfolio for ODOT. And we have the items in the rows. Those are our budget structures as defined by the legislature. So each one of those, we have to have a separate, basically each one of those has a request budget. We've also listed, besides the dollars, we've also listed the number of positions and the FTE in this slide. Current service level, again, is taking our base budget, which is our existing budget from the current biennium, rolling it into the next biennium and inflating it for both personal services and inflation for our services and supplies. There's some other phase-ins and phase-outs. One of the bigger ones is that we're starting to see that IBR is going to start spending some money. And so we've seen an increase up to almost $500 million. It's about halfway through this list here, Interstate Bridge replacement. So that's one of our bigger increases that we're anticipating. Yes.
Vice Chair has a question.
Yes. The local government line item, is that the pass-through of the 50% that goes to the cities and counties?
Actually,
okay.
Commissioner Byard, no, it is not. This is federal dollars that we share with the locals, and they provide their own match to those projects.
Okay.
But because it's federal dollars, we actually have the budget limitation on our side. The city county apportionments happen outside of our budget. Before this is the ODOT budget, so that happens.
So that portion does not flow through the ODOT budget.
Commissioner Byard, it actually does, but it comes out more on the revenue side, and it's a transfer out to cities and counties, and so it's not one of our expenditures.
Okay.
Okay. And
Baker has a question too.
I've got a question on the Interstate Bridge.
Yes.
And you're right, $500 million, and we show FTEs of being only 39. So obviously, much of that expense is not our FTEs. What are the big buckets in that $500 million?
So that is, so as you are aware, that this is a joint project with Washington, and what they're anticipating to do is that they will spend a lot of money with contractors to get the project ready for the next phases over this biennium. I'm not exactly sure when the construction will start, but they're working through a whole bunch of different project items right now.
That'll lead to my comment. We now have a project description, and we have funding around that project description. And there's no funds for the additional project scope beyond the core. So is it appropriate at this point to right-size the consulting fees to focus on the core because we're short of cash everywhere? And should we be considering how much money is going into the consulting fees for work beyond the core, which has no funding?
Yeah,
sorry for the awkward question.
No, it's sorry, question or comment, because I think what we know is that 475, there's a portion of that, or maybe all of that, that's tied to the phases, the funded phases of the project.
But we don't know that.
But I don't have that information at my fingertips.
Okay.
So we'd have to go back and look and see what all the program elements that make up that budget look like, right? So it's a good question. We can bring that back to you with the information.
Good question.
Probably you would want that answered before the next commission meeting if we're going to be accepting the budget. So let's try to get that information before then.
I will say this amount is ODOT's share or Oregon's share of the project. So that's 50% of the
50%
total cost that they're expecting to spend in the 27-29 biennium. So we can get you more details on that.
Yeah, I'd be really curious as to how much we're spending on consultants and where it's come from and where it's headed.
Vice Chair?
That's an interesting consideration in terms of the proportion, because my assumption is that the rest of the phases, the stuff that's on the Oregon side, Oregon will end up paying for, and Washington won't participate in that, and vice versa. So the same kind of question about the planning and engineering that goes around that. How does that apportioned?
Okay.
We'll let you keep going.
Thank you. This is our current service level, and as we have expressed to you before, and as you are aware, our revenues, particularly on our operations maintenance side, are not sufficient to support this budget. So on the next slide, and Daniel, I think I will turn this over to you, but we're going to talk about the reductions that we're proposing in our budget to make sure that we have a balanced budget.
Great. Thanks, Stefan. Okay, so he just showed you the expenditure side, and then what we do is we take that and we match it against our revenues that are available. And those, of course, and we've talked to you guys a lot about like how ODOT's revenue is going to be used in very specific things. So we allocate our revenues the way it's statutorily required to allocate revenues, really, and where there's gray area, or gray area meaning like it's flexible, like it could be used on, like, say, capital side, or it could be used on operations and maintenance side. We put it in the operations and maintenance side, and when you do all that, and then you add up how much expenditures do you have and how much revenues you have. Again, now we're kind of in this key sort of state highway fund operations and maintenance group. We end up with a $200 million gap, and that's essentially 70 million more than where we were back in December, of all else equal. And that is not unexpected, because when Stefan's talking about setting up at our current service level, we have those inflation factors that we have to build in for the next biennium. So we would expect costs to go up, all else equal. And so that 70 million kind of represents that net change in costs, and a little bit of other changes that we had. We got revenue was a little bit stronger, costs were higher. So the net effect was about 70 million. But when the legislature did the revenue redirections in 26 session, they set aside $90 million to sort of start next biennium with. So we have like 7 months of operating expenses for next biennium. And so this would have been 290 million, but they bought it down essentially to 200 million. The 200 million is the gap we're trying to solve for, because again, we got sort of a gift of 90 million to help us sort of close that gap for the next biennium. And the idea would be, if there was a transportation package that was passed in 27 session, taxes and fees would probably increases would take place in January of 2028. And we would need that something to sort of get us through that first 7 months.
Vice Chair.
Where did the 97 million come from?
The 90 million, I'm sorry.
Legislative set aside.
Yeah, Vice Chair Byer, that was the part of the redirection of revenues from sources.
So that was part of the money that they took out of other parts of the budget.
Correct.
It's still road fund money.
It is now.
Put it in reserve. Okay.
Yeah.
So it shows up as carry out then?
We'll show it as like an ending balance for this biennium, beginning balance next biennium.
Ending balance, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, so 200. Sorry.
It's all right. You froze up.
No,
Usually the chair freezing up.
Well, it looked like you were going to ask a question, so I was trying to anticipate that. But the 200 million is essentially then.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the top line, and I'm thinking about the elasticity of demand on gas.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we don't get paid based on the dollar amount of gas that gets sold. We get paid based on the gallons of gas, that get consumed. Are you seeing anything now that worries you, Daniel, about the number of gallons that we're going to be selling? Just anecdotally, I'm hearing stories about people driving less, companies having, big programs in terms of consolidating trips and that kind of thing. And, these can become habitual even when the price of gas drops down. So, and obviously this 200 million is subject to the amount of gas tax that we collect.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Commissioner Baker, I think when I was in front of you guys a couple months ago, that's kind of what I was saying. In like the short run, a lot of it is like people make decisions like consolidating trips and what, trying to figure out ways to increase their fuel efficiency of their vehicles. And then a longer run, you start seeing more structural changes. So I pulled the most recent data that we have available to us, which for fuel cells is just through April. So we're down year to date, like 1.8%, year to date. March was negligible, down just like 0.6%, and that is normal variation. April, we were down 4.4%. So that's a more significant decrease. And especially when we have May data, if it's also down, then that's where you start to anticipate like this is having an actual impact on sales. Now, we did build in an expected sort of impact of increased fuel prices on fuel tax revenue into our forecast that was used to build the budget. Not as significant as what we've actually experienced. But it is built in there. And then just a little more information, like weight mile. So that's a heavy trucks, was up pretty substantially until May. And we have May, I just literally came today. May itself is down 8%, but year to date, they're down 1.4%. So it hasn't had as big of impact so far on trucking activity. And then VMT, which is unfortunately the one that has the longest lag time, for year to date up 3.4% through March. So again, all we have is March, as being able to correlate to the impact of fuel prices, but on VMT. But I would say, if I didn't know what I know about what's happened, I would look at this and say, okay, we have 1 month that's a little odd, right? Which is sort of the April data. And when we get May, and if it like for fuels and it looks also like, again, another 4.4 or worse, then we would say, okay, we're probably seeing something that's having a significant change.
Okay, I'm going to do a time check real quick because we really do have a hard stop, and but this is really important. Can we carry it over to if we need to?
We actually only have 3 slides left, but we can do it. We can go pretty fast.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
But I am going to cut us off, and
Okay.
the decision may have to wait until we can.
Okay.
Okay, so next, so what I'm showing you here is the current service level on the left column. Then we're taking the reductions, which we do not know what the impacts are yet. Our divisions are working through that, so we've given them the targets, and they've put lists together in there. So we will come back to you in August to show you what those reductions entail. And then in May, you guys approved our 8 POPs, and those have been recommended for by both the governor's office and DAS. So that's that policy option package column. So we're going from $6 billion to $5.9 billion would be our agency request budget. And again, we do not know what position and FTE changes will happen from the impacts of the reductions. So we do expect those to come down, those position and FTE totals.
So
just very quick, the reductions are those decision made, or are they just proportional?
Ah, great. That was one of the ones that those are mostly proportional to their share of the sort of O&M state highway funds. Mostly proportional. Project delivery particularly is a little higher because they could, say, hold their current vacancies in the next biennium, and that generated more savings than what otherwise they would have been assigned. But for the most part, it's proportional to your sort of share of state O&M state highway funds.
But I think at the regional level, I mean, if you look at each region is making those decisions internally, looking at their list of people, what they have to deliver, what they're anticipating. Because I know, talking with my own region yesterday and going over their budget and what positions they're holding and looking at how they can reduce. And it's not a good picture.
So then the question would be, what you bring back to us in August, will that reflect proportional cuts, or will there be conscious decisions made about reductions?
It's a slight mixture of both. Again, we're building off of budget reductions that have already taken place, where we did very much not take proportional reductions. So there was some decisions, right, that we've made about sort of preserving sort of maintenance, customer service functions of the agency. And so a lot of the reductions the legislature took when they passed our budget last for the current biennium was more hitting project delivery and administrative services, or back office functions at the expense of the other parts of the agency. So now this 200 million sort of represents, it's like a more proportional spreading of that. Otherwise, 200 million is a number we have to solve for. So if you say, well, I don't want to hurt, maintenance or something, then somebody else has to eat that amount, right? So that's kind of the trade-off that we have to deal with. We are still looking at potentially like that tiering method again that that the legislature kind of sort of latched onto in 25 session, and we used again in 26. And then that gives us some more flexibility to maybe like preserve in the tier 1 less impact in certain parts of the agency than others.
Thank you. Just to add to that, so the division administrators are going through the exercise now to figure out what those reductions could look like. Then we need to come together as a leadership team to say, can we live with that or do we need to buy something somewhere else to try to make those decisions? So we're in the process, but trying to maintain maintenance and DMV and CCD and other frontline things, but at the same time, it's a big hole, a really big hole.
Okay. Our last substantive slide is TOF slide. As you know, this is our transportation operating fund. So this is the non-highway fund, that lawnmower fund, as everybody likes to call it. That's mostly the biggest revenue source of this is the fuels tax that's not been refunded and used on like off-highway equipment, lawnmowers, that kind of thing. It's the lawnmower fund terminology. Bring this to you really just so that you can kind of sense of like what these allocations look like, and this is where they took 20 million out of this biennium, and what that did, it was really impact our ending balance. We have like base that which become beginning balance for 27-29. So we really have a lot lower balance coming into the biennium than we would normally have had. And so there was just overall a little less to spread around, and these are the big categories. Passenger rail gets the single largest amount of it, and which would be like 19 million next biennium. Elderly and disabled special transportation gets a 7 million, and then like community charging would be 5 million, which is again like half of what they would have got this biennium if the legislature had redirected some of that revenue. We also included 5 million for motor voter. That is a POP that right now is moving forward that would be covered with general funds, but it's one of those, if they say no, we have to still pay for it. So this is our backstop for that, is to reserve the TOF to cover the DMV motor voter costs if we have to. And then their last larger one was like 2.5 million for EV grant program. So those are the big sort of expenditure categories, and that's where we are with TOF. And then next steps, like Stefan said.
So we'll be back in August. So we're asking you guys to approve the preliminary budget today. We'll come back in August and show you what changes are, and what the impacts of the reductions will be. Then I already talked about the governor's budget, and that then in the spring, we're going to in front of the Ways and Means.
Yes, sir.
I think you might have said this a minute ago, but to be clear, or do we have an option package asking for general fund for motor voter?
We do.
So I thought.
And a backup plan.
And that is in the May materials for your OTC package if you want to refresh yourself on the POPs. So I guess we are here to ask for your approvals. I know we're over time, so.
This is important, so we'll just squeeze it whichever direction. But Commissioner Baker, who are you? There you are. You have a comment?
Well, it's the definition of preliminary. I mean, it's we're going to have another shot at this in August.
But we're not.
We're not.
We're not. So we're going to be making a decision on final. And this is kind of preliminary. And then the staff are going to go and try to work through it. And that's why I said this is really important, because I think that if we do make the decision today, then you kind of live with your decision making. And I don't.
Well, I'm struggling with the $500 million.
I know you are. As I think all of us, and going back, can we go back a couple slides or that? Right. No, go forward one. No, sorry, wrong direction. Forward. Right there. Is the reason that public transit and rail doesn't look like there's any reductions there, is that because of the color of the money?
That is correct.
Okay.
Can't use it.
And that's, I think, the part that's difficult, because so many programs are pulled in under ODOT.
Yeah.
And they're different colors of money. And so, the question would be, well, why isn't rail taking a hit at this? It's because their funding comes from a different direction, from the federal side and from the STIP, versus from,
If I can
go ahead.
provide clarification, so between maintenance, project delivery, the IBR and local government, those 4 line items are all within Tova's purview under delivering operations. And they've actually asked to combine their targets together. And so they are actually proposing not to take any reductions from IBR, and they're choosing to take a higher reduction out of project delivery to cover the IBR. So there's since we put the slide together, there have been some slight adjustments to the reductions. It's still $200 million in total, but some of the divisions have negotiated some to combine their targets together.
Chair, why don't we table it, do lunch, and then let you guys think about it, process it, and we can deliberate it when we come back from lunch. That way you're not feeling rushed and Commissioner Baker can get out what he really wants to say.
That'd be great. Sorry.
Okay.
We're going to
No,
prolong your
We're here all
agony.
day. Well, no, maybe not all day.
You are now. All
Thank
right.
you.
With that said, we're going to break for lunch and then we're going to be gone for a little bit longer for the bicycle and pedestrian bill 55th anniversary. So we probably will not be back in this room till 1:20 or 1:30. Just for viewers.
So we're going to the bicycle thing.
Well, we're gonna go
Lunch.
grab lunch. You're gonna eat lunch
lunch
real
really
quickly.
We're gonna eat lunch.
Eat lunch
first.
and then go out.
And then we're gonna go out to the mall. Okay? All right. Good afternoon. If you weren't here on the mall, you missed out on cake and ice cream. So, imaginary ice cream, but is your lips quivering, Travis? He is crying. All right. Well, thank you for your patience if you've been waiting for the commission to get back from our lunch break and our little outing. We did get to go and celebrate with the bike and pedestrians on the bike bill. And actually, it was really really nice afternoon break. We would like to have something like that every commission meeting so that we have something that's very joyful happening other than what's before us, which is now you're going to take away all that joy. Is that correct? No? Oh, okay, great. So Travis, you have joined the team and we are still talking about, if you are just joining us, we are back on item F.
So, Madam Chair, before the lunch break, there were some questions from Commissioner Baker and probably from others as well about the source of the Interstate Bridge replacement budget numbers and also how we're spending that money. So I went over the lunch break and grabbed information from our finance plan that we're developing currently and from that we use to develop the budget. Now, I should note this is preliminary. It is called an initial finance plan. We're going to update this throughout the course of the project. It is based on the current schedule. And with a project like this, if we shift either way a month or more, or in one direction or the other, we're talking tens of millions of dollars in difference in spending in the upcoming biennium. And yet we do have expected expenditures across all of the major phases of the project. Now, this is for the first funded phase of the project, is where we are spending this. This is, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner, $5.68 billion. That is that cost estimate of the initial phase. So you can see that in over time, we spend money on preliminary engineering up front, and that drops off. We begin to spend on right-of-way, and then that drops off. And then we really move into the construction arena. So we have made estimates of what we will spend in the 28 and 29 fiscal years. That is the current biennium that this budget is for. It adds up to $950 million. And if you go to the next slide, I actually broke that down for the entirety of the biennium just to make it a little bit easier. And it shows, if I were to go to the next slide.
They weren't even paying attention to you.
If I had had ice cream, I would not have had that problem. So breaking it down just for the entirety of the biennium by phase, the total amount, $950 million. This is a 50-50 project approximately on the, or not approximately, on the first funded phase is $475 million is ODOT share. So we do have numbers based on a rigorous finance plan that is admittedly initial and very preliminary and will change over time. Also, to answer another question from Commissioner Baker about whether we have right-sized the consultant work. And I will tell you, our consultants now are working on the core project. That is that initial funded phase, essentially plus light rail to the waterfront. And that is where we are spending the money. So they are not busily designing other elements of the project. There may be, small amounts of money being spent there, but they are focused heavily on that core project, which is that first funded phase plus light rail. So there is, for example, some transit design included in that expenditure plan I just shared that we are doing in order to get light rail designed and keep it moving through the FTA capital investment grant process. And yet we are only designing light rail to the waterfront. The city of Vancouver, for example, has been asking for us to continue to design into downtown. There is simply no money for that, just as there is no money currently available for designing Marine Drive or designing other parts of the project beyond that, initial funded phase.
Okay. Questions for Travis or for the team?
Thanks really appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
He missed his ice cream because of you.
Well, I'll buy you ice cream after the meeting.
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
Okay. Sorry, we had to put a little humor. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
How about future phases? Has there been discussion on how that will work? Will those be jointly operated projects are. And the engineering to try and figure that out.
Commissioner, that is something that has not yet been determined. What we have determined is that the initial first funded phase will be a 50-50 split between ODOT and WashDOT. Beyond that, there are further discussions that would need to take place about how those move forward. And, it may be that those move forward as individual state projects on both sides of the river as resources become available.
Does this funding include the $1 million and change, $1 billion and change transit grant that we've talked about?
Commissioner Byer, this does not. That would be part of the core project, but we have not yet received that and cannot count on it. So this finance plan for the $5.68 billion project for which you approved the STIP amendment at your May 26th meeting is only for money that is either in the bank or reasonably anticipated, including the $1.5 billion in toll revenue. We do believe that we will be able to get the $1 billion in FTA funding for light rail, but we are not far enough along in the process that we can count that toward the project.
And do we have the match for that? My understanding is, as much of the construction we're doing would qualify for about 2/3 of that.
Commissioner Byer, yes, there are very complex match requirements, but we have a plan in order to meet the match. And it's not just match, there is a maximum federal share of 50%.
Yeah.
We expect the light rail project will cost about $2 billion. Some of that is just building the bridge, however. And so some of that will be, used other funding sources could contribute to the light rail project that is not the FTA grant or transit specific dollars.
Some of the transportation people or transit people I heard from had indicated that if we did part of the Marine Drive project, which is not in the core, but would have to be done so that the train could run, that would complete the 50% match.
Commissioner Baker, or Commissioner Byer, yes. A portion of the Marine Drive interchange is actually part of the core project because it's necessary to grade separate light rail so that the highway goes over the at-grade train. And that expenditure is highway eligible funding because we are reconstructing a road. And yet, under FTA rules, it can count toward the transit share of the project.
Yeah, I don't know the dynamics of all that. I just heard some discussions around it, and I'd hate to miss the opportunity to get that money.
Yeah, Commissioner, we're doing everything we can to line ourselves up for that $1 billion in funding and secure a full funding grant agreement from the Federal Transit Administration. I believe that's 2020, FY 2029 or 2030 that we're looking at that.
Yeah.
Frankly, their light rail work really can't start until the light rail specific work really can't start until the bridge is actually built, because that's where the train will run. And so you can't install tracks or the overhead catenary wires or other elements until you actually build the thing it's going to rest on.
Right. Yes, Commissioner.
I don't have a IBR specific question. I just going back to the broader agency request budget. I have a process question. So I know that this is the agency request budget. I know how that ties to the governor's recommended budget, and I know how that ties to the legislative process. But given the challenges we have had with the legislature around funding ODOT, confusion and misinformation about how ODOT is using funds, I am wondering if there are opportunities to engage the legislature early in the ARB, so that when it goes on to the next phases, that you have some of the pre-work, the shared understanding. I think in order to end up with a legislatively approved budget and a transportation package that will work for the needs of the people of Oregon, we need to have a shared understanding with the legislature. And it just seems like the sooner we can start working on that, the better. And so I wanted to ask whether there's opportunities to engage legislators at this stage of the game, if for nothing else, but for educational purposes, so that they kind of understand the nuts and bolts of what are in these numbers. So when it comes time to legislate around it, it's they're operating from that position of knowledge and understanding.
There's
maybe I shouldn't be asking our interim director that will only be with us for a few more weeks. But
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, the answer is yes, as much as we possibly can. And I think we're already working with our government relations team, who are talking about how to build this into their message and their regular. Malia has regular meetings, right, with all legislators, and so she's figuring how to take this and have that as part of her conversation. The governor's vision work group is bringing this into that conversation, and they're having in July meetings with legislators. So this becomes part of that group of conversation. So there's in a way that is different than what we have done in the past, right? So we're trying to, like you say, it's being more proactive, being more engaged up front. We're not going to get all of them, and then again, we're going to have an election in November, so some of these are going to, change hands. But then we got to start again, right? So, so recognize, I think it's a big ongoing effort on our part to talk about how transportation is funded. And what it means for ODOT, right? And so that we can get the truth of things out there before, sort of misinformation becomes like facts, right? Kind of thing.
Well, I think one of the things that, like, I'm looking at the reductions, and of course you're not showing how many positions or FTEs are in those numbers that are being presented there. And I think that here's part of the problem. Part of the problem is anytime you start talking about positions FTE, it really everybody at ODOT starts looking at each other thinking, am I on that cut list? Am I going to lose my job? It just brings morale to a certain level. And yet I think the reality is that we have a lot of vacant positions. I think it's an opportunity. And I think that this is one of the things, instead of always looking at it as that this is a disadvantage, it may be let's look at it as an opportunity. And the reason I say that is we can take a careful look at this point, although the window's pretty narrow. And I know that the staff have been doing this, but looking at what's vacant, what is actually needed, how can we massage what we do differently so that the outcome is still the same, that we're getting the work done, that we're meeting all our requirements, etc., and survive this, because $200 million is a lot. And when I look at this, I'm glad you left that empty. I know within my own region, those conversations that are happening with the regional management, and I've talked to them a million times, and recently I was quoted in an article that I had said, they had asked me what I thought about what was happening in state government. Why is government failing to be able to stay within their means? And RVTD, Rogue Valley Transportation District, is the example. Why can you not provide a level of service that you are today? What is the escalator here? And the escalator that we're not talking about is all those other things too. There's internally, we have wages, we have benefits, we have cost of insurance escalating out of control, all these things that have to do with personnel. And you're going to have to make hard decisions. And so what I said was ODOT may have to make hard decisions like RVTD did. And of course, my regional guys all watch the news and they're like, what is she doing? what decisions are being made. So it's the same kind of conversation here. It's really hard because we have to come up with cuts, but there's a way of doing it, I think, that we can preserve people's jobs, that we can make this thing work. It's just really everybody marching in that order and looking in that direction to make that happen. And I know, Lisa, that you've tried extremely hard. Sorry, Director, I'm going to call you about Lisa.
Please,
But,
finally.
that, you made that attempt to have the staff understand that. But this is our reality. And so I think that that's what we're looking at here. This is what we're looking at, is positions and FTEs and programs that maybe we can pause.
When you go back to your expenditure chart, where the reductions there. So to your point, right, we now know the number, we now have the math, and now we have to go make those hard decisions and come back to you with what those recommendations are going to be. They aren't going to be awesome. They're going to be hard. I mean, we've been in hard for 5 years.
10 years.
10 years. 2019.
Comes and goes. I mean, if you look at our revenue and you look at, our expenditures, they're all over the place. And it's because we get bailouts.
Yep. And I hope we get another one. I guess what I would ask you all to think as you're getting ready to vote on this, because we do want you to vote on it, but think about the lens we've looked at is trying to minimize impacts to maintenance, DMV, CCD, like frontline. If you have a dynamically different perspective on our philosophy of how we're doing it, now would be the moment to say.
Vice Chair.
I understand how the process works. I haven't been around it a while, but I have to say that I'm kind of following your line, a bit uncomfortable that we're going to approve this today. I'm assuming, I think we kind of have to move forward, but you're kind of asking us to approve a budget that we really haven't had the time to think about. It's at a pretty high level, and that's uncomfortable. I'll just say it that way. It's uncomfortable. I'm not sure that we're fulfilling our responsibility with that, but we got to move the process forward.
And you are a little bit subject to process, but I would also recommend that you could have a special commission meeting just to talk about budget in August. September, or I'm sorry, July, before you could do it in July. You could have another meeting to just talk about budget. So that way, once the exercise is done and they know where the reductions are.
And our original idea with the June meeting was it was the budget conversation meeting that then turned into a bunch of other things too, which it naturally has to, right? But that was
Daniel.
No, so the original idea behind having like this specific June meeting, because normally you would have like a May, July or something timeframe, was to have a budget focused conversation. It didn't work out the way I think we had hoped it would, but that is our intent, is to be able to give you the information, give you time to ask questions and have a back and forth. And if we need to have something in the interim before we get to the final August, happy to do anything that we can to support you in that.
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable moving forward with this, as broad brush or as impressionistic as it is, because, as we know, this is just the agency recommended budget, and then the governor's office will do things with it, and then the legislature will do things with it. And so, I mean, this, we do not approve our own budget. We're putting forward a proposal, but what I do hope we can do is that we can highlight what this proposal costs us. And having a sense from the divisions, okay, you're taking $79 million, maintenance has $79 million less to work with this biennium than last biennium. What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of level of service reduced, services lost, miles of road that don't get, repaved or chip sealed or whatever. In the same way that, the prior item we looked at, okay, well, we have a balanced budget for the year. for the biennium, and our state highway fund balance is going to be okay. But what did that cost us? That cost us holding hundreds of positions vacant. It cost us safe routes to schools or Connect Oregon grants this year. I mean, I want as we present this, I want people to understand what it costs us. Because my hope is that seeing that, people will say that what that costs us is actually unacceptable, and we need to figure out how to get closer to continuing service level.
Commissioner Chang, that's exactly the goal, that in August we would be able to come back and tell you the number of positions that would be gone and the impacts in each of our program areas for what this budget means.
Right. And I do there's no other way of doing it, but I do like the idea that we will give these top line numbers to the divisions of ODOT, and then they will tell us what they've got to do to get there.
Yeah, the assignment that we've given out is essentially, like use your maintenance example. It's 79.8 million is your number. What does that mean in terms of positions? What's the impact? What if you're taking service supplies costs or reductions? What's the impact? And then translate that in their cases, right? It can be translated into if you're not going to strike fog lines, right? What does that look? How many miles or whatever it is, right? So that we'll be able to articulate to you when we come back in August those impacts, so that it's on the public record when you have to vote on the final budget. And I just add, again, where we are at this process, there really isn't the points where we get to make decisions. We as you as commission, as an agency, is really around policy option packages that we already brought forward, how we want to distribute our reductions. But most of the rest of it is it's just budget math that that we have to follow. As in, you take the current biennium and you inflate it by these percentages, and everything's handed to us. There's not a lot of flexibility for us to do anything with. This is the area where we have the flexibility.
Mr. Baker.
Couple of thoughts. The agency has grown to what the agency has become over time. And we've got a plethora of programs. We saw what happens when the legislature decides which programs they're going to take out of ODOT, and we lose a program like Safe Routes to Schools, which probably, if you put it to the commission, we would have done everything we could to save Safe Routes to Schools. So if we don't take the opportunity to really scrub the agency, and it comes down to the agency needing to be scrubbed, the legislature is going to scrub the agency, which I think is not good for the agency. So a proportional reduction, in my mind, really sends a message that we didn't go scrub, that we're willing to take some hard hits, but we didn't go department by department, and maybe we did, and say, this is particularly useful and it should stay at 100%. This is not particularly useful and it can go away. Another thought about austerity programs. Sometimes when you go through an austerity program, it points out that you really didn't ever need to spend the money. So, part of ending an austerity program, if it goes, we're going to end the austerity program if it makes sense, maybe would have resonated with me a little stronger. But I worry about the proportional piece, because when we do this, we're handing over some decisions that I think it would have been much better for us to drive. It's the danger of this one. Yeah.
Commissioner Baker, I would note that we did not do purely proportional here. Right. We did focus additional reductions in project delivery because we believe that there is capacity there given the more limited project pipeline. You heard that in the 2730 STIP. Smaller number of projects, We have more vacancies there and believe we can hold those vacancies for longer or eliminate them without an impact. So we did hit that about as hard as we could. We have disproportionately hit administrative services. They took a nearly 10% staffing reduction in the 25 budget or this current biennium budget.
Yeah.
So we didn't feel like we could go much tighter there because that's going to hit, procurement and IT, all those things we need to keep the agency going forward. We do have one more opportunity though, where we're going to be bringing forward this, totality of $200 million in reductions. In both the last two legislative sessions, the legislature and the governor's office have asked us, can you drive the discussion by providing us 3 tiers of reductions? One that is the least painful, it still may be painful, and then, more and more painful on top of that. We're working through that right now and looking, within that to define, what would be the first set of reductions we could take. And to your point, we would be looking at every program and saying, where are the things we know we can just give up? Still might be valuable. Somebody has asked us to do that work, but we could give that up completely or radically reduce the scope. Or we know that that is an area where, we can get by with a little bit less customer service in a certain area. So that will not be a proportional reduction that we will put forward in that tiered effort. And we can share that with you when that is complete. That is not actually going to be due until later in the process, as that's part of the governor's recommended budget. But we will be working through that in the near future, and we'll absolutely bring that forward to you.
Okay, to that point, when you develop the tiered approach, one of the tiers will be this.
This will be the totality. What we'll do is we'll break this into 3 tiers, probably about 50 million in the first tier, another $50 million, and then the last $100 million, it would be extremely painful. I will note that in the last 2 times we have done that, the legislature has taken the first tier that we have offered up. So in that way, we've been able to drive the conversation and not just offer up a proportional reduction across the agency.
Okay. Thanks for the clarifications.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, between now, this one and the final one, it would be comfortable for me if perhaps we had a special meeting where we just spent time on the budget and had a little more understanding of what the options are, recognizing the severe limitations there and the choices to be made. I mean, because our job is in the statute is to recommend a budget to the governor. And we recognize that she will make her decisions on what she proposes to the legislature, and then they will dispose of that as they will. But I think our obligation is to make, as the group that is charged with overseeing the department, to make our best recommendation. And to do that, we need to have a better understanding of what the options are and what we're doing.
The other
So,
piece
Chair,
of it-
I do recommend that we set up some time where we're just concentrate on that, and we'll probably end up in the same place staff's going to recommend, but at least we will feel like we've done our job.
Well, and the other thing to think about is we'll have another commissioner joining us who also will have to help in this decision-making process in August. And will be seated, so they're gonna need to be brought up to speed. So we can have I know staff is like, but we could have a special meeting, virtual meeting. Doesn't have to be in person. Or we could do, individual leadership meetings where you just meet with each commissioner and give them an update, but that takes a lot of time. And so it's probably easier to have a special meeting and do it that way. So let me ask this of the commission, how do you feel about that?
My opinion, Madam Chair, is I think this is important enough that we ought to have an in-person meeting.
Biggest thing you have.
And based on the questions that I asked and the answers that were given, I didn't have an understanding, of some thought that had gone into it. So I think I would benefit. I think I would make a better decision if we had a little bit more time and the ability to deliberate a little bit more.
That I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't necessarily need that, but I'm happy to do
It'd still
that.
be good to approve today and have informational meeting at the next one and then approve in August. That just gives you more information before in August. You're not having to deliberate and not feel comfortable then. You just do an informational the next one in July.
You guys really want to mess up my vacation. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, we're gonna have to do some juggling here, but
We are gonna have to do juggling, but are you on vacation too?
I've got a couple of weeks, I'll tell you.
Okay.
In the next
So
couple-
we will,
Actually,
thank God for Starling.
I think you approve what you have in front of you, so staff can continue the exercise and then have an informational. So that way, when you approve the final in August, you feel comfortable.
and an informational being the four of us together,
5.
5 of us.
5 of you, because you'll have done after Monday.
Okay. So that'll be in the public so that everybody can listen
Yes,
to it.
it'll be a
Yeah.
public meeting.
Yeah.
You gotta submit.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Because
Madam
Pix is
Chair.
due.
So you want to move
Yeah.
it forward?
Well, let's see, were you done with your slides or did you have additional?
Oh, is it?
Okay, so yes, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move that to approve the preliminary agency request budget for the 27-29 biennium.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Right, any other discussion? Not, we'll vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. And we did it without ice cream,
Well, we get an extra meeting out.
but you get an extra meeting. You're so lucky. I see that smile there, Daniel.
With ice cream?
I'll bring ice cream virtually.
She'll eat it in front of you again.
Okay,
There's an ice cream emoji.
that's right. We'll give them something.
It's on Zoom.
Okay. So now we are a little bit behind, but that's all right. So are we gonna go to, are we gonna stay on?
Yep,
With
stay
I.
going. Yep.
Okay,
Which one are we on?
so we are on I-205 Abernathy update.
Mm-hmm.
This is an informational. We'll try not to work you over too bad. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ryan Winsheimer, the ODOT Region 1 Manager, and hopefully we can actually help catch you up a little bit. But all's going to start by giving you guys an update of where we are on the project.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Commissioners. Vidal Francis, the Area Manager for the Abernathy Project, and
Wait, you're gonna have to,
speak up.
yeah, speak a little bit, pull it a little closer to you maybe and
How was that?
good.
You want to get the microphone turned toward you. There you go.
Thank you, Commissioner.
These are they're very directional.
Okay. So on the screen, you have with you some work progress that's since the last time we met. The photo on the left, the photo on the left is actually 2 photos, one on top of each other. And the one on the top is span 8 girders that are being erected on the Westland side. This type of work is typically performed at night due to the need of lane closures and positioning big cranes and so forth. The photo at the bottom of that on the left is ongoing demolition work that's happening on the old OR 43 roundabout or on-ramp, if you will. That is, again, a lot of night work that's going on. And again, you already know that the roundabout itself is already complete, and that roundabout has a ramp already in use for folks going in the northbound direction. In the middle photo, on the Westland side, workers are guiding a crane to install a large bearing assembly to its final place atop a bearing pedestal at Pier 6. Behind the workers, you can notice the relative size of the big green steel girders behind them. They are very large. The girder on the left is part of the main span, which is tentatively scheduled for translation later this year. The girder on the right is to remain in place, and a new girder line will be right adjacent to it, and that's why they're installing that bearing at this point in time. On the photo to the right there, I wanted to give the commission here a global view, if you will, of the project. And you can kind of see to the bottom of the photo, the widening effort that's happening on the Oregon City side. Again, all those girders are in place, but now you can see that the deck widening is actually occurring at this point in time. And later this month, we have concrete that's going to be coming down to cover all that formwork, so you can see that widened effort through there. Part of the reason why you don't see the forming work continuing forward across the channel is because that's part of the main span, which is going to be widened at the translation when that occurs. And consequently, we're going to be doing a widening effort towards the center of the roadway. Next slide. Since we last met, we've completed the drill shafts, and now the bent caps are actually completed. Again, what you're looking at now at the bottom, again, these are just remaining milestones that we feel that are important to happen on the project. And from our last pay estimate, we are now about 78% complete. This is also a good time to give you an update on the translation progress. As you can kind of see, the translation line is still kind of gray, showing that there's actually not much work going on. But the truth is, the contractor has submitted their translation plan back in April 14th, and we've accepted and approved it on April 27th. And again, the translation itself is to occur in October of 2026 this year. That's with the contractor's schedule. The next step, the contractor will prepare their sole plates and bearing shoes to attach to the bottom of the main span box girders and begin setting up the translation equipment. And as that progresses here through October, you're going to start to see the translation side of it starts to fill up with the green and the blue like we normally do with the rest of them. I did want to give this group an update on the contractor's evaluation that just went out, I believe it was last week. In short, the contractors monitored performance. This review period has not been great. The combined evaluation period for their management, safety, administration, and environmental regulation resulted in a negative score, and with 0 being the baseline for the performance of a typical contractor evaluation. The contractor can achieve as high as a 50 or a plus 50, but the negative rating calls for mandatory meetings with agency staff to evaluate and for the contractor to provide a corrective action plan to the agency. This also could impact their ability to bid on future projects with the agency. Next slide, please. If you got questions.
Yes.
Sure.
What was their score?
It was a negative 36.
Commissioner Chang, did you have a question?
No
Okay.
question.
Vice Chair, did you? Okay. Keep going.
All right. So what we wanted to do was actually show the commission that we've been working hard to try to find ways to reduce time on the project. And what you're seeing on the screen there is the 3 different options, if you will, or 4, if you will, that the contractors kind of presented to us. But the truth is, it's their means and method. But I wanted to at least present this to everyone. In simple terms, the options presented here are the contractor's proposed sequences for progressing the work while attempting to reduce time. They have centered these options around the sole plates, bearing shoes that are required for translation activity. Under each option are some of the provided suggestions and opportunities afforded the contractor. And just to go over some of those things, just looking at option 3.1, it has the concurrent or multiple jacking locations opportunity for bearing replacement work we spoke of the last time we met. It also has the use of large false work systems. We call them BFPGs for piers 11 through 14 to allow the bearing replacement work to occur outside of the critical path of those piers. Some work was prioritized to allow some retrofit work to occur after the new girders are placed. In other words, we're looking at ways how we can give them multiple opportunities to change the bearings and not impact the critical path. We're looking at ways trying to give them ways to do simultaneous work at the same time. And also and finally, we deleted work such as the PPC to allow the use of an alternate material that would cure faster and be less weather dependent. And those are kind of listed there in the option 3. And if you look at the dates through there, that date on the right is actually the one that's showing them at December of 2027. Rather than getting the project completed by the October 2026 contract completion date, the contractor has submitted a request for adjustment of contract time. In short, they're asking ODOT to add another 107 days of calendar time to the existing contract completion date. Granting their request would extend the official contract period or contract date to February of 2027. However, ODOT has reviewed their submission, and we have determined that Kiewit did not demonstrate owner-caused delay. Consequently, no additional contract time has been added to the contract. And we do recognize that they have another request that they will be submitting to us, and once that comes in, we'll evaluate it accordingly per the contract and make our determination at that time. Next slide, please.
Okay.
I'm going to hand it over to Ryan at this point.
Thank you. Okay, just want to make sure you guys could hear me okay. As you guys are aware, CCO 50 established a new contract completion date in October of 2026. And as Vidal just told you, the work right now may not be finished until December of 27. So ODOT needs additional funds just to pay for our ongoing construction and engineering costs, which we estimate is going to average around $1.5 million per month for the next 14 months, for a total of $21 million. And that, again, is just construction, engineering, and inspection work. We're also proposing to seek an additional $1.5 million to address the significant risk of fuel escalation. And that is essentially the gap between what the top of our contract provides, which is $3.95 a gallon. So we have to pay the increment above that. And we expect that to total about $1.5 million by the time we reach the end of this project. And third, we're going to be asking for $2.5 million to pay for the owner's representative contract since the time we hired them through October of this year. Beyond October, those costs are included in the $1.5 million that I mentioned above. And we didn't anticipate, obviously, needing to hire an owner's representative, but since we did, those costs have been added to the project. By putting in this $25 million in costs now, we expect to be able to finish the project without needing to return to the commission for phase 1A construction again. There are still risks, however, and in the risk register, but rather than going forward and asking for additional funds to cover potential risks, we feel a more transparent and accountability-focused approach requiring ODOT to come back to the commission should larger risks be realized, and is going to be a more prudent approach. As you know, this contract also includes a clause for liquidated damages of $77,000 per day if warranted. That could be assessed on the contractor, and that could offset some of these additional costs we're discussing today. But ODOT will not be assessing those costs until near the end of the project. And we need these funds now to make sure that we have funds to pay for these anticipated costs. So also next month, Vidal and I will be providing a more complete picture of what it will take to complete this next phase of the project for the ground improvement to ensure the seismic resiliency of the bridge. And together, this information will help build understanding with the commission regarding the full project finance plan and what it will take to get it done. And as we present that, we'll be bringing you guys a lot more background information that details out how we've arrived at these numbers, including some of the charts to show you what our spend rate has been, what our spend rate on our consultants has been, and what that looks like in terms of how much funding remains available, so that you have some confidence in how we got to those numbers before we ask for additional funding.
Vice Chair.
I recognize this isn't probably possible, but couldn't we split the cost with them since their non-performance is costing us more money?
I could present that as an option for them, but that per our contract, we're responsible for paying for our contract engineering through this.
I'm just
I
expressing
appreciate
frustration.
I appreciate that.
I think we've got a contractor that's dragging things out.
Is the liquidated damages? Liquidated damages present some opportunity to recoup some of the cost.
Yes, Commissioner, and that's why I mentioned it. Was this is anticipating that we needed to pay for all of this on our dime. This is what we anticipated would cost for that construction engineering. The reason I mentioned the liquidated damages is it would be a potential opportunity to recover some of that if those are warranted. And we haven't made a determination about that at this time. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but yes, that presents an opportunity.
But $77,000 per day only adds up to so much too.
The last step in ensuring the seismic resiliency of the structure is completing the ground improvements near Piers 3, 8, and 9. So we are looking for ways to get that contract, our ground improvement contract, out in 2027 so that some of that work can be done in the early in-water work window. However, that is a pretty ambitious a plan, but we're doing our best to try to get in the water in 27. Depending on Kiewit completing phase 1 earlier than expected, a more likely schedule will be getting the contractor on board around 2027 with in-water work starting in 2028. The project will need 2 seasons to do the in-water work, which is why we want to push to get it started as quickly as possible. Following a cost estimating workshop, we are currently estimating the cost to be between $100 and $130 million. We're still working to refine those numbers and anticipate being back before you over the next several meetings with you in months to ultimately come back with a programming request. But in the meantime, we want to continue to work at minimizing the risks that we can and better understanding when we are actually able to get started, because that will have an impact on our costs as well.
Yes, Vice Chair.
This is a separate contract, I assume, and would it be bid out? Or we're not tied to the existing contractor to do this work?
That's correct, Commissioner. We expect to bid this project out separately. And so part of that is understanding, there's only so much room to work under that bridge. And so if we're going to get another contractor in there, we need to make sure that the other contractor is heading out. And so that's why this time period is critical. Okay. Again, this slide is just referring to what you know to be our upcoming checkpoints. We're going to be obviously again meeting with providing information to the CIAC, and then we're going to be back before you again in August to talk in more detail about our finance plan and where we are today. And you can see the additional ones coming up, but we expect to continue coming back and keeping you informed as we move forward. Yeah.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Chang? Commissioner Baker?
In the scoring, minus 36 sounds like a pretty poor performance.
That is correct.
And included in that was safety.
That is correct.
From my perspective, that's probably the highest priority. So can you enlighten us a little bit on what is happening relative to the safety component of that? What steps is the contractor taking?
Great question. And as I mentioned before, the actual evaluation is broken up into like 4 or 5 pieces, and safety is one component of that. And during this evaluation period, we do know that actually it's written in the evaluation itself. The contractor did have a couple of safety issues that we felt that was pretty serious. I would even say pretty egregious. Not only for the contractor, the evaluation not only look at the contractor, but also look at all their subs as well. Understanding that the prime has supervision over all of the subs. And there was a couple of instances out there where we did have a situation where an individual was actually backed over by a work vehicle and was hospitalized for a number of days of something that could have been prevented. We also had another issue where it was essentially a boating accident where the driver of the boat, if you will, riding through, I don't know if they were going too fast, too slow, whatever the case may be, but accidentally hit one of the piles that was there, and an individual fell off the boat, and they had to rescue the individual So again, those are some of the stuff that we noted on their evaluation. And part of this too is also, they need to come back to us with some of the corrective plans or even safety plans, if you will, on how they can not allow this to happen again. And again, it's not just the contractor himself, but also his subs as well, because they have ultimate control over the entire project itself.
Questions, Vice Chair? God, you're not asking us for money today. It's not a good day, so glad this is informational, but it's not great information. Yes.
They're not asking us for money, but it did. I've mentioned to a number of people how basically when I joined the commission, we were at, I thought, the tail end of this project. But one thing I do want to ask, about the overall financing for this project is how much of this project was originally supposed to be covered by toll revenue?
$385 million. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those of you who didn't hear it, I'll just repeat it. There's a $385 million.
Thank you for saying that out loud.
Thank you, Travis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything else for us on this?
Just hope.
No, I'm here for the next item.
You're on the next item. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now which item?
Now we are on item J, major projects update. And this is again a discussion.
All right, I'm up first. Yeah. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Tova Peltz. I am ODOT's Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. We are here today to share an approach to how we prioritize and advance major projects moving forward. And I have Deputy Director Travis Brower with us and Deputy Chief Engineer Omar Ahmed here. And so we're going to walk through a proposed approach, and we'll consider this the beginning of a conversation. The intention today is to walk through the problem we're trying to solve and the status of our existing major project portfolio, our proposed process, related efforts, and next steps with your support. So I will just continue to dive in. Major projects are our most complex and high-risk projects to deliver. And in the legislative space, these projects have been defined at different times as either greater than $100 million or greater than $250 million. But either way, there's agreement across the board that we need more discipline in place for the development and delivery of these projects. Today, we have 8 projects in various phases of development that will cost us over $100 million each. And in all cases, these projects have been phased and none are fully funded for construction completion. And to some extent, all of these projects are competing for funding at this point. Today, there is no prioritization process. And in many cases, the significant funding commitments that have been made to these projects to date have been made without adequate cost risk analysis or delivery strategy to inform the finance planning and funding to date. So we're coming to you with a proposal to change that, to solve for this in the development of a process and an approach moving forward. So we put together this table that summarizes those 8 projects, and we want to flag that these 8 projects, as I said before, are all projects that have been phased and are in various states of delivery. And so we put together sort of color range in terms of how mature the projects are and how mature the cost estimates are. And that's really a function of how much confidence we have in the cost cost estimate or like scale of costs we have to deliver the projects. So some of these projects are much farther along than others. And I'm going to turn to Travis, who I think is going to dive in a little bit more into status of these projects and our proposed solution.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Of these projects, how many of them originated from from ODOT as an internal project versus how many of them were started by the legislature?
You know, commissioners, I look at that list, I think you could say that there are legislative, congressional, or stakeholder hands on every single one of them at some level. Whether there was, sometimes ODOT was right alongside, other times they were being led somewhere else. For example, I'll note the Oregon 2251 interchange was originally started as an earmark request by a young congressional aide whose last name happened to be Brower 23 years ago. And so ODOT received an earmark for that project, not at ODOT's request, it was at Polk County's request. And that began that process through the development, or that project through the development process. Each of these has a different origin story. For example, the I-5 Boone Bridge project, you put a little bit of money in for a planning process, and then the legislature came in and added some impetus behind it and some money as well. So a lot of times there's sort of a joint process, but I think every single one of these has a legislative fingerprint on it.
I get the point. We're trying to standardize it. Staff's proposal, but I mean, one of the problems that I'm not sure how you resolve is a lot of these things were started outside by the legislature, and I don't know how you ever stop that.
Yeah. Commissioner, it's a fair point, and I think the process that we're going to walk you through and that we're going to work with you and the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee is never going to be able to stop, a process whereby, the legislature provides funding, but it is to put all the information up front and to have a rigorous process that can say, we are not ready to fund this project for construction until we have done these steps.
Yeah.
And we have a stable scope, a risk-based cost estimate, and have done all the work and analysis. And that has not happened in the past.
Yeah.
So this list of projects, there's unique nuances for all of them. I did a back of the envelope calculation, and we have a shortfall on these that probably ranges between $5 and $6 billion. So on the high end, and this does not include the Interstate Bridge and all the unfunded components there. This is just the list of projects that are in a process right now. This does not include the projects that are just a gleam in someone's eye or that have not yet started into the actual development process. So we'll say on the high end of that, $6 billion. If you were to sell bonds for that, the debt service on those bonds would be about $420 million a year. That is equivalent to a fuel tax increase of 19 cents per gallon statewide for 25 years. And that doesn't include the 50-30 distribution. So if you were to give locals half, you'd be at 38 cents per gallon. That's just to note that this is a large unfunded set of projects that we do not have funding strategies in place to complete these projects. And part of the governor's vision work group, I think the goal is finish some of what we've started. So this is what we have started, and we need then to figure out how are we going to move these forward and be able to finish those. So thank you. As Tova noted, we haven't really had a rigorous process in the past to move projects through the process, and decisions have often been made very early in before we have a stable project scope and a risk-based cost estimate. In fact, the managerial review that was done by the legislature last session noted that, and I'll quote here, projects are frequently funded or advanced before adequate scoping is complete, leading to unanticipated scope changes, budget overruns, and schedule delays downstream. And it recommended putting in place project readiness thresholds prior to making funding commitments. So what we're bringing forward is a proposal for a process that would do that. So we recommend some sort of prioritization framework that would ensure transparent and informed decision-making through a rigorous and disciplined process that creates a pipeline of projects that can advance through that process. That would allow us to make better strategic investment decisions for these major projects and improve the long-term financial management of our portfolio that we have struggled with in recent years. So the basic concept here, and we'll be bringing you something that is more fleshed out in the very near future, would look something like this. Each project would be required to receive commission approval to advance through various milestones, including initiating development, advancing through final design, and entering construction. Each of those milestones would require progressively greater design, analysis of the costs and benefits and risks, development of a funding plan, including phasing opportunities, and just doing that in-depth financial plan. And that would include a risk-based cost estimate. And Omar is going to talk about that in a little while, how we're applying that discipline. So commitments to fund projects would be made based on sufficient information in this system after we have the costs and benefits. So that would help us ideally avoid getting into a place where we have committed to completing a project before we actually know what the scope and cost of that project is, as has happened in recent, well, really the past decade or more. So we plan to bring an initial concept of this to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, as they are tasked by statute with helping us think through project delivery for projects over $250 million, so those major projects. And that meeting actually, I believe, is next week. So we'll be bringing forward a concept and having a discussion. The plan would be to come back to you with that after they've had some time to chew on it at the CIAC for a couple of meetings, bring it back here for your further discussion. And if you are in agreement, then move that forward. This will be a discussion that'll also play out in parallel at the governor's work group. There is a major project subgroup that, not coincidentally, is chaired by Vice Chair Beyer. And so they'll be engaging on this topic as well. Obviously, it is within your purview to set the policy for moving forward on major projects. We expect that they will probably appreciate getting that information and digging in on that topic, but they're really going to focus, I think, more on, how should the legislature be selecting those investments? What are the funding needs and what are the finance plan requirements and some of those things? But it will be a parallel discussion. We think it's important, though, to begin moving forward on some of this work so that we're not sitting back and waiting for the 27 legislature to address this. We need to take the reins and make sure we have a more disciplined process going into that conversation.
So Travis, real quick, just for I'm trying to put this into my brain here, thinking about it. So in the CIP, so these projects would be in the CIP. How are we going to run like parallel priorities? So if you have a major project or a large project over 100 million or 250 million versus other projects that ACTs have identified in their community, how are we going to do this so that we're not just taking the pot away from the smaller projects?
Commissioner Brown, it's a really good question. I think the important thing to note about major projects is they are generally of such a size and scope that they will not be fundable by themselves out of the pool of money in the STIP. The STIP might give them seed money for development and may help with that. But in general, they are going to need special allocations of money from the legislature or from federal grants or from local contributions and perhaps from the STIP as well. But that's why we don't want to imply that these projects, while they will be integrated into the capital investment plan process, they are not getting first call on the money. And in fact, it will be subject to the investment priorities. And I'll let Tova dive into more depth on that.
Rod will fix you
there. There we go. Okay. I think, Travis, that was well stated. The funding that is going towards the candidate projects that we're looking at today in the CIP, I think that that's funding that is specifically associated with asset preservation and safety at a very different scale than major projects. And I think one part of what we want to look at and what we want to set as an expectation is putting together a robust financial, like funding strategy that accounts for what truly becomes like a crazy quilt of different funding sources necessary to deliver major projects over many phases and over long periods of time. And that will actually, I think, help inform the sequencing of pursuing federal grants, for example, because I think that when federal grants, when notice of funding opportunities come out from the federal government, there's often like which projects are going to apply for these grants, and how many projects do we want to put forward to apply for grants. And I think the intention of this prioritization is that we will be laying out the timing of when individual projects would pursue all of the variety of large scale grant opportunities, for example. Or do we want to be pitting projects against each other at a federal level for limited federal funds, like for a particular grant cycle? But those are all things that we're not doing in an organized fashion right now, and we want to have more intentional and considered discussions about what our approach is for that. And those, I mean, the grant pursuit in particular takes months, if not longer, in preparation to really build robust and strong grant applications. We need our project teams to be well prepared for the NOFOs, so that they're waiting and ready, and we've already decided that those are grants we're going to apply for individual projects, for example. But anyhow, they're not competing is the bottom line with the rest of the CIP.
I think this process makes a lot of sense, and I kind of see the projects probably coming out of or at least arising out of the CIP process, coming up there and being flagged as a major project. And I guess there's a hope, if we've got them on the table, that if the legislature starts looking around for projects, that they would take it off the list and we would have some information. So that's hopeful, but it still begs the question, what if in developing the funding strategy in the next legislature, they come up and to buy votes, get 2 or 3 projects?
Commissioner, it's always going to be a challenge. And I think our goal is to have a list of projects. We can say, these are ready to move to the next stage. So if you want a project that we can certify, give it the stamp of approval, you can choose from this list. If they choose to fund other projects, a lot of those, maybe smaller scale projects and wouldn't have the financial implications. There were a couple of projects in HB 2017 that were only funded for a single phase. So I think of Omar and his US 97 Bend North Corridor project. The legislature funded it for one phase. We were able to get an infra grant and get local contributions and do the whole darn thing at once. Same with the I-5 Aurora Donald interchange, where the legislature said we're funding phase 1. We said, what's phase 1? But we found a phase 1, and then you brought forward additional funding. So that is always going to be a reality, and the commission will have to make decisions in those cases. The challenge would be if there was a project that, of these projects, listed here, if the legislature were to say, we're going to give you $100 million for Sunrise Corridor Phase 2, and we have not defined what a phase of that project is, that would be fundable for $100 million, then we're going to be having a bit of a challenge. We just need to be crystal clear up front what we can and cannot deliver and be able to explain that.
Well, I think a couple of obvious ones on that list are the Center Street Bridge, where there really was no money allocated, but they moved that ahead, and the Newburgh-Dundee bypass came organically out of the local area with a very strong legislative push.
Yeah, and I would note that in the Newburgh-Dundee bypass, there was funding set aside in HB 2017, but specifically for project development for phase 2. And so that was actually a reasonable thing. I think they put $22 million in, and we gave them a sense of what that could buy. And there was no expectation that that would get us into construction. In other cases, there was a partial allocation with an expectation that we'll get this to construction. And that's what we have to be able to be very clear about what the money will actually buy. So there, Center Street Bridge, I think it's kind of lost in the haze of history, but that is one where at the very most I can say is we had a extraordinarily early cost estimate. In the future, we would never bring that cost estimate forward in a way. We would say, we need to get $2 million to go do preliminary investigation on that project, not do a little bit of scoping and say, here's a $60 million project.
Yeah, I actually think that the part needs to be stronger at the front and say that we don't have any cost estimate to do that.
Yeah.
And we don't have the money to do it.
Yeah, this is one of those no good deeds shall go unpunished, where we were probably a little bit more accommodating than we should have been based on what we could actually say about projects at the time.
Yeah.
Just thinking about, when we talk about, I know we're not supposed to say the word earmark, but congressionally directed spending, and each, community competes against each other with our congressional delegation to get that funding. It's too bad we weren't smart enough as a state to just put together one project and say, this helps the state. I mean, I'm looking at those low impact ones, 5, 13, 3. We could tie all those 3 together and push that forward as an earmark. We have to get smarter about what we're doing, and everybody's got to give up at some point. So it's just a thought for your group to think about. That's one of the ways to fund things. I mean, just thinking outside the box, because I know I received $2 million.
So as we've talked about earlier in the day, and as Travis also brought up, we're working on more structure, tools and resources to set new processes and comprehensive project controls for our major project portfolio, to address risk management and address decision making. We're also implementing recommendations that came out of the strategic review and the managerial review, and also directions that have been given to ODOT from the 2025 legislative session. So we've completed the CIAC reset, which is focusing on major projects. We've delivered the first major project quarterly report, and we're preparing the next one, which we shared with the commission in May, and we're in the midst of establishing the capital investment plan. Omar's going to speak to steps that we're taking in cost estimating and cost risk analysis, specifically for major projects. He's going to dig into that a little bit more.
Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Before we leave that slide, in terms of related efforts underway, I think there's a big one that's missing there, and that is being self-facing enough to realize that we haven't gotten it right, and going through this process of saying we didn't get it right and we want to fix it. And that's a big effort. So, if I was going to add a bullet point, I would say that. I think this self-reflective exercise we're going through to really want to get this right begins with a conversation that says we haven't got it right in the past and we can do better. So, my 2 bits.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So hopefully everyone can hear me. Cost estimating has come up several times today, and it's been a point of emphasis for us internally now too. This was a standalone topic just last month at the ACEC ODOT Partnering Conference, which is our consulting industry conference. Myself, Zach Davis, who's our VE and risk program lead, and Joe Wolf, who's our senior estimator. We presented for 45 minutes on what we're doing with cost estimating and what we need to be doing with cost estimating moving forward. So we don't get the option to not manage risk. When we don't, it ends up embedded in our estimates and decisions. And at the individual project level, oftentimes it feels like those risks are manageable. But when it aggregates across a program, as the commission's seen, it becomes a real problem. So we're ingraining this across several fronts, thinking about what Tova talked about earlier with the CIP and different kind of tracks. We're going to start ingraining this more into the CIP, right, which is early in the process. into formal project controls, which isn't something we talk about a lot, but something that Tove and I have been discussing and taking very seriously as well. And what I mean by that is emphasis on project health, right, from cradle to grave on the delivery side. And then also focusing in on the more direct points of influence. So our project managers and construction managers who are leading things in the field and giving them the education and tools they need to kind of implement that every day. We want to make sure that we're defining and training on cost risk at all levels. Currently, cost risk is defined and required per a highway directive, and that is a requirement at greater than $25 million of project value, but it isn't really much more granular than that. So we have a small group allocated to provide training on that and help perform cost risk assessment, and also update and revise the guidance. And there at the bottom of the slide, you see a little bit of application, how we're applying that in reality. So for projects less than 10 million, they tend to be just more targeted. Is there a unique situation or circumstance on the project that would require a formal cost risk assessment? At the 10 to $25 million range, it's more evaluative. So just kind of getting a taste for what's going on, more tip of the iceberg, but not deep diving across the board. And there you see, 25 million and above, it's just flat out required, the deep dive. And then greater than 50, we're doing it on an iterative level. So 30, 60, 90% plans sort of thing. As part of this process, we run statistical analyses based on risks, impacts, and probability. And that's a little like a screenshot of the histogram that you see there. And we want to provide information to folks at a project and funding program level to be able to make budget, scope, and delivery decisions at that point. We also need to be continually adapting and improving. Cost risk estimation and risk analysis isn't a static craft. It's something that changes. So we want to make sure that we're aligned with industry and peer state best practices there. And at the end of the day, the goal is to have improved cost accuracy, reduced cost growth, post-award. So in construction, improved schedule performance, which of course supports all of that, and generally just more predictable outcomes.
Oh, sorry. I was still looking at the graph.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
This obviously takes us to a certain set of skills that you're trying to train up. Do you envision this to be centralized or out in the field, or how will it be organized across the state?
I think we're going to need to start at a very much more centralized level. We're fortunate to have really sharp folks already contributing, and maybe a future state, it would be nice to have more regional expertise. But estimation and cost risk analysis is a pretty specific and unique craft. So it's going to take a lot of education and implementation practice before we can really see that distributed across all regions evenly.
At this time, the expertise is already centralized, and it's within Delivery and Operations Division in our project development section, and has been there for quite some time. It was really developed out of House Bill 2017 as an outcome of House Bill 2017. That was the bones of it, and we've expanded that. I think the level of knowledge in recent years, and I think that to Omar's point, building that knowledge and understanding of how to use the tools across the regions is really important. There's establishing what the expectations are around cost estimating and risk analysis, and how that needs to be how it is iterative, how we need to be looking at project risks during design, and thinking about project risks all the way through construction completion. And I think the conversation that we had just before the last agenda item on Abernathy Bridge is a good example of that, and that in a lot of projects, particularly in our most complex projects, risks are identified in design and may not play out until the completion of construction. And we need to think about when risks will play out and how we will manage finances to be prepared for those risks. The work that we're doing isn't to make all the risk go away. It's to be like very thoughtful in the management of risk and financial preparedness to address it.
I think one of the things that being on the commission as long as I have, you see, we've identified those risks. Then all of a sudden, when the cost of that risk comes into play, I think that that's where we struggle the most because we don't anticipate enough dollars into that risk. And yet you try to weigh this when you're letting a project out there and you have this built into your estimation. What happens is it gets eaten up by other things in the project. And then by the time you get to the risk, there's nothing left. And I don't know how you address that. It's almost like you have to have a separate pot of money that's set aside for risk.
Yeah, Chair Brown, that is exactly right. And I think that we've learned a lot and we're continuing to learn, and we are now putting together tools and processes and expectations around how we manage our funding so that we have money so we have money identified for managing how those risks will play out. And that is something that we are still working through. We've been talking about everything we've learned on Abernathy. We took some different steps in how we were managing risks and planning for how risks would play out on the Outer Powell project. We're thinking about how to manage that going into Center Street construction as well. I mean, we're having, I think, really substantial, like they're really like similar, but at a very different scale conversations for the Interstate Bridge replacement as well. I mean, these projects all have like longer duration construction means that you're carrying risks over a longer period of time, and thinking truly about having money available to work through those risks when they're going to come up is important. And frankly, we have a really limited experience within ODOT delivering projects that take years and years and years of construction.
When you let a contract and you're working and you have this risk, is it in the overall cost of the contract? So in other words, you make the contractor aware of what the risk is that going into the contractor, right? And then you set aside, is there a way is that the smartest way to do this? I mean, my question would be, if you know you have this risk, are you going to try to negotiate a contract later on for that piece of it, that phase?
It's a good question, and the answer is nuanced because to some extent it depends on the delivery method, what the contract delivery method is. I think in most cases, and Omar, please jump in with examples as well. ODOT is responsible. We as an owner are responsible for managing for thinking about the costs and the risks over the life of the entirety of the project. The contractor is responsible for thinking about looking at what risks they think are going to be playing out and figuring out how to incorporate that into their bid or into their price as we're negotiating price for a design build project, for example. So the answer is it depends on, it depends on the type of project, but ultimately, I think from our standpoint as the owners, it's our responsibility to think about the overall cost to deliver the project all the way through construction completion. And some of that will be baked into our bid items and into our specs. And some of that is going to be separate, and our awareness of things that may play out or may not play out over the life of construction. Omar, is there anything out there?
Yeah, I think Tova is pretty spot on. The risk management piece starts day one, and it needs to be iterative over the life of the job. There's so many different ways to head it off. Tova mentioned delivery method, for example. So we should be using multiple tools in our toolbox to pick the best method to minimize the most risk to the taxpayer, right, to the contractor, whoever. And then from a contingency standpoint, we do have tables that kind of tell us how much we should be carrying on a project type basis. Those tables are always being updated based on real data. But again, going through a risk process, you might determine, hey, we need to hold a little more aside here. We need to think about managing this work differently. Maybe we need to avoid this area altogether until we can figure it out better. On that contingency piece, that's something that we work with FHWA on too. We need to justify it to them. as well. And so I think you saw the histogram on the last slide. We don't have to go back to it, but that's really looking at probability of costs based on a simulation that runs these probabilities millions of times. And it kind of gives you an idea of what would be a good idea to fund to for this project and what would be a good idea to target from a scope and estimate standpoint to kind of give you that cushion. That doesn't always mean that we'll have the cash to do it, which means, you know, back to Tova's nuance, how are we managing it throughout the life to minimize those impacts later?
Good stuff. Nerdy stuff. All right, I think we're good to move to next steps. All right, so our intention is to bring a proposed process to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee next week for discussion, and then to return to the commission this fall with a refined process for your consideration and discussion. We would like to be implementing this approach by the end of this year or early 2027 and implement it for existing projects that are not fully funded. So what we're looking for is a methodology for all of the existing projects that we can grandfather them into, and then also a methodology for projects that haven't been initiated yet. So that is our intention, and then we would have this all integrated into the tools and processes that are part of the capital investment plan. So as we spoke about earlier, the idea that there'll be a capital investment plan delivery loop that's specific to major projects. And as Travis shared, our intention is to also be sharing this with the Governor's Vision subgroup on major projects. And we expect there'll be discussions there as well as early as next week.
Comment.
Admire your boldness in tackling this. It's big, it's complicated, but it could have a huge impact. So thank you.
It's good.
And I'm looking at the timing. And if you're looking at trying to early 27, at least, if we have a policy in place on how projects will move forward, this may help the legislative piece of this so that we're not caught in this process again, because we know we will be as we're moving forward and talking about a transportation package. There's always that idea from legislators that I have my pet project that I want. I'll give you a vote, but you give me this. Well, if it doesn't meet the criteria or the process, then you won't get what you want. And we've drawn the line. I don't know how well that will go. We can try.
It's a try.
We can try. So, but thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sounds like your subgroup's got a lot of work ahead of them, Lee. Hey, we are right on time. Uh-oh. Except this one is a decision.
This one is informational. Well, decision, did I say decision? Sure, whatever the thing says. It
does say a decision.
It is, thank you. Very ready for that.
All right.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, and want to talk to you about the Strategic Action Plan. So you all are familiar with the SAP. We're going to talk a little bit about the background just for an overview, but you may ask, why are we talking about this now? So oftentimes we come with a strategic action plan since it was created and develop milestones for each year. This year looks different because we're in a state of flux in many ways. Look at all the agenda topics we've covered today. I think illustrates the challenges in front of our organization. And so we'll talk a little bit about a different approach this year and kind of our staff recommendation for that. So the decision would be some amendments to the strategic action plan. The plan was originally produced a few years ago, so it covers the years 2024 through 2028. Really that 5-year period. It helps to implement requirements from the governor's office on having a strategic plan. Each agency needs to have that. So there are requirements that we will still fulfill as part of the strategic action plan. And it does help to focus the agency. So you think about our long range policies, you think about some of those other pieces. This is our shorter term actions of what do we really need to focus on in the near term. As a reminder, there's three main outcome areas of the SAP, including a modern transportation system. So that's really where you see system operations, maintenance operations, biking, walking, some of those kinds of activities, equity. But underlying all of that is sufficient and reliable funding. We need the funding to be able to do the work, to basically run and maintain and operate the agency. Which is why you'll see some of the changes that we're proposing here today. So we've been seeking sufficient reliable funding for some time. With the referendum and uncertainty and things, that has created a change in the organization in terms of our ability to deliver on some of these things. I will say outright that we still have commitment towards achieving all of these outcomes. I think part of it is the how. How quickly can we move on some of the actions that we've identified previously? And in what ways? So areas where we're modernizing software systems, some of the DMV to you work where they've added kiosks in different locations or meeting people where they are. Some of that work still continues. That's part of our modernization work as an agency. There are other things, however, we're going to have to pull back on and cannot do as much in because we don't have the funding to support that. And so we'll talk a little bit about those pieces. Which really is here. We have a lack of funding after the legislative discussion. And because of those things, we're just in a state of flux. So what our recommendation is today is that we are pausing tracking of some of the specific outcomes for now. At the end of the year, we can come back and we can say, here's the things that we have continued to do and make progress on towards the strategic action plan, but not develop all those individual precise milestones where we've had probably 20 or 30 different actions each year that have shown and demonstrated how we've done these things.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you want questions as we go along or comments or what would you prefer?
Sure. I defer to your preference. I'm happy to answer questions as we go.
So the recommendation to pause the tracking of specific outcomes for now. I had a bad reaction to it because we're holding the system accountable by not meeting our strategic action plan items. And that's the reason.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get a bad result, but the bad result is a result of us being put in the position that we're put in. And I don't have a problem seeing bad results. I'd be more interested, honestly, in this and seeing an extension of timelines because our actions aren't going to change.
Correct.
We just don't have the ability to execute on the actions. Now, I know that might sound like a whole bunch of busy work, but we're trying to hold ourselves accountable to, our action plan, and we're going to have some failing scores in our action plan because we don't have the resources. But to continue to report on and report that that's the reason,
right,
rather than lack of interest or whatever, I kind of feel a preference to it.
Absolutely.
Not that I'd ever want you to have to waste time because you don't have time to waste, but I think that there could be some value.
Well, let's see what they're going to pause. Are you going to tell us what recommendations you were thinking about pausing?
Yeah, what you'll see in the letter that we proposed is, again, these outcomes are all important and there is work being done on each and every one of these things. However, some of the tasks, I think to your point, Commissioner Baker, the timelines go out that you have seen in the past and we've started work on. We're just not going to be able to get to it. And it's because of the budget issues. It's because of the uncertainty. It's because of the numbers Travis shared earlier with the staffing that's gone down over time. When we have that level of vacancy rate, we just can't produce the same things in the same time frame. So I'm happy to go back and just make sure that we're explaining that holistically. And I also want to note from an outcomes perspective, we still have the state of the system dashboard. So we are tracking how we're doing in safety and asset management and all these kind of things. And you will see that performance go down. And there's a reason why. I think our immediate recommendation here is that we're not developing really specific milestones this year, but we will still track how we do relative to these outcomes and explain that difference and why.
Okay, can you back up one slide?
You bet.
Nope, 2 slides. Wherever the suggestion is. There it is.
There.
The recommendation to pause the tracking of specific outcomes for now. So does that, what you said sounds a little different than that.
Yeah, so we will do a report at the end of the year. So I think maybe the language isn't as precise on this slide as it should be. The way I would describe it is we are not identifying specific milestones. So you see the actions listed in the strategic action plan. Normally we would go through a process and we'd say, here's all the milestones and the 6 pieces that's going to roll up to be that thing. And we track those individually. So we're not going to create the milestones. We're not going to track to that level, but we still will track the outcomes as a whole and be able to report on those. So I think that's the difference there. So apologies on the language on the slide. Vice Chair Baker, did you have a question?
You're probably as confused as I am. Keep going.
Okay. So in what our proposal entails is putting a letter in the strategic action plan at the beginning that just kind of notes this point in time that we're at, which is recognizing the things that I shared previously in terms of the funding challenges, the staffing challenges, those kind of things, which leads to challenges in our progress. But what we do want to note is, in addition to some of the specific things called out there, and I think complementary to many of the things in the strategic action plan, there's a number of efforts that we have going on that we want to acknowledge are a priority for the agency. These align with many of the agenda topics that you've had, and I think are trying to recognize the criticisms that have come into the organization and that we see those, we hear those, and we're actively working on it. So Commissioner Baker, I think your comments to the previous agenda item are, we're seeing the hard things, we're trying to take actions to move on those things. So the letter itself is trying to recognize some of those really big efforts to do so. Capital investment plan, not a small initiative, as you all know. That's a huge lift for the organization and it's taken a fair amount of time. The end result of that, absolutely worth it. But it is taking resources that are limited that we have. So what we're trying to do in this is describe kind of where we are focused so that that's clear as part of this process. Portfolio management is kind of the major projects agenda item that you had previously and what we've talked about as a capital investment plan. Obviously, a big focus for us right now is the Governor's Transportation Vision effort and supporting those groups and subgroups. 2 of you or many of you are at least on those subgroups and committees. That's a fairly large lift. It's a number of meetings. It's getting a ton of materials together. It's working with our communities and our stakeholders to have consistent messages because we're all in this together. It's not just an ODOT problem. This is a state of Oregon problem. So a lot of effort around that. And then fulfilling the commitments around some of the major projects you talked about earlier, updates you heard from Ryan, Vidal, and others. And then also just focusing on a functional organization. When we are going through a time where there's budget uncertainty, where we've had a number of staff turnover and we have a high vacancy rate, we do need to spend the time to make sure that our agency is foundational, is strong, something that Director Sumption's put a lot of time into and helped to support our agency in transitioning to, but recognizing we have to put some time and we have to put some effort there in order for us to be productive on the other end of that. Okay, so as I mentioned, our recommendation is a cover letter to explain kind of where we are, that we're focused on these kind of things. And then from the next step discussion that we'll update on progress in late 2026, early 2027. So again, apologies for the confusion earlier. It's the change this year is not developing really specific milestones. It's not tracking at that detail level, but it is still reporting on the overall progress that we're making relative to these things and why maybe we're not making progress in certain areas. We need to be honest about that. And then after legislative session, hopefully clarity on kind of where things sit as an organization, and then actually opening the strategic action plan back up, more than just a letter, and saying, where are the areas we really need to focus on? And what does that look like? What are the big things? What are the small things? And having that discussion then. So that's kind of our recommendation is, and requested action is that we add a cover letter into the strategic action plan that it just explains this point in time and where we're at so that we're very public about it. We're not throwing the strategic action plan out. It still is viable. Those are still outcome areas we want to achieve, but it looks different this year and we want to explain why and make sure that's transparent.
Well, I think one of the things none of us in the strategic action plan and looking at where we were going with a lot of our milestones and what we were trying to do, a lot of things that, and it had to do with funding, stable funding, didn't happen. So it's almost like we have to pause and rebalance what we're doing. But we also, I believe this year we would have started our update for the next 4 years. And it doesn't seem like we should be doing that work at this point because we need the stable funding to be able to do that piece of it. Can you go back? Let's see. Right there. Some of these things that are in front of us, like the implementing HB 3991, that wasn't in the strategic plan originally. So there's the work with the rec, those other pieces that we probably will need to put in there and update how we're going to track the progress on that. And again, the vision work group work isn't in there. Thoughts? I understand your concerns, and it's probably, I think Lee, it went like the same way I did. It's like, what? We're not going to track this. I do think that you have to keep track of things so that you can tell the story of what we're missing out on, why we missed the mark, and weren't able to fulfill our obligations. Because we have to think about the strategic action plan. Yes, it's our body of work for us to kind of what we should be doing. But it's also required by the governor. So the governor is looking at it through the lens of, why didn't you guys complete what you said you were going to do?
Yeah, and to include those other things to say.
Define portfolio management. It's a pretty vague term.
So portfolio management is kind of a term in this instance to refer to, like, for example, once projects, concepts are in the capital investment plan, that we are further investigating those to define them, to get them ready to eventually program dollars to, or have an off-ramp from the capital investment plan, that we are figuring out what phases of projects that we're ready to move forward with and when, and matching the dollars to it. So it's more of the kind of financial management of projects and adding the dollars to it is what we meant in this context.
Mr. Chang?
I was just going to say, not only should this letter, I think the letter is a good idea. I think, kind of an explanation, basically, what we are able to do, what we're not able to do is good. And to kind of follow some of Commissioner Baker's thoughts, these pieces are not paused, but they are the time that we're going to be able to deliver them is pushed out. And here's what it's going to take. Not just we couldn't do it because we didn't have the capacity, but we could get it done by this time if we had X, Y, and Z.
Yes, Vice Chair.
It's almost and maybe it's covered in capital investment plan. I'm not sure, but it almost seems like we should have a bullet point that just talks about asset preservation.
When I look at that piece on efficient, strong agency, I think that that's going to be critical, because that's what we've been talking about all morning. Really, I mean, if you think about it, your employee retention, how we retain the employees we have, how do you take the talent that we have and promote it up, or do what we need to do to make it work? What is our priorities left of those 700 vacancies? What is it we are absolutely critical we have to have? And by doing that, we're sending a clear message to the employees that we're addressing that. We're just not looking for a bailout and sitting back and saying we're doing nothing.
So this is a proposal, and what I would say is, if the commission's not comfortable with kind of how we're couching it now, we'd be happy to go back, take some feedback and rework that and bring that back to the commission. I will just, I think, reiterate that our recommendation here is just changing the process for this in recognition of kind of where we are in a point of time. But I think the reporting on the outcomes is still key through the state of the system dashboard, through our update that's noted here at the end of the year, where we're going to say how we did and why we did well or not well in certain areas.
Amanda, this may just be a nuance, but flip back to that, Kenny, again. The efficient and strong agency. The bolded words there, the big bullet. Chair got me thinking about something that might be missing. That's all about our people.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about the agency, but maybe that bullet, there ought to be a bullet about our people.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to.
Does that make sense?
It does. And I think that's the intention of the sub bullets under there. Yes. Is around employee retention, succession planning is the people and the movement up. Priority recruitment is getting the humans on board to be able to support staff and not have people wearing the 3 and the 4 hats that they are today. Yeah. We have to support the people because the people produce the products.
Yes.
If you go back, let's go back. Keep going right here. Maybe it's one more. No, maybe not. Maybe it's just the person, the equity piece. I guess, I mean, if you look at our strategic action plan in there, there's a piece about our staff. And I think that that's where it kind of falls into that play of it. What was the timeline on this, the letter?
So the letter would be just for this calendar year, so 2026, and would go through kind of early 2027. So we just say this is basically effective until the end of session, where more clarity is hopefully provided. And then that commitment at that point to come and take a much deeper look and get into things and make sure that we're having the right focus areas. We're really diving into the actions and making strong commitments.
But I mean, when are we going to put it out?
The letter, so our intent is effective today. If you were to take the action to append this or add this to the document, that it would be included online as of today, that would help tell that story.
So what I think might make the commission feel more comfortable, because I know that the letter comes from me as the chair, is let's send the draft out. Not that we want to start wordsmithing, but see how comfortable the commission is with the letter.
Okay.
And you can get feedback from each individual commissioner. Just send it to their email, let them make comment.
The strategic action plan is not, other than the governor wanted one. I mean, this is really something for the commission.
It is.
To guide our work. And so the posting of it someplace, I'm not sure how important that is, really. It's not really a big public document. It's more an internal document that we can measure our workload on it, and I guess report to the governor. She wants to know, yes, what are we doing?
Yeah. Yes.
So I think you got the headings right. The only one that, as I mentioned, I think we need to talk about asset preservation, because that's kind of what we've been talking about a lot. And it'd be nice to have metrics, but at least we have the areas and we can see where we're at.
Right. Great.
When we get down the road.
And I would just share, I think, Vice Chair, to your point, because this is something that's self-initiated by the commission, informs the agency and the commission itself. There's not the formal processes that we'd necessarily go through with, say, an adopted plan or something like that. So maybe Chair Brown, to kind of riff off of your suggestion, I'd be happy to make a few edits based on what I heard here today, send that to each commissioner, add some comments in. We'll take those, we'll finalize those, and then whatever kind of we land on collectively, we'll take this as kind of conditional approval from the commission, that those edits then we'll add there just for the public transparency. So is anybody clamoring for it right now? Not necessarily, but I think for public transparency on where we are in the process and our level of commitments, I think it's important to share that when we're ready to land it. Is that fair?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. I stay up here.
You don't want any more questions, do you? Okay, then take that slide down.
Quickly.
Go.
You're not going anywhere though.
Come, friend. Max, come up.
Is the seat still warm?
No, it's not. Don't mind.
It's starting to make you sweat a little, I think.
It's
It's getting a little warmer.
I almost felt like I broke the commission.
No, you didn't break us.
No, we're in
Yes,
the fixed.
Not yet, we're not crying.
Okay, for the record, still Amanda Pease, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis.
Still Topher Peltz, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator.
Great. So this topic is informational and is really to share an update to our fix-it routes. And this is something I think that's really helpful, one, to share publicly and to with you as well, because it will really affect how we're prioritizing investments in our capital investment plan, how we're even prioritizing our maintenance operations activities, and some other things that you'll hear about later. So they are really foundational. Fix-it routes. So fix-it kind of comes from the term we use in the STIP that you talked about earlier. So maintaining, preserving our transportation system. We had original routes that were designated about 20 years ago. This is the map kind of showing some of those routes and locations. What you'll see in the update is we designated quite a few more routes actually overall, but what we've done is tier them, and you'll see fewer routes in the first couple tiers than kind of this overall framework. So it didn't necessarily have some prioritization to it in terms of kind of subsets within the route definitions. But what it did include is some of our major north-south and east-west connectors. It was based in a time period way back when I actually worked on the seismic lifeline routes and the designations of those. So if we had a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake, what are our major areas that we want to get up and functional as quickly as possible? So it really took information from that, but I would say more than anything, probably a less data-driven process and more a expertise process to identify these potential routes. So really relying on the engineering expertise of the chief engineer and division administrator at the time when this was created. So the existing routes haven't taken into account some of the changes in our system overall. So as we look at the map to the right, we've shared this with the legislature and continue to, as we look at our conditions today, let alone how red this gets in the future without additional funding. But with the limited dollars we have, and let's talk about the STIP that we talked about earlier today. With the 2730 STIP, we've said we have few dollars that we're basically only paving interstates after that time frame. So in that time frame, you can see how red those routes get. That's a prioritization, right? Trying to figure out where we focus limited dollars. So those priority routes really need to be updated to make sure that we're really considering all the ways in which the transportation system serves the users of those systems, the vulnerability of some of those routes, and how we identify and find things that we need to prioritize. So we've gone and we've updated the routes. So this is the new map. So I'll go back to, this is the old map of the fix-it routes created about 20 years ago. This is the new map. So you'll see it has more routes. Tova will go over each of the tiers that we have for those routes. So you'll see there's 4 tiers that are listed here. And the first ones kind of align well with the interstate system generally. What we did in revisiting this is really took a more of a data-driven process. We started with looking at all NHS routes, so that's National Highway System, and OHP is Oregon Highway Plan, our freight routes. So we want to think about people and good movement very specifically here. And what we did as we looked at these is not only looked at kind of the primary system, but tried to think about, as we prioritize limited investments, having a split between the tiers. So essentially, each of those 4 tiers has about 25% of the national highway system and our priority freight routes in them as we looked. The prioritization itself took into account these different dynamics as we looked at things. So we looked at the functional classification of the roadways. So this is something in our Oregon Highway Plan and nationally that we have routes designated for certain things. Arterials, throughways, all those different kind of things, designated routes for freight routes. We also took into account the connection across so that you have a backbone system at the end of the day. So connecting north, south, and east, west. We looked at lifeline routes, kind of like the original considered. But a couple of different things that we looked at this time was vehicle miles traveled. How utilized are some of these routes? Also, are they connecting population centers? Are they connecting employment centers? Those are obviously key destinations for our travelers, for our goods movement that we need to think about. The other one on there that I'll highlight for a moment because I think it's really important is isolation index. And what that means is that we looked at routes that don't have basically available detours. So if that route goes down, there is no other connection to a community. That community is cut off and isolated. That's super important for emergency response, for economic development, for all the different pieces. So we took that into account as well. So you'll see up here, there's just a number of different factors that we really tried to put together to see how are our routes used, why are they important, and how do they connect as we updated these different routes.
We're gonna briefly zip through what routes are on each tier. So tier 1 routes are essential to regional and statewide connectivity. Are critical to statewide mobility, freight, and resilience. And as you can see from this map, that includes the interstates, US 97 and OR 58. So these routes carry the highest number of vehicles every day and are critical to whole connectivity of the state and connectivity from across the whole West Coast. Tier 2 routes are essential to regional and statewide connectivity, but slightly less critical than tier 1. These tier 2 routes include most of US 101, US 30 to the coast, US 26 from Portland to the coast, OR 18 and to the coast, and US 20, Corvallis to the coast, Bend to Ontario, for example. So these capture our coast connections in particular, and some east-west connections across the state. Tier 3 routes are primarily focused on regional mobility and access. So those are the remaining portions of US 101, US 199 in Southern Oregon, and for example, also Oregon 22 and Oregon 20 from Salem to Bend. And then finally, Tier 4 represents the lower priority national highway system routes that still carry federal significance. That's includes US 395 and US 26 from Sisters to Ontario and Oregon 82 to Joseph. The Tier 5 is actually not really a tier, because it represents all of the rest of the highway system. So that's about 50% of the 50% of the highway system falls beyond the tiering, and these are routes that are not NHS routes and that are not part of the Oregon Highway Plan freight routes. So these are primarily provide local access and local connectivity.
Do you have a map of that?
Pardon?
The tier 5, do you have a map of that?
We don't.
You don't want people to know how bad they have it?
We don't have it in this presentation, but we
Okay.
have all of this online in our GIS systems now that's available internally and externally, and we'd be happy to share that.
There's actually a link to the whole map, in the OTC letter in your packets. If you went to the electronic version of that, you could follow the link.
Yeah, and any member of the public can then zoom in on their area and jurisdiction to see what tier it falls in, or if it doesn't fall in the tier.
So when you went back to the original map where it had all the different colors in the beginning, sorry.
And
all the way.
what I would say is, as you're asking, I think that one. That's all of the tiers. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of hard to differentiate the colors on the online.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you go back to the one that had the poor, that one right
That one.
there.
That's pavement.
That kind of gives you an idea of some of the 5, if you look at some of those areas.
I think there's a few of the non-represented tiers here shown on the condition map as well, but this isn't.
Well, I mean, it's, I think about the eastern side, everything from 97 over.
Yeah.
It's really, really poor. And they're going to be isolated. I mean, of course, they may not have the seismic result that the rest of us have, but
My observation is most of those roads are in better shape than the roads in the valley.
Well, the map that's on the screen actually shows that. So the map that's on the screen right now is the pavement condition map based on the pavement condition report from 2024. And the east side of the state, I think a lot of it is showing up as as blue on this map because the pavement's in good condition. And there's probably more good condition pavement on the east side of the state than certainly more on the east side of the state than there is on the west side of the state.
I know it's there's.
Yes. No questions.
Well,
Does that surprise you?
not allowing more questions than hired today. Okay, go ahead.
Natural disasters, wildfire escape routes, Highway 6 slides. Were they in the Lifeline comment?
So, yeah, let me find that. Okay, so of all the things that we looked at here, and I actually don't know that it's called out as specifically as it should be. So, Lifeline routes are for mainly the seismic piece. We also looked at resilience routes. And so this is something I shared with the commission maybe 2-3 years ago. We did an analysis of all different risks. So landslides, extreme rainfalls, wildfires, and keep naming all the hazards that we deal with. And we identified where there's multiple high-risk locations and vulnerabilities across the system. So that actually was used in part of this in developing the routes, not only from the standpoint of understanding where those risks are from an isolation standpoint, but also where the risks are from potentially the costs. As we think about the benefit cost estimate, some of those that are highly vulnerable areas are very high cost to also address some of those issues.
Yeah. And then just a thought. The Region 1 Act is really struggling for purpose. So, they've asked me to come back to them and say, what kind of advice does the commission really need from the Region 1 Act? And so when I saw this pop up, I thought, well, this would have been an interesting topic for the Region 1 Act to sink their teeth into relative to any changes in the fix-it routes within the region.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing I think would be true over at the NEACT, that they would be interested in taking a look at this. Last fall, before we knew what the funding was going to look like for our operations and maintenance team over there, where, you're entering the snow season, Asa Clark, who's one of our team over in Region 5, was walking through the act, what the triage was for big snow events and what the priorities were. And as I was listening to you talk, a lot of the priorities in dealing with snow are, similar to your list. And it began with being able to get access to healthcare in the small communities. So there might be some things where if we push this back to the ACTs, maybe the ACTs could weigh in and give us some counsel on this, either at the ACT chairs or back out to them. I don't know where they asked.
So Commissioner Baker, from a timing perspective, part of the impetus for really doing the update of the fix-it routes is, as we were thinking with a capital investment plan of doing the actual scoring of the projects and evaluation, we looked and we said, oh, well, we can use the fix-it routes. And then we started asking questions of are those actually representative of all the things that have been going on? So anyway, we did a fairly quick internal process. This is actually our first kind of public debut of what we drafted. And I think we needed to land something for the first iteration of the capital investment plan in order to help with a prioritization. And we just wanted to be very public on kind of what we did and where we landed. What I would say, though, is we have plans on updating the Oregon Highway Plan. We've talked to this commission about that. Part of that will be talking about kind of the route definitions and those kind of things. And that leads itself into kind of relooking at these as well. So I think there is future opportunity to have those conversations with our area commissions, with others, as we dig into the policy framework and the framing of kind of our routes and designations.
Were there any significant changes? Were there some fix-it routes that came off?
So if you look back at the original map, each and every one of these routes is still included in that process. Now, not all are the tier 1. So if you see the difference between that quickly to tier 1, it looks a little bit different. So, but they are included, I think, in the first 2 tiers. Yeah. And we just expanded to have more of those in kind of lower level tiers so that we really are looking holistically at our roadway network. So they're all included. Nothing came off the list.
Go ahead. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I assume it's sort of, this would be key when the legislature and the governor's group start talking about funding decisions is, you have X amount of funding, limited funding. The answer is probably we're going to focus on tier 1. Mm-hmm. Probable exceptions to that are safety issues that pop up.
Right.
One of which could be painting fog lines.
Vice Chair Byer, I think it's a great point, and I think I'm going to use that to segue to this last slide on how we'll use the fix-it routes in the future. When we had conversations last year about the impact of maintenance and operations reductions in the agency, one of the things we talked a lot about was levels of service, like winter levels of service. And you may remember the winter level of service maps, and there was a color-coded table about levels of service. The level of service map and that table about what level of service different routes will receive ties back to this, to this topic. In this space where we don't have enough, where we know we don't have enough money to take care of our system the way we want to, and we're managing an aging system, we are in the position where we have to make a lot of very difficult decisions about where we're going to prioritize our funds. That conversation about levels of service and reduced levels of service was really a reflection of that, and we used an unofficial tiering method to come to that. This updated fix-it tiering will better align with the winter level of service maps and decisions we need to make about reduced levels of service if our funding requires it. Additionally, the conversation we had earlier today about the 2730 STIP and how little money there is for paving in the 2730 STIP, and the very difficult decision we had to make to use our limited paving dollars in 2730 exclusively for the interstates is another reflection of the kinds of decisions we need to make. And this tiered approach allows us to make those decisions in a methodical way and show our work better. We're in a position where we're making terrible decisions, and we're making terrible decisions about how that will very much impact how communities are able to connect with each other, connect to services, travel during during severe weather events. These are all terrible conversations for us to be having. The intention of the tiered fix-it routes, in large part, is to allow us to have a more thoughtful conversation about how it is we'll make those terrible decisions in the first place. And it certainly allows us to talk about how all of these routes serve different communities. I don't think that Amanda or I think that it's a great idea to stop serving different communities because of where they fall in the tiering at all. I think it's more of the practicality of limited funding and needing to make some really difficult decisions about how we manage conditions and how we manage maintenance and operations.
And I think to that point, it's that's why we try to rely on really a data-driven process to empirically look at that, because it's not about our love for any of the communities across the state and what they provide, because every area of the state deserves to be served by our transportation system, and just the reality is we can't fund it. The one thing I want to add, Vice Chair Byer, just because you brought up the safety piece, we're very intentional in calling these fix-it routes, and you'll see, as described here on the slide, it's really around kind of our maintenance, operations, state of good repair pieces. where we talk about safety, multimodal, and other needs across the transportation system. This is not the prioritization of routes for that. It is for the kind of maintenance operation pieces.
Yes, go ahead.
That was my question. I was, because I see this, this final slide, it's talking about the capital investment plan. It's also talking about operations maintenance. So thank you for clarifying that this is going to be a tool for helping us prioritize where we're spending our limited operations maintenance dollars. And I am trying to figure out whether what that linkage looks like between available funding and these tiered routes, and kind of how those two things will connect to each other.
I think that the most immediate place we're going to have that conversation is in the Governor's Vision Work Group subgroup on maintenance, operations, and preservation. When next week, when that subgroup meets, we'll be able to we'll be able to talk about prioritization of limited funds. And I think that's the intention of the Governor's Vision Work Group over the course of the summer is to talk about how we make those decisions and those priorities. I mean, that's what the work group will do. That's outside of, we're providing support to that. But I think that's teeing up the conversation for the legislature.
I also think the capital investment plan, as we share back the projects that were submitted. So I also just want to say the capital investment plan, when you see it, we're seeing subsets of subsets of subsets, right? So we asked our area commissions, for example, and some had a hard time narrowing down to 5 projects that each of them put forward. That's not all their needs. So seeing those things go in, we limited our regions and our programs and what they put in. And I think it'll be really illustrative in a very chilling way to see what we can't get to. Because what we can get to is very limited. And I think we'll be able to see that and explain that in a better way too with the capital investment plan. Okay.
I think the maps we have it lined out makes a lot of sense. In my mind, the highest priority has to be keeping the economy moving. And then the safety alongside that. And that has a lot to do with where most of the people are. I mean, there's a reason why the north end of the valley has the biggest needs because there are more people using that road and wearing it out.
And the safety issues are larger because of the
And it
population.
creates a safety. You get the concave pavement out there and then get water on top of it and it's real dangerous.
And speaking of safety, the safety action plan is up next.
Yes. Okay, with that said, this is a process chat, guys. So we are behind just a little bit, not bad, half hour. But we have a break. Can we take a really quick break? Because I know we haven't had
Charge
lunch
your
since
head.
lunch. What?
I'm ready to charge ahead.
You're ready to charge ahead? That's a first. Okay. What the rest of you?
A quick
5 minutes?
5 minutes?
5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, most of the pictures haven't even seen them.
What's
Have
that?
you read the transportation safety?
Yes, I have.
Right. For the record, Amanda Peets, Policy Data Analysis Division Administrator, joined by.
My name is Mary McMillan and Statewide Transportation Planner and also Project Manager to the Transportation Safety Action Plan.
So thankfully for you all, you're going to hear mostly from Mary on this topic. One, I just want to give a little kudos and shout out to Mary and the work that her and the team have done on this. It's a big lift to develop any transportation plan. We've worked with a ton of stakeholders across the state in its development. And this is, I would say, in my opinion, one of the most impactful ones that we do because it is focused on the key topic of safety. We use a data-driven process to make our decisions, to set priorities. And we use this as the actions we truly move forward with. So kind of like we talked about in the last agenda topic on fix-it routes and narrowing in on what we can do, we do that with safety as well. What are the things that make the biggest difference in saving lives? At the end of the day, no loss of life is acceptable, and we really need to find ways that we reverse these troubling trends. Now, I would say without the efforts we've been doing, safety would probably look worse in the state than it does because there are areas we're making differences. We're adding roundabouts, we're educating, we're providing more enforcement. And yet we are still having significant safety problems and those increase year over year. And so we really have to find ways to focus our attention to make a real and meaningful difference. And this plan is the foundation for not only how ODOT does that, how we work with other state agencies, whether that's law enforcement, education, and more, our local partners at cities and counties. This is the collective approach to how we solve our safety crisis. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mary.
Thanks, Amanda. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Yeah,
Yes.
You can. I can hear my echo. I'm good. So just to remind you where we've been with this plan and our previous touch points with you all, we kicked off this project just a little over a year ago, so in March of 2025. And then we revisited with you in November of 2025. We did a pretty thorough discussion on where we were with the crash analysis, which is really the foundation of how we inform the direction of the plan. We also highlighted some of the efforts in terms of how we're going to focus some of those safety investments in the TSAP by aligning with the Oregon Transportation Plan, how we're going to start integrating with the Safe Systems approach, and then also our proposal to kind of tier the TSAP emphasis areas to help us focus and prioritize some of the safety efforts that we want to pursue first. And now we're to the point of where we're releasing the draft plan for public review next week. So we're here to share kind of the key elements of the plan. Again, touch on some of the partner feedback that we've heard throughout the planning process, as well as touch on some of the data just to kind of re-elevate what we've seen throughout the planning process, and then seek feedback on the draft plan. Just as a reminder, what the TSAP is, it outlines, as Amanda was alluding to, how we improve roadway safety throughout all of Oregon, on all roads, all agencies, all jurisdictions, and for all modes. This is an Oregon plan. It's not just ODOT. We are in the seat of helping develop it, but it requires extensive coordination with all of our statewide partners to come to this point. And ultimately, the plan's goal is to create a system where everyone can travel safely, whether they bike, walk, roll, take public transportation. The TSAP is a deep dive on safety issues. It refines the broad policy direction that was established by the Oregon Transportation Plan. I mentioned it's data-driven. It's focusing us on those critical safety issues that we do see in the data. And then it identifies the short-term actions that we're going to implement over the next 5 years. So it's primarily focused on 2026 through 2031. It does have a long-term vision out to 2050. So those short-term actions are helping us get to that Vision Zero goal by 2050. And just to give you an idea of some of the actions that are in the TSAP, they include both infrastructure, so operations, maintenance, design, but also behavioral programs and other safety programs that, like the Transportation Safety Office, also implements as well.
And I'll add on to what Mary said by noting that in the consent agenda today was the Triennial Highway Safety Plan. We call it the 3HSP. That documents how we will use federal dollars on the education, enforcement, and other side of things. So it is 100% tied to and implementing the Transportation Safety Action Plan.
Yep. And the TSAP is federally required by FHWA. It's required for us to receive the Highway Safety Improvement Program funding, our HSIP funding that we implement through the All Roads Transportation Safety Program. So it's very important we get this approved and submitted by October of this year. So just to highlight some of the few key ways that ODOT implements the TSAP. Again, I mentioned coordination with all of our statewide partners. It includes tribal government, cities, counties, law enforcement, just to name a few. We include elements of training, education, outreach, again, also administered by the safety office, as well as grant administration. That could be car seat clinics. That could be grant support for high visibility enforcement to enforce risky behaviors such as impaired driving or seatbelt usage or speeding. We also manage research and data accessibility tools to help our partners make informed decisions related to safety. And then lastly, of course, is the most visible one in terms of how we design our system, maintain our system, and operate it, and all of our assets. This isn't an exhaustive list. It's not everything we do to address safety, but again, it's just to demonstrate the breadth of how we address safety within the TSAP. And then just to highlight a few key elements of what the plan includes. Again, this comes at the heels of the recently adopted OTP. So it's going to include some of the policy elements that are in there. The first one being the safe systems approach. This is a critical policy direction from the OTP. And it means that we look at establishing safety through safer roads, safer vehicles, safer speeds, post-crash care, and also the Oregon Safe Systems approach is taking a slight addition by including land use in our safe systems approach by reinforcing safe travel options in terms of how people connect to their destinations. The safe systems approach recognizes that humans make mistakes, but through this approach, there's enough redundancy that when a crash does occur, the outcomes of that crash are hopefully less severe. The TSAP does include both visionary and practical target setting elements. We have a 2050 vision of 0 fatalities and serious injuries on our system, but we also have kind of a midpoint of a 30% reduction of fatal and serious injuries by 2035. We also include hard annual targets as well in the TSAP for the first year of 2027.
So maybe I'll pause on that for a minute because I know, Commissioner Baker, you've brought this up before. And we need to have a path to how we get to our goals. So the ultimate goal is eliminating fatalities and serious injuries. Obviously, that's a very lofty goal, especially when we look at our safety trends and they're actually heading in the wrong direction. They're not reducing, they're increasing, particularly serious injuries. So as we look at the targets, I challenged the team as we talked about this quite a bit of where do we find the balance between aspirational and realistic. We wound up going with, I would say the interim target is also aspirational. A 30% reduction by 2035 is aspirational. City of Portland, for example, has 30 by 30, a 30% reduction by 2030. We felt there's no way that we could achieve that on a statewide basis. So we pushed that out to 2035 as kind of our goal. That still is a stretch. If you look at the more immediate years in 2027, I think we asked for a 1% reduction. Is that right, Mary? So a 1% reduction would be a big change from where we are. So instead of increasing, we'd actually flatten out and start to decrease. We want the directionality to go down. So that's why we're even having an ambition of going there. But even achieving 1% will be hard without very, very focused efforts, investments, and more.
Thanks for that clarification.
Did that give me an invitation to? Thank you. Thanks, Mary. This is a real personal subject to me. As a kid, I was run over as a pedestrian by a car. I've been run over on my bike by a car. 12 years ago, my wife and I were sitting at a stop sign, and a guy in a Suburban that was running from robbing a store T-boned us. So Bonnie and I got peeled out of our car by the fire department. So I'm extremely fortunate that in any one of those three, I could have been a statistic. In Portland, some of our safety advocates have taken the time where I've walked where people have been killed. And I've stood in the spots and I've tried to imagine what was happening. So, and then I look at our plan and it's really well intentioned, but in my view, it's not working because we're not moving in the direction to really do something about this. And, you know, the safety action plan that we have, the safe systems approach, safe systems fundamentally is probably really strong, but it takes time and it takes money. And we don't have the time nor the money with the number of pedestrians being killed in Oregon. The number is going up. Now, I'm really excited that Portland is taking on a 30% reduction by 30, because if we want to take a look at where the concentration of death and serious accidents, Portland's a big concentration area. And when we look at our safety corridors, you know, it really makes sense to invest in Portland, but other places. Now, there's one thing that I know for sure, and that is traffic enforcement services, whether that be more cops or technology on the road, really makes a difference. And in my view, if you want to place a bet, if I was to place a bet, that's where I would do it. We've got a great relationship with state police. They need more resources. How do we get them more resources? We've got a really good relationship with Portland Police Bureau. Same thing. You know, how do we get them more resources, and how do we get technology deployed? And the other thing I'll just toss out here in terms of, you know, our 2050 version. I look at things that we do really well at ODOT, and our curb ramps is something we do really well. We're spending $2 billion over time, and when we get done with the curb ramp program, we're going to have curb ramps everywhere that curb ramps belong. Is there a subject? I'm not sure what it is, whether it's crosswalks, whatever it happens to be, where we could think, once we get curb ramps done, that we could deploy a curb ramp kind of mentality and say, every location where we need this, we're going to complete over the course of 10 years. Something like that, where we're really thinking out of the box and we've got something really, really specific. Mary, part of what I think trips us up with our current plan is we've got a couple dozen good ideas in terms of what we're doing. And maybe because we're involved in so many ideas, rather than concentrating on a few, that we kind of lack enough momentum in one or two to really get things going. But I think we can solve this problem. Amanda and I, you know, have this debate. If to get to zero, nobody'd be driving. But can we cut it in half? Can we cut it in 2/3? I bet we can. Can we move from being the 17th worst state to one of the top 5? I think we can. But we got to do it a different way, my mind. We got to shake it up now a little bit in my mind. And I think if you want to energize it and really shake it up right now, something that'll get us results, we know that more cops, and this isn't a discussion about more tickets. Actually, if this works, where we get, you know, the right technology out on the highways, we get more cops out on the highways, that will have fewer tickets because there will be fewer people speeding. The goal is to get speed down, and speed and impairment. If we can go to work on speed and impairment, we're going to knock a big hole in this thing. And I think we can knock it out right away. Impairment, you know, you probably have more chance with more cops, because the cops can recognize the impairment. Impairment's hard to recognize with a camera. But Amanda and I talked about this a little bit. I hope she warned you that I might have an opinion on this, but I am all for this, our safety action plan, but I think we need to put some pop in it
if I can.
Commissioner Baker, I just say there's a slide a little bit later I want to expound on a little bit in terms of kind of prioritization to your very points, and agree. Like Mary will probably laugh because I pushed the team a little bit too on like, we need those like very few things that we're going to focus on and then the next thing so that we're making a real difference. So totally hear what you're saying. And I'd love to comment on that in a few slides.
Okay, Commissioner Chang and then Vice Chair.
Just before I lose the thought, I want to riff off of what Commissioner Baker was saying. As some of you know, I, in connection with a number of county commissioners up and down the Highway 97 corridor, have been trying to figure out, like systematically how we can improve safety on Highway 97, which led us back to OSP. And I learned a whole bunch of stuff about kind of the way that OSP is funded, which, concerns me because I also believe that, more OSP troopers would be really helpful for us for improving safety. And one of the first things I learned was that the ticket revenue, the tickets that OSP issues, the revenue doesn't go back to OSP. So they don't have a perverse incentive to kind of ticket people heavily, but also they don't have a funding mechanism to keep a certain volume of troopers out there. So they're funded through the public safety, that piece of the state legislated state budget. They are not attached to ODOT and the state highway fund, but they were. OSP was attached to the state highway fund a long time ago. And we might not know some of this history, but in some ways, if we want to drive our TSAP, we believe that more state OSP troopers is going to be the way to accomplish that. It would make sense to reconnect OSP to the state highway fund, so that ODOT and the Oregon Transportation Commission has some kind of engagement on that. On the flip side, our state highway fund is a little bit strained right now. So I bring this all up because I also think that OSP is a really key piece to improving our safety. The question is kind of like, what do you do to actually get to adequate funding levels? Because as long as it's just a piece of the public safety budget, and they have so many other things that they need to consider funding, I think we will continue to be underfunded for OSP troopers.
Vice Chair.
Well, I think we're talking the same subject. It's the key, really. I think there's a lot of improvements that you guys have targeted, but it's really about enforcement. I've really changed my mind on that over the years. I think we need to move towards technology. It'd be nice to have more, but it's about $130,000 to $150,000 per officer to put them on the road. And that's just one shift, so it's each shift you got that. We've been fighting that battle with state police forever. It's not only just money, it's also, you can't fill the positions they've got. There's a staffing limitation. It's really hard to find the right person to take the job. But I think I'd like to see us take the issue that the legislature was dealing with in terms of using speed control starting out on the construction sites. I drive through this thing all the time, and I'm amazed at the people that go flying through those sites 70, 75 miles an hour. And I think we ought to do something about that. Nothing else, take some of the old police cars and just park the damn things there. It slows people down. But I think we ought to do that. And that's something that I think we could do without a lot of money, because most of those cameras they're not owned by the government entity. They're a private entity, and they get a piece of the action out of that. There's an implementation side but I think that's something we ought to work on, because we will never get enough law enforcement officers. I've become convinced of that, to effectively enforce that. And I think there's a way to do that with technology.
I would say fantastic discussion. I am, for anybody that knows me, I'm squirming over here because I want to jump in and get on my soapbox about it. I'll hold myself back, but there is a slide later coming up, I think slide 10, that talks about some of the focus areas, and I'll take a little bit of time there and address some of the comments that came up, and also talk about the Governor's Transportation Vision Group on safety and some of the things I think we'll talk about there that get at some of the points that you're making right now.
Yeah. And to go to the next slide, just to echo what you all have just talked about, things that we've heard from our partners are exactly that. We need to focus our efforts on the key things, the critical countermeasures that actually work. So focus there. And then enforcement capacity came up throughout all of our discussions. Thinking about other tools and resources we can use to support and provide more capacity in lieu of having patrols on the field. But I'll go ahead and advance the slide just for sake of time as well. And to touch on some of the data elements too, I know you guys have heard this in previous discussions, but when we were looking at the two reporting time periods from the two different TSAPs, so we look at a chunk of time and then we compare the new data range to the old data range to look at trends. We saw an increase of 44% of fatal and serious injury crashes. That is extreme. So across the board, we saw increases. The most notable increases were speeding, impairment, distraction, seatbelt usage, aging drivers, medium and heavy trucks, and intersections. I mean, we saw a lot of increases across the board. Most often, we saw roadway departures and intersections. They were present in 39% and 38% respectively of all fatal and serious injury crashes. So if we talk about focusing our efforts, those are two key areas that we can focus some of our efforts. Speeding is a factor in 25% of all fatal and serious injury crashes, and those a third of those involve impairment. So seeing the connection and the correlation of that as well. And lastly, on the side, just to communicate, we saw almost 11% of fatal and serious injury crashes involve a bicyclist and pedestrian. And so making sure as we make improvements that those are core to all of our solutions as well.
That number really surprised me when I saw it, but that is a startling number. And unfortunately going the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
So we're at 11% on pedestrians and
it's combined. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was 2.5% involved bicyclists, 8.5% involved a pedestrian.
I have a question real quick. Does any of the data that you're pulling show autonomous vehicles? Are we looking at any of that at any point? Sorry, I didn't hear one.
Yeah, so the question was, does any of the data show the vehicle type of things? This question came up in the Governor's Vision Work Group as well. I'd have to check with the team. I don't know that we drill down in terms of the type and the weight of the vehicles. I think that has made a little bit of a difference in some of the crashes that we're seeing, but we can certainly follow up with some information.
And the reason I'm asking, I mean, we're looking at 2050, right? And we all know that technology is being, honed and created to actually maybe reduce some of this. I mean, when I looked at it, it's like, elderly, aging drivers. I'm one of those people, what are some of the things, unrestrained occupants? If we have autonomous vehicles, are we going to make sure that the vehicle can't go if the seatbelt isn't engaged? I mean, there's a lot of technical things that could change some of this.
And I think on the safe systems approach that Mary talked about earlier, safer vehicles is a huge game changer. Roadway departures is a significant proportion of the crashes. So you're crossing the center line or median. Most vehicles now detect that, alert the driver. So I would expect that we'll see some reductions in crashes because of some of that technology.
Yeah. And I just wonder too, I know that we asked you this before, but it shows 1/3 of those involved are impaired in speeding. My wonder too is like in serious injury crashes, how much are we, because when you look at the data, it doesn't break it out separately. It breaks it out as one number. And I think that too is a piece of it. The impairment is, to me, I can't tell you how many drivers I've seen impaired, and
it's a large proportion and growing, sadly, and not just single substance, it's multi-substance.
And Chair Brown, to get at your comment, there's so much overlap between the factors within a crash. Nothing is isolated, right? You have speeding associated with impairment, associated with intersections or roadway departure. And so the numbers don't equal 100%. either. So.
Well, and it gets down to when you look at fatal and serious injuries involving a bicyclist, how many times is the bicyclist at fault versus, the vehicle? I mean, those are things that do matter because then you get into bicycling education on how to use it correctly. What are you doing? Same thing with pedestrian. Do you just walk out and assume that the car's going to stop?
A lot of pedestrian fatalities happen at night as well. So
right.
Those kind
of or
questions.
they're impaired.
Well, I think, Amanda, you gave us the number that 2/3 of the deaths with pedestrians and bikes involve impairment, either the walking, biking person or the driver. So
right.
in those impairment is there 2/3 of the time.
Which is too high. On both parts.
And then just to elaborate a little bit more on the data, we looked at it between state-owned roads and city and county-owned facilities. We're seeing about a 50-50 split. So this is a statewide issue, and it's going to require extensive coordination with our city and county partners to address it. I do want to note that arterials are overrepresented in our crash data, the speed in which we travel, and then the complexity of some of the intersections with multiple modes present results in higher fatal and serious injury crashes on arterials. And then I just want to note the makeup of crashes when you're looking at urban and rural. You do see more fatal and serious injuries in rural, but there's some common crash factors that occur in both. You'll see roadway departure, impairment, aging drivers are present in both rural and urban fatal and serious injury crashes. But I think it makes sense. You'll see more intersection crashes in urban environments and speeding in rural environments as well. So we get to the tiering. This was the slide you wanted to get to. So based on the crash analysis, based on a lot of the partner feedback we've received, here's how we're proposing to structure the TSAP. This gets at the prioritization. The emphasis areas that are on the top tier reflect the crash factors that we see the most often, and then also reflected the greatest increase when looking at the reporting time periods. For this update, we really looked at how we're going to prioritize and focus our limited resources to the things that make the most impact in reducing fatal and serious injury crashes. Example, this is just an example you'll see on the top tier. You have intersections, and intersections are where many bicyclists or pedestrians are either killed or seriously injured. And so if we focus some work at intersections, we'll have also a direct benefit on improving the safety outcomes for bikes and peds. But I do want to note that bikes and peds, even though they're on the second tier, they're woven throughout the plan in the same sense. We improve intersections, we'll improve environments for bikes and peds. We do that through all the other top tier emphasis areas in relation to the second tier elements. We haven't typically tiered the emphasis areas, but doing so helps us prioritize, as you were getting at Commissioner Baker. And then in the second tier, you'll see, this is where you'll see the modes represented: bikes, peds, medium and heavy trucks, motorcyclists as well, along with the other risky behaviors, and then aging and young drivers as well.
So it really takes addressing all these things to get to the goals that we're trying to achieve, which is, I think, in past plans, to Mary's point, like all these things would be listed together on equal footing. And so that's where, again, I try to challenge the team of like, let's create an upper tier because we have limited funding. Where are those areas that really, really make a difference? Or we're seeing the largest proportion of fatalities and serious injuries in particular. So that really is representative of the top tier. All right, so I'm going to go on my soapbox for just a second, if you'll indulge me. This is Amanda Peets getting really excited about safety and my opinions on things. So I think there's a lot of game changers that are out there, and some are low cost and some are higher cost. So from the enforcement conversation that we had earlier, I agree enforcement is absolutely an issue. When we talk about speed relating, that is above and beyond the posted speed. And so we're seeing a ton of speeding in the state of Oregon. It's actually very high in the state of Oregon, sometimes compared to other states. So to address that, I think there's a couple things. I think there's the enforcement piece, so number of law enforcement officers. Oregon actually has a very low rate of that. We talked about that with our area commissions on transportation. So I completely agree with Vice Chair Beyer that automated enforcement is a potential way that we look at speeding issues. There's a great coverage on KGW last night about Portland and their success with speed enforcement cameras. and how that's really reduced. And the goal is not the tickets, the goal is the behavior. And just having that there and knowing that penalty there is drastically changing behavior in game-changing ways. So if you look at it from a statewide basis and a policy basis, while there's cost, the benefits are extremely, extremely high. So I think cost-benefit ratio would be off the charts on that. I think there's also opportunities. There's some areas where speed limits have been raised in the state, and we've seen increases in fatalities and serious injuries on some of those routes. So looking at keeping the speeds at safe speeds across the state of Oregon. That's not a cost thing. That's just a regulation thing. The other thing I would say, and maybe I'm saying this selfishly because it's in my program area now, which is driver education. I went and was talking to the League of Oregon Cities, and their policy board got super excited about driver education. But teaching the responsibility of driving an automobile and how to drive it safely and how to look for other people and the responsibilities you have as a user and the system is so paramount to things. And we're able to really just get to a small proportion of the population at this point in time.
And it's expensive.
Amanda, do you think the change that DMV has made to allowing driver safety training instructors to do the driver's test has helped?
I think it's
helped in terms of you're assuring that the young person is at least getting an education about driving.
Yeah, I think it has helped in a couple of different ways. One, it helps set the capacity at our DMV offices, certainly. And it also helps to incentivize people to take those classes. You're likely to get your license quicker and through an easier process if you go ahead and take the class. So I think those kinds of incentives are key. And we could even look at older adult education programs as well, if we're able to look at that. So when Malia had talked about legislative concepts previously, we have one in looking at increasing the funds for our driver education program, which is key.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
I took some driver education as a result of trying to get rid of a ticket. And this was during COVID, and it was excellent. And it was a couple of Portland cops that put on the program, including the guy that gets called out when there's a fatality. And the education was super with regard to intersections, and I thought it was great. And I wouldn't have volunteered to take it unless there was a financial incentive involved, which of course there was. But those cops, maybe we could figure out who they were, and they could give you an idea of what they're doing. But that was, I mean, so much better than, driver's ed. And, I think, students are going to kind of blow through that as fast as they possibly can. But
well, and a lot of those programs we fund through our Transportation Safety Office, including with law enforcement agencies that provide those services. And what we've seen out of our recent solicitation process is we're oversubscribed 40%. And that's even a small subset of the entities that apply. If we're really trying to do this statewide, there's a lot more funding and direction that's needed.
Would you think about including periodic driver training as you're renewing your license as a condition to renew your license? Is that what you're thinking, to get everybody through the program?
I think there's other states that have looked at those kind of programs, and I think those are great policy questions to put on the table.
I was going to say, one of the things I think is it's not just the young drivers, 15 to 20, but the first time driver. So you have a lot of young people that have waited to get their driver's license, and they don't have to go through that process. And so that would be really important. And then I think this is one of the struggles that I've just recently had, was trying to tell my aging parents who are in their 90s that they no longer can drive when they're really sure they can. And being able to put them through a program and saying, okay, we're going to take you out in a vehicle. This is a professional who's going to evaluate you, is helpful. Absolutely. But it does cost a lot. And I think that that's the one thing too, is it's, we have programs for low income, but it's just programs in general, so people will do it. I think that that's one of the things that you have to consider, is if you make it affordable for everyone, then they won't hesitate to do it. But if they have to actually put money up front, sometimes it's difficult for them to weigh that and say, okay, then it's worth me doing it. But if it's part of, we're gonna make you do it, then you have to figure out a way of being able to achieve that.
Well, there's a responsibility element too. So older drivers, there's a freedom to drive, which is an important part of everybody's life. And there's the risk to other users of the system and the consequences if things do go wrong. And understanding that and weighing that is an important consideration long term.
Yeah, I think we've chatted about this before, but and again, thinking long term for when I get to the age that my dad was when we finally wrestled the keys away from him, I shouldn't have been driving for a long, long time, and I'm going to have an autonomous vehicle. But would I necessarily be able to pass a driver's test? I don't know. So maybe there's a classification for those that are getting older where they can get a driver's license to drive an autonomous vehicle that will solve this problem. And again, when we talk about, the types of vehicles that are going to be driven 10 years from now, maybe there's a way that we can not have older people feel like they're giving up their freedom, still have the ability to sit in the driver's seat, but have the car do all the work.
Absolutely. In a
Yeah.
safe way. I'll get off my soapbox in a second. Sorry. Marisa, come on. A couple other just kind of policy things I mentioned. I think there's opportunity to look at the blood alcohol limit, potentially lower that. I mean, we're already having a number of people that are impaired and driving on the system, but looking at the legal limit that they should be can be a good option. And then on the infrastructure side, we do systemic. So I think Commissioner Baker, you talked about like what are some of the things that we really should invest in. So I would say, the driver education program, some of those kind of things from an agency perspective, automated enforcement. From an infrastructure side, we do systemic investments in rumble strips, in adding cable barriers, some of those kinds of things. There's several parts of the system that's still absent and is necessary. Of course, we also need the system in a certain state of good repair to make that happen. But those are absolutely essential for safety. And then at intersections, a lot of those are very dependent on the context and the issues at the intersection itself. But roundabouts, not necessarily cheap, but absolutely effective, like 80 to 90% effective at reducing fatalities and serious injuries. So there are some countermeasures that are super effective. And if we look at intersections and roadway departure being our key areas, there's absolutely some investments we can look towards.
Yeah. And I did just want to clarify with the conversation with the aging drivers, it's not necessarily that they're at fault either. It's they're associated with a crash, and they, due to their age or their physical condition, they're less able to respond or recover from a crash. They have more serious health outcomes too. So I just wanted to clarify that as well, especially as we see an aging Oregon population, may continue to see that increase as well. But let's advance to next steps. Give you a sense of where we are. So I said we're launching the plan for public review on Monday. It'll be open through the end of July. Through this time, we're presenting to all the area commissions on transportation and our other modal advisory committees, as well as other interested partners, cities and counties that want to have us come speak to them. We'll be doing a public hearing with the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee on July 8th as well. That's open to the public. Then we'll be incorporating all that feedback we hear and representing back to the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee with a final plan, and then back to the OTC in October to request adoption.
So I just have a quick comment. When I was on the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee, and we would review the plan, but were they able to be part of planning the plan itself? So were they giving you feedback all through this process, which we didn't do as much of that when we were on but it's one of our committees to the commission. So, the question is, are we using them to the best of our ability? Are they really giving good feedback? Is there value in it? I want to make sure, because we're looking at all of our committees. What's the value?
They are. So we did have a formal steering committee that was convened throughout the duration of the project. We had representation from the Transportation Safety Committee on that. And then we had check-ins routinely with them throughout the planning process as well. And that's part of the justification for holding the public hearing also with the OTSC too. So the public can come speak directly to them.
So there were several touch points with the safety committee. They in particular wanted to dive into the data. So we did those deep dives and then they had thoughts and recommendations on that. So those are reflected in the plan. So we did try to integrate them in a deeper way into this process. There is the legislative concept in looking at our committees, and I would say part of that should be the Transportation Safety Committee. We have some great members on there that are very dedicated, interested, and knowledgeable on the topic. As I look to other states and some of how they operate, I'm heavily impressed by Washington State. In their safety commission is comprised of people from law enforcement agencies, high up, almost as high as up as you can get in law enforcement agencies, in Department of Education, in EMT services and responses, and all the number of ways in which we really need to have those partnerships in order to achieve those safety outcomes. And I think the benefit in potentially diversifying our safety committee is to have implementers at the table, not only creating the plan, but taking the responsibility for following those actions through. So I'd love to see that decision-making group evolve beyond the good members that we have today.
Yeah, and the OTSC will have a critical role in implementation too. And we will report to them on a regular basis as well. So having those key implementers at the table will be critical.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that you're thinking in those directions, but comments or? Okay,
great. We'll be back.
Good discussion.
October for recommended adoption. So
great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're winding down.
Jurisdictional transfers.
Okay, we're down to item N, and I'm going to tell you this, Tova. I'm going to keep you to 3 minutes because my parking meter is only good till 5:15. So I don't want to get another ticket.
I support the plan.
Yes. Well, that's true. Probably won't ever pull.
We have Ted Liebel joining us today, and he is
great.
on screen.
Hi, Ted.
Hi, Chair Brown.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good afternoon, Commission.
Ted, a little bit bigger. He's a little postage stamp.
Okay.
We want him ginormous.
Ted is joining us from Oregon Metro. He is a member of the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee and will be helping to present today, specifically sharing some thoughts and feedback from the committee itself. But I am here today to provide an update on the work of the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee and their the preliminary recommendations that we will be forwarding along to the legislature in the fall. So thank you for getting the presentation up here. This is great. Let's see if there we go.
Whoops.
Oh,
went
maybe not.
backwards. There we go.
All right. So I want to start by speaking a little bit to jurisdictional transfers and how they serve our evolving transportation system. Jurisdictional transfers are an excellent tool to address how we manage and adapt our transportation system to changes in travel patterns, changes in land use, changes in communities, and like best address community needs. Jurisdictional transfers are occur when a section of roadway transfers from one jurisdiction to another. That could be from Oregon, from ODOT's jurisdiction to a local agency's jurisdiction, or the other way around. And these transfers occur. I'm going to say occur on a regular basis. That's maybe not day to day per se, but since 2018, we've completed 15 jurisdictional transfers. 14 of those were transfers of state highway to local jurisdictions, and one transfer was from a county to ODOT. That really represents a variety of different different types of roads that transferred under different circumstances. Some included financial agreements and some didn't. But in some cases, funding is an obstacle for transfers, and that is certainly part of the consideration here. So during the 2023 legislative session, the legislature passed House Bill 2793, which established the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee, specifically to, I think, address the transfers that would benefit from funding. The intention was to establish a committee and for the committee to establish a process for jurisdictions to submit applications for consideration by the for considerations by the committee, and then be submitted to the legislature as a recommendation for funding for jurisdictional transfers. And that was established. The first committee was established in late 2023, and we worked through the first cycle of recommendations in 2024 in advance of the 2025 legislative session. The intention of the committee is through legislation is it will exist for three legislative cycles. So right now we're in the midst of the second cycle of jurisdictional transfer recommendations. The committee is comprised of 11 governor-appointed members, and the membership is prescriptive. So it encompasses representatives of cities, counties, transit, bike, safety, and others. Right now, we have 5 vacancies on the committee, including the chair. And Ted is a member of the committee, and he has been pinch hitting as the chair in some ways unofficially, but we are struggling to fill those positions. And there are those specific areas where there are vacancies. We're looking for a city engineer, a representative from the bicycle community, law enforcement member, a road user member, and a representative from Congressional District 4 specifically. So, but the intention of the committee is to solicit applications and then for the committee to recommend transfers to the legislature. And it's intended to serve as a jumping off point for the legislature to weigh in and potentially offer funding. So right now, the committee has I will jump forward here. So in 2024, the committee recommended 2 transfers, one from ODOT to Hood River and another from ODOT to Tigard. Neither one of those was funded during the 2025 legislative session. We brought those to the commission in summer of 2024. So, which was the first process, and that first process went very, very quickly. We had to set up the rules and set up the committee and set up the application process and solicit applications and select and then advance them. So it moved really fast. We have a little bit more time for this cycle, and so we're bringing proposed recommendations to the commission today, and in your packet you will see the full the applications from the three applications that we received in 2026, and those are all being recommended. The intention is for those all to be recommended to the legislature, but all of the details are included in the packet. They're very comprehensive. The criteria for considering applications is broad. It is all captured in House Bill 2793. It includes everything from deferred maintenance needs on these stretches of road, differences in maintenance standards between ODOT and the local jurisdictions, how the highway section is being used by community, opportunities for increased multimodal transportation, and positive impact on historically underserved communities, for example, also existing safety issues and project readiness. Those are all considerations, and I think that the applications are strong applications. They are quite comprehensive, as you will see as you look through them. And here's the overview of those three projects and those three transfers that have been recommended. I will note that transfer that Hood River has submitted was actually just completed. Like ODOT and Hood River have been negotiating for a transfer of this stretch of OR 281 for some time, and the transfer of this stretch of highway was recently completed. It was completed last month. And I think this application from the city is acknowledging that the transfer that was completed did not include $30.6 million. The funding amount that was included was $4 million and was intended to go towards some state of good repair, some paving work and ADA curb ramp replacements that are required in this, along this stretch. But so obviously, clearly, substantially less than what the city is looking for in terms of making the more expansive state of good repair improvements to the stretch of highway that they're hoping for and that they're requesting through their application. In the other two cases, the county and the city have both laid out improvements that they're seeking to make, and an explanation about why the transfers to the city and the county would be beneficial for the communities and the maintenance and operations of these stretches of highway. So Ted is specifically here to share some feedback on the discussion topics that have come up in the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee. So I'm going to turn this slide over to Ted and let him jump in. And also, Ted, if there's anything else you'd like to share on the topics I've already been talking about, you're welcome to jump in there as well.
Great. Okay, thank you, Tova.
Yeah.
Chair Brown and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. As Tova mentioned, I'm Ted Liebold. I'm a member of the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee. And I'm here to give you briefly give you a flavor of the discussion of the committee and the recommendation. And first, I want to say that the committee really appreciated the work of the local agencies and ODOT staff to prepare these applications. Members of the committee are really people who understand and support jurisdictional transfer as a tool to achieve some of those outcomes that Tova just described. And we also understand how important it is to do that planning and coordination work necessary to set up and hopefully complete a jurisdictional transfer that successfully achieves those outcomes. The committee reviewed and discussed the applications and unanimously supported all three of them be considered for any funding the legislature could provide. And there was also discussion at the committee to have these projects and any future applications really focus on coordinating and leveraging ongoing ODOT work, and in particular, the ADA curb ramp program. And as you just heard from Tova, Hood River and ODOT were successful in doing that with their application as a good example. And then finally, the committee discussed how to support advocacy to the legislature for funding these projects and future applications. And in particular, I would note that it was mentioned that identifying a funding source for jurisdictional transfer would incentivize that planning and coordination work, and I think result in additional applications from across the state to utilize this tool that's out there. So I think I'll leave it at that in making sure that Chair Brown doesn't get a ticket, and I'll turn it back over to you. Thanks, Tova.
You're so kind. Thanks. So Tova, I have a question. So the last time, I remember when Hood River and this other project were put forth to the commission in 24, and we approved and moved it forward. But I guess the question is this part of the visioning group? Are they looking at in the future how we even address this?
Chair Brown, that's a great question. I am not tracking whether there is a jurisdictional transfer component to the visioning group discussion.
Because thinking about it, it's like, how do we do this? Because every day we can approve this. When the plans are great and it makes sense, but if there's no money tied to it, it should be part of the conversation.
Well,
yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I was impressed by the three projects. I thought they were well developed, made a lot of sense, and I got to the same place, but where's the money? The legislature established a process, but then didn't fund it.
Right.
So we're doing a lot of work, a lot of local communities, but it gets down to, and it's Commissioner Chang brings up, it's competition with all the other stuff that's out there. I don't know about that. The last time that any of these really got funded was 2017.
That's correct.
Where there was a lot of trade-offs. I mean, I did one myself in my community. I made them, they wanted a road fixed. And I said, you'll take this one. You're going to take this one over or you don't get the other funding. And that one worked. They didn't like it very much. But Powell Boulevard, I mean, we did that one. There's a number of them, but it's been a problem forever.
Well, I think even
Almost every legislative session, the idea of somebody's orphan highway comes up. And it's always, how do you get it? You know, the local community says, I'll take it, but you got to bring it up to my standards first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. My county does jurisdictional transfers with cities on a regular basis. And for me, some of the key questions are, how much is this worth? How much is it to all the involved parties, both the receiving city or county and us as ODOT? You know, is it so valuable for us to get this chunk of road off our books? Is it going to save us a lot of money in the future, not having responsibility for it? You know, and for the receiving city or county, you know, what kind of advantages does this provide to them? You know, that Hood River example, I think is very interesting because I think what I heard Tova say was they were willing to take the road with $4 million with no guarantee or commitment that the other 26 million is coming. And if that road and getting this done is worth that much to them, then there may be, maybe this program does not have to cost us so much. And, if you went to the legislature and said, hey, give Hood River $5 million and this piece of road and it'll be done, the legislature might be more willing to support those projects. And my day job is as an elected official for a local government. So I take very seriously, advocating for local governments, but we do not have the largesse to be able to just do things that are right and good, that cost a significant chunk of money if the other party involved, if it's important enough to them to suck it up and absorb those costs. I mean, honestly, you think about it, either way, this is coming out of the state highway fund, right? Whether we're carving off a pound of flesh or whether they are using their 20% or 30% of the state highway fund to accomplish this. So, I mean, in some ways, if it is highly valuable for them to complete one of these transfers, then I think it is reasonable to ask them to look at their state highway fund allocation. And this will motivate cities and counties to advocate for expanding the size of the state highway fund too. They want to see their 20 or 30% slice of the pie get bigger. So it's complicated, but again, to me, a lot of this just depends on how valuable is it to all the parties involved to get one of these transfers done.
Commissioner Baker, and then I'll go to.
Part of it, taking off on Vice Chair and Commissioner Chang, this definition of state of good repair. And, how do we define that? I mean, whose standards do we use? And at what point, is there, a reasonable accommodation on the state of good repair? Because I think we'd see a lot more of these. And our appetite for them would probably be a lot greater if they didn't turn into such enormous projects based on a local jurisdiction's definition of state of good repair. So, but I don't know. Ted, what do you think about this state of good repair question, and whose standards should be used? And is it, does it encumber the process because of where it sits?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think the discussion is getting right at the crux of the issue. And I think when we've looked at it locally, we've had a study that we coordinated across Metro that looked at where the most potential facilities are for jurisdictional transfers, and sort of laid out a sort of a best practices process for folks to consider. And I think where we've seen success is where both ODOT and the local jurisdictions can get together and do that planning and coordination to see what is their mutual interests, and identify what the benefits to everybody are, and then come to an agreement on essentially that state of good repair definition to that specific facility and how it would be applied to that specific facility. And it's usually something where both agencies have to contribute funds to bring it to that state of repair that they can agree to between the agencies. So typically both agencies have a stake in the game with their funding. But it's that negotiation process that is really helpful and actually can lead to the successful negotiation between the agencies of where they can agree they have mutual benefit, and where that investment is worthwhile to both agencies.
Vice Chair.
There is a different perspective that's probably unrealistic and unpopular. And if you think about cities, and these are mostly in cities, but some in counties, they already get half of the fund, or 30% in terms of the cities. If you think about our earlier conversation today about our tiering of the road system, really we could get to a point of say, yes, it's a state road, but it's a very low priority and we're not going to maintain it anymore. And if you want it, we'll give it to you.
That is a different perspective. You can go ahead and propose that, okay?
If we start treating it like a turd, then the dollars associated are going to go down.
Right. Well, over the next few months here, these are the next steps. We will be bringing your feedback back to the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee. The committee will be finalizing their report, and we will bring the report to the commission in August as a consent agenda item, the final report. And then the intention is to submit the report to the legislature by mid-September, which is the deadline. And then in another year, a year and a half from now, we'll begin the third and final cycle of applications. And at that point, we will have the perspective of how this cycle played out in the 2027 legislature, and the final report and recommendations will be delivered to the legislature in September of 2028.
I think this needs to be thrown at the visioning group and tell them to consider it in a subgroup somewhere, because again, if it's part of the package, we should be talking about it. And if we're not even, I mean, we've now identified it.
Would that go to the maintenance group?
Oh, no.
So
Sure,
not
why
a major
not?
project.
Are these projects included in our agency recommended budget? Agency request
no,
budget?
no.
This is a whole separate track.
It's a whole separate.
This is a separate track. And there was a time during last session where there was discussion about jurisdictional transfers being part of a Great Streets program funded by the legislature, which was part of the House Bill 2025 discussion. So what they gave, which didn't materialize, but that's where it was being discussed at one point at least.
So would this not be if the legislature approved some of these, would they not be funded out of the state highway fund? Would they come out of the general fund?
Well, that's why they haven't been funded, because they don't know where to take it from.
Okay.
I think that I will follow up on where this topic can fit in the vision work group, which are the subgroups, and perhaps it's major projects, perhaps it's like maintenance, operations and preservation, or community livability. I think any of those three perhaps could be a landing spot, but we can follow up with the governor's office.
Definitely not transit subgroup, so
Yeah.
you can put it wherever you'd like.
Tova, Ted mentioned something that I think is real interesting, and that's the negotiation between ODOT and the county or city. Does that negotiation take place, or are we just getting applications where the city and county is saying this is how much I need?
So this process that I'm presenting today is specifically associated with the Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee. The transfers to date have happened entirely outside of this application process. And so the regions are regularly talking to, the jurisdictional transfers are being negotiated through the regions, and typically like region managers and district managers are talking about potential jurisdictional transfers with local agencies, and it's being negotiated like at that level. So that has happened outside of this committee to date. The House Bill 2017 named projects included a number of jurisdictional transfers and some of the requirements for those, but the specific agreements were negotiated as an outcome of House Bill 2017.
There were four or five of them
Yes, there were.
in 2017.
There were, let's see. There were four that have already occurred, and then there's a fifth that will occur with the completion of the Outer Powell improvement project.
Most of them were in Lane County, weren't they?
Yes, there were three or four in between Springfield and Lane County and City of Eugene.
Yeah, there's that one. There's a County Road, Territorial Highway.
Yes, that was one of
Franklin
them.
Boulevard.
Well, and I think some of the improvements have come out of STIP amendments in my community in the past, where did sidewalk improvements, et cetera, in areas that, everybody decided that's where
I thought there was one down in Southern Oregon.
Yeah,
too.
I think it was Highway 62. And that.
So you're not
And then the big
included
one,
for
of
doing
course, is
transfer
Powell.
jurisdictionally outside of this. It's
and
regular
82nd.
course of business.
Correct.
82nd was the giant one.
Right. So we're not this Jurisdictional Transfer Advisory Committee and House Bill 2793 does not prevent us from completing jurisdictional transfers separately. So jurisdictional transfers happen independent of this process. And I mean, to date, we could say it's more successful to do transfers through outside of this advisory committee or this process, I should say, because the advisory committee is doing great work, and the jurisdictions are doing great work putting forward applications. So there's no shade to either of them, like the success of this to date.
Right. Well, the thing is, you don't want them to be doing all this work for no reason.
Yeah.
And that to me is like, if you're going to put together a program and have them do them, then you need to fund it.
Is the legislation, or does the legislation require the committee to make a report each biennium?
Correct.
Yes.
And does it require that to go through the OTC?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I'll advise the
5 minutes early. I just want
to
to point that out to you. Thank you, Ted. You guys did great. Gave me extra 5 minutes. So I don't have to run.
Thank you, Chair Brown and members of the commission. Have a good night.
See you again. Thank you. So.
Were we done?
Not quite. We haven't adjourned yet.
Sorry.
Give me a sec. Now you made me forget what I was gonna say.
No, it's your ticket.
You take
know,
all
it's
that
my-
paper, it's all online.
Yes, I take this paper. I like paper.
Can we do?
There was something though I wanted to
all
bring up real
online.
quick. Again, I want to thank you, Lisa,
Yeah.
for the time that you've spent with us, and we
We get
really
a bug you to
appreciate
the end
it.
of the month.
Yes, we're not done with you yet.
Oh, no,
You don't get off that.
we have plans.
So with that said, I think we will adjourn.